What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the Taco Cup number 6 qualifier. Number 1, I'm Yodaslim, joined by Light VIP Light. How's it going, man? Long time no see.
It's been a while. It's crazy, mate. Since we've been able to actually have like some consistent casts, like not just the weekends.
Yeah. Now a weekday. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty nice. Yeah. So I wish I could be here tomorrow, though. Tomorrow sounds like it'll be fun, but nonetheless, we are already into a game, and these players are quite interesting to say the least. I don't think I've ever seen any of these players play. We'll get right into it. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Light Shade LE. I don't know what that clan. Lickipity. OP net. It is Darking from Mexico. Terran, surprisingly.
Surprisingly, ooh, what did you think he was?
I don't know. It came more of like a Protoss to me.
Just gave off them Protoss vibes.
Yeah, gave me real Protoss vibes.
And speaking of, here in the bottom right-hand corner of Light Shade LE, we have a Peruvian Protoss player representing Team Go Peru. It is Force.
Wow. This is going to be interesting to say the least. How do these two match up in skill?
I know, it's one of those things where we can't say anything bad otherwise. Otherwise, Darking is like gonna get the cartel on us or something. Like, yeah. Oh my god!
There's
like,
a lot on the line here. I didn't think about that. That's a failed plot in our cartel sponsorship story, because then I'd be scared to cast. Because what if I cast something wrong and then I'm kaput?
Exactly. We have to be careful what we say around El Padrino. Of course, if you're watching and you're like, who are they talking about? Darking, who is this guy? I mean, I guess we have never casted him before.
Yeah, technically. He's been in every cast, but never casted. Oh wow, got the probe.
That's it. That's GG.
That's GG, man. This guy's good.
Yeah, he is. You know what? He should. You know what? If this guy went pro, the thing is, he would like hoard all the money to himself. That's the thing. You know, he doesn't compete for the people.
He's sparing Cero is what he's not competing for.
Oh my god, exactly.
He's like, come on, I don't want to ruin the story of Cero. Like, let's let him be the best. Or let him have it. That's Darking right now.
Exactly. Darking, of course, like he's been a part of the StarCraft scene for a very long time. His clan is a part of that. He was like one of the OGs when it comes to Wikipedia. Like he was kind of back in the day known as the guy who was like basically making almost every single page. Nowadays he's taken a step back, but like he is still a part of like the Wikipedia admin team. He like
that picture's great.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Like this is yeah. Back in the day, like what was this, like 2016 or something? The Wikipedia admins, they formed a team, and this was the team that they formed.
Wikipedia. That's freaking hilarious. Wow. They need more comical names in StarCraft. Is Darking in chat? No, I don't see Darking in chat. Kuro, I don't watch chat. Chat doesn't exist to me because they always correct me when I say things that I make up. So far, kind of a passive game. Nothing crazy. Something kind of crazy is that he is coming out with the little rolling missile turret thing, and while it's normal, it does kind of say he's trying to be safe.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Single cyclone out.
So something interesting is that, of course, Darking, like he hasn't been able to play a lot these past like couple of years. Like he's been focusing a lot more on like running tournaments and adminning and things like that. But before the tournament started, he was telling me like he laddered today for the first time in like months.
Oh my god. And that's the training he had for this tournament here. Yeah, a couple ladder matches. Before the tournament.
Hey, that's all he needs, right? That's all he needs.
That's all he needs. That's how good he is. He likes to go in rusty so that his opponents have a chance.
Exactly. Otherwise, he would somehow take all 4 qualifier spots today. It's just...
Yeah. You just take them all from everyone. he'd join under 4 different barcodes and play all of them simultaneously and still win all top 4 spaces.
Exactly.
Just to say that he could.
But yeah, like
and
again,
Reaper's still alive, surprisingly to me, and
right?
still getting all the way into the back of the main base.
Oh god, wait, what? okay.
I was like, what? Yeah, come on, guy. Come on, do your job. Right there, get him there. Funny thing is, yes, stalkers everywhere ready for Erik to come in, a drop, but cannot stop the Reaper from getting the scout.
Yeah. Like, I mean, when it comes to this qualifier, like we're in the first round and these players, they are diamond. So even though like Force is like getting ready for something, like Darking is very out of meta. Like, so he's kind of just doing his own thing, you know?
Yeah. He's probably doing a build from like 2011 or something.
Right? Like he's going like heavy bio, but he's got like double Marauder production, and I mean that's not too bad, especially against robo units, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it should be good, but he watches enough of StarCraft these days to at least know some sort of build that should be within this year's meta.
Yeah, I would think so, especially because like what's scary is that Force has the majority of his units around his bases. He doesn't like really have a centralized force, and like nothing's here to protect his third.
Yeah, he's gonna have to cancel that for sure.
Oh,
is he gonna get the Cyclone? You don't want to lose a Cyclone for free. Oh, he gets a lock on and pulls it all the way to the back. That was actually super sick. Yeah, it only has 1 hit point on it left. A single hit point. It's still alive, getting kills, and now it dies.
Oh, finally. Yeah, but it like dealt so much damage before it died, and now these Stalkers are getting low. Like he's getting into the mineral line. Like this drop was only meant to really deny the third, but it's doing so much more.
Yeah, these medevacs are running out of energy now, though. Well, one of them got a decent amount of energy. He's got like 1 or 2 more stims in him, but the Marauders are actually tanking all the hits here. Oh, the Colossus came out.
Oh my god,
but you know, Colossus? Jesus, I didn't even see that on the production tab.
Yeah, like sure, Colossus comes out, but yeah, there are Marauders. If Darky wants to, he can just chase it down.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow, this is very interesting. He's just gonna walk out. Why doesn't he pick up? Nothing can shoot up. Okay, there
you go. you know why, mate? I'm like. Again, he just wants to give Force a chance, you know? Like that was
yeah, he's trying to be nice. He's like, all right, I'll let him have these. Oh
my god, now we have some reinforcements as well. Like the third was cancelled, so much damage was done. Again, like sure there are 2 Colossus, but like there's not a lot to protect them.
Yeah, there's not a lot to hunt him down though either. Oh, actually, there's nothing to protect him though at all.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe a couple Zealots, like 2 or 3. No, there's absolutely nothing.
Oh my god.
There's something. Look at that in the natural. There's about 22 probes ready to defend.
Oh, true. He could pull the boys, and I was wondering why he was heavily supplied though. Force has been 70 out of 70 for a while now, only just now getting 3 pylons up. But is it too late? Because Darking, he's here.
Just in time. It was actually just in time, I think. But he's doing the right call and just gonna go for the Doom drop, and that's gonna completely null and void all the need for those probes being pulled. The army's super slow, and then you just pick up and get out of there. He only has 1 stalker.
Oh my god!
Oh, and like 2 or 3 of these Marauders were sent into the natural that he only had in there because they didn't fit in the medevac, and they killed the other Colossus and this Colossus, and GG. Darking takes game number 1. Wow, what a guy.
Oh my god, the king has returned. Darking, he already, you know, in the first round of this qualifier takes the first game.
Yeah, that was pretty great to watch. I bet he's feeling pretty good about himself, you know, his big debut here on the CranKy Ducklings Taco Cup. Maybe you've casted him in a different tournament. Maybe, or is this his debut on the CranKy Ducklings?
I'm pretty sure this is his debut. Yeah.
Wow. Well, welcome to the he actually won again. That's pretty sick.
Oh my god, yeah, it's great, and we haven't really been able to talk about it, but of course we are casting the qualifiers of Taco Cup number 6. For those of you like longtime viewers, we actually did the qualifiers for Taco Cup 5. months ago now. Like I was about to say like
I actually
last
forgot
year.
I did that.
Yeah.
I was like, let me go watch the VOD so I actually know what happened last time. I'm like, wait, that's me. Because you came in the beginning of one of the VODs. It was you talking, and then it was Corky talking. I was like, oh, that's not me. But then it said Yodaslim. I'm like, wait, what's going on here? And it was just us three talking before we started casting. I
Yeah.
was like, oh, dude, that is me casting. Sweet. So I was there for the last one. But yeah, I rewatched some of the VODs and watched it go down, and I was not expecting all the players that we normally get in here. Now, there's one player I didn't have time to look up, but is eGGz here today, or is he still on his hiatus? He's here, right?
I was very surprised. He is here. He's
here.
In the
Yeah, okay. I thought so, because I was gonna say that was this whole time I was prepared to like talk about how eGGz not being here is gonna give room, because last Taco Cup it was Erik and Sinner, eGGz and the Zerglord in the quarterfinals, and then I mean, well, eGGz lost to the Zerglord. Still, you know, like eGGz in there is a big like a big player. So I thought if he was gonna be gone, there'd be room for new people. But this time around, I don't know. I don't know who could win it.
Yeah, definitely. I think what's important is that like it is top 4 qualify, so you just have to make it to the semifinals. And because of that, like because of the way the seeding has worked, there are some big names like eGGz and Pacomike, but they're on the opposite sides of the bracket, so they're not going to face each other.
Yeah, it's looking pretty interesting here, but I feel like we should get the norms that we know at the top. I'm hoping there might be some upset just to make things a little interesting and dramatic. But the bracket still looks pretty good.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Pretty big bracket though. I can't even look at all names, but yeah, like you said, we got different players on different sides of the bracket, so it should make for an interesting. I guess it would be the qualifying match, but it'd be like the top 4 match. So we'll see. We will see. And the let me just check very quickly the invited players. The invited players for Taco Cup number 6 are, well, so far the people who are there participants, I believe it's Monanina, Clem, Kellizer, Special, Euthermo, Vindicta, Blyde, Cham, and Solar so far on the bracket. Yeah, that's Taco Cup 6. Yep. So those are the players that are going to be there. So it's actually, Taco Cup is actually like super sick.
Oh yeah.
The qualifiers are fun. The qualifiers are like a pre-fun, like, you know, the LATAM scenes all here. But then the actual event is like, it's like Battle of the Americas, but Battle of the Latin versus European. It's great. I love to see it. And speaking of battles here, we got this guy in the top left-hand corner of Submarine Alley, the shortest map here. I'm interested in what this means. It is none other than Darking from Mexico. El Padrino.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Submarine LE, we have the Peruvian Protoss player representing Team Go Peru. It is Force. Wait, what? How unlucky do you have to be be the player who gets Darking in the first round, right?
The most unlucky.
Like, you know, you'd rather be facing like eGGz or like even Special, you know, to have a chance, but Darking.
Yeah. I'd rather play Special. I'd rather play Special and Cyril in Archon mode.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's rough, and again, like a little bit more backstory, because you know this guy, he's got like a legacy behind him. Like he's the like Latin American admin, period. Like he's done so much for the scene for so many years. You know, and nowadays he runs, you know, he's a part of La Espida, he runs Battle of the Americas, Sentimental Latino. Like I feel like if it was, honestly, like if it wasn't for Darking, like the Latin American scene would be so much like worse off, you know.
Oh yeah, it would be super fragmented unless there was someone else out there that was like the one-man army that he is, but I don't think there would be. So it'd just be like a bunch of fragments of little people trying to do little events here and there, and it wouldn't be super organized, and wouldn't be able to cast like we do, where we just have all the Latin American events in one weekend and everyone gets their fill, and it works. It works good with Dark, and he's making it work. Making the dreams come true. And that's why we call him the Godfather.
Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a reason. Everyone knows who he is. Everyone pays their respects to him as well. And
you gotta kiss the ring.
Oh,
You'll see it here when the Reaper goes in, a probe kisses the ring. That's where he's going to the mineral line to get his ring kiss.
Exactly. Oh.
Oh.
Wow.
He's gonna come back here later.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that he was able to escape. And I mean, I guess, you know, scouting wise, Darking, he did confirm that there was a natural, so like there's nothing too crazy going on Submarine,
which is disappointing for Submarine. But I think it still doesn't make. I think the threat of it being a short map makes the game progress a little bit faster. Because beyond a third base, it's kind of really hard to secure a fourth. Oh yeah. For either player, because the fourth is never really in a choky position.
Yeah, and because of how small this map is, like it's a lot, like it just forces engagements to happen because like there isn't that much room, like everyone's so confined and stuck together.
Yeah. You can't really be moving around the map, multi-prong harassing. I mean, you can, but it's usually a little bit harder, especially when you have units like Medivacs and Blink. If it was like a Zerg, you could drop on them all day. Oh, that was a kiss right there. He just kissed the ring twice. And he got out of there. See, he went in, got his ring kiss, got out. He's a godfather.
Beautiful. I think what's cool is for those wondering, like, hey, if Darking's here, who's adminning this? Vortex, kind of like the adoptive son of Darking. Like, for the most part,
Vortex is the C3PO of Darking. He built him in his room. Darking's very own AI. He's uploaded it with all of his best knowledge of being an admin. It's the Alpha Star admin. Vortex is a work in progress.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like Vortex, he's the player who Darking has like taken under his wing, and has really propped up. And like Vortex, a lot of people like meme and they say the Vortex is like the next generation of Darking. You know, like Darking eventually he's gonna lay back and retire, and his empire has to go to someone, right? You know.
Yeah, it's just like the Godfathers, how it goes. You know, you gotta pass down the reins when you're done.
So, and speaking of passing down the reins,
I mean, unfortunately for Vortex, I was gonna say Darking's not gonna go away for a while. He's actually going in for an attack here, and I don't know what that was all about. I guess he's gonna try and attack the Widowmine. Oh, and he went back. That was pretty next level. And he can go back in, drop. Nice. I like his micro here.
Oh my god, he's scuttling in. Oh god.
Did he get it? Oh wow, nice. Uh-oh.
Oh god, drop!
Oh, he's gonna be able to drop it. Oh, but the medevac died. That was unfortunate. That was a very full energy medevac, but it's worth it. Denied a lot of mining time here.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing. Sure, 3 probes died, but that was a lot of lost mining time. The probes were running around all over the place, so yeah, it's not too bad damage done. I feel like this is a really interesting third.
Yeah, normally, I was just trying to say, like, you know, it's hard to get a fourth. I usually assume the third's taken to the left because it's a lot more choky and defensive. You put up, like, 3 shield batteries and 3 cannons and nothing can ever break through that choke point. But, decided to go for the northern, maybe to have it hidden for a few moments, but he's not even producing any workers off of it, so he's not really capitalizing on the advantage that it should be having. He's even oversaturated in his natural base, so... maybe he forgot about that third base. Oh, big catch. Ooh, big catch there. I don't even know what was in there.
Yeah, it was just a medevac full of Marines. That was actually really nice. You know, again, the supply plummeting for Darking. And now Darking, like, he's lost, you know, the Widowmines earlier. He lost the Marines. Like, he's kind of stuck at home.
Yeah, but he is in a pretty good defensive position here. I mean, Force can just, you know, force his way in eventually. Just pick away slowly at these little depots here, but eventually Darking will get some splash out. I don't think he is, though. He doesn't have any tanks or anything, so...
yeah,
not even Widowmine production.
He has a very interesting style, because, as you said, like, there is no tech lab on the factory, so he can't produce anything like tanks. He is set up to produce Widowmines, but it's just something that he's not going for. Instead, he's going very bio-focused, even getting more Raxes.
Yeah, it's looking kind of interesting here. I'm wondering what his long-term goal is. Like, you got to add some splash in eventually. I mean, I guess sometimes you can just go straight Marine Marauders and never throw in any splash, but if this game goes on too long, it won't work.
Exactly. Like I feel like Force has been able to adapt really well because there are a lot of charge lots here, and this is exactly what you need the splash for. You need Widow Mines and Hanks to help deal with this. Like straight up Bio struggles. Not just to get through the Zealots, but to get through the Zealots to get onto the Colossus.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at least maybe some Vikings, maybe not even the splash, but something's got to be thrown in there to make it a little bit more hard hitting.
Oof. Oh my god, not if the Colossus like gets just moves forward. Oh my god. I mean, he does pick up it.
15. Yeah, that's a lot of work. Oh, he's gonna get both of the medevacs. Does he have another blink yet? He should be. Oh my god, that was huge.
Wow.
But still, 15 workers is a lot. And yeah, I mean, if Darking had some defensive splash here, he'd be in a good position. But he's going for Ghost, which is also an option. You don't need splash if you can just take away the shields of everything and just mess everything up there. But he doesn't even have a Raven out. He has nothing.
Exactly. Like the Ghosts are nice, but the Ghost Academy is still in the way, so it's gonna take a while for the Ghost to really kick in. We're in just this weird position where Darking does a lot of damage, but he's also losing a lot of supply. And Force, he's expanding. He's taking a fourth. Like Darking, I feel like he needs to do something more here, especially when it comes to the Colossus count, because that's just gonna get larger and larger.
Yeah, we might actually get into a game 3 here. The Dark Templar Shrine is going down.
Oh.
And, yeah, there's no Raven here. Not that a Raven's always the best thing against ETs, but it's going to force out a lot of scans on only 2 bases now, on a 3rd base finally for Darking. It's saturated. He's not really getting any gas because he's so Marine heavy right now. He's also not really producing any SCVs. He's kind of like missing some cycles.
Yeah, he's kind of just focusing on the army instead right now, focusing on his upgrades as well. Hopefully he can get a couple of Ghosts out, because the Ghost Academy is done, but he desperately needs EMPs to help deal with this. Like, there's so many Zealots. Jesus Christ.
Oh, he needs to pick up and get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
Go for a Doom Drop at this point.
My god, oh my god, get out!
One of these medevacs should go down. No, good split, so that even a blink wouldn't be able to take them all out. And he splits his army, or recalls the army, I'm sorry, and then, wow, gets one medevac. He's going to be able to blink forward into this next base. There's not much you can do. You just got to boost out of there if you can.
Yeah, honestly, like that was decent. Like, he only lost 2 full medevacs out of all 5. I thought everything was going to go down.
Yeah. That's never good to say. Like, well, he only lost 2 full medevacs, but, I mean, that was the best of a bad situation, but nonetheless, I feel like he should have never been in that situation. And now the army supply is looking heavily in favor of Force. Force is on 4 bases, happily mining. He doesn't have that much more workers, but he should be producing them as time goes. It's weird how he's only producing like 1 or 2 workers at a time instead of getting like all 4 to be produced at once.
Yeah, I mean, for Force, like, unfortunately, he was supply blocked again, so he's only just now, like, getting, like, a bunch of pylons down to make sure that doesn't happen anymore. And now once he doesn't have that supply block, like, he's got such a massive bank, he can just max out. And Darking, we were talking about it, like, he just doesn't have any splash. He has a single ghost, no, sorry, 2 ghosts in this army. Like, the EMPs have to be just perfect if he wants to survive here. Oh my god!
Oh, he tried to drop supply depots, I think, on there. Oh, that's like 4 or 5 scans right there. I can see.
Yeah. That may be 6. Jesus.
2, 3, 4, 5. I think that is 6, dude. That sucks.
Oh gosh.
Wow, rip.
Oh god.
You must have that one spammed too. Are we refs or something?
I believe so.
No, I'm an observer.
Okay. Just making sure Force is ready, and then we can just
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's definitely 6, at least. At least 6 scans right there. Jeez, I bet he was saving up that energy forever. And now the DTs are going to be able to be warped in, and there's really no answer to the DTs now.
Oh, that's the thing, right? He wasted all his scans. Oh, no!
Wow.
F's in the chat. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Did he just scan once and accidentally spam the scan, or did he try to put down the extra supply depots and and accidentally spam that instead. I don't know.
Oh my god,
Wow,
he actually won the fight and somehow killed all the zealots. Now he's getting on top of the Colossus.
Yeah.
This would be perfect if the DTs didn't just kill everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that was very weird. That got real weird real quick. I want to ask him what happened with that. I don't know how that even happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have been fine if he could have scanned there, defended, pulled his SCVs, lifted the CC, and came back after he defended his third, back to defend his natural. He would have been fine. Would have been in great position, go out for a doom drop or something. But, jeez, what the hell is that, man?
I know, right?
The closest thing to that I have done is sometimes I'll try and Yamato in my BCs and I'll teleport instead. Because it's like Y and T and they're right next to each other. That's super unfortunate.
Definitely. I'm just so surprised that he won the fight as well as he did. I
didn't think that was gonna happen.
Yeah, I moved the camera to the third. I'm like, oh boy, like this is gonna be it. And somehow, like in a blink of an eye, all the zealots were dead. Like all the stalkers were dead. It was just those Colossus like running away. I was like, how did that happen? Jesus Christ! And he's chasing them down, but he had lost like what 46, almost 50 SCVs in the process. Like, oh.
Yeah, that was crazy. I just asked Dark and he said, I have no idea what happened. I was trying to supply drop. So yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, if he ended up using all his energy on the supply drops, like
supply
it would have,
yeah,
would have been the same.
He was spamming it, and there's only 3, like, you know, he probably would have only dropped 3 supply drops on it, and then he would have had another couple scans left over. Because normally you can spam that. I'm sure he has it like hotkeyed, or maybe he was pressing it really fast, but you should just, you know, scan it and go over like 3 of the barracks, or I'm sorry, the supply depots, drop on 3 of them, and then drop your scans, but the scans can go down anywhere, so he spammed the scans and they just all went to waste.
Yeah.
Absolutely dreadful.
You hate to see it. Not like that. Not when you desperately at that exact moment need an actual scan for the DTs.
I mean, to be honest, I don't think he had to quit there either. If he defeated the army completely, he could have gone back and waited for a scan and lifted the CC and maybe just like try to buy time. Yeah,
it would have been a weird situation where like he could have hunted down the Colossus, maybe just immediately gone across the map, you know, tried to bring his buildings over, get enough energy for a scan.
I would try and get a Raven out as fast as possible, float everything in every direction, and just coast on my army with the Raven. Go for the base trade.
Yeah.
But that was a interesting one to say the least.
For sure.
At least now we're in a game 3. We get an ace match. Normally the round 1s are like a complete destruction of one player to the other, but this one's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen some brightness out of both players here. You know, the DTs coming out from Force, and Darking, you know, has also been able to hit some nice timings, but it's all going to come down to this last game.
And before this last game, shout out to White Idra for subscribing again with a tier 1 sub. You're a merit and a scholar. Always good to have you here in the chat, mate. But besides that, we are in the ace match, the final match, playing for Team Licky Petey in the bottom right-hand corner on Romanticide. Elliot is the light blue Terran player. He is representing Mexico. He is Darking.
I wonder who drew that logo.
Someone's child.
Someone with talent.
Someone at Liquipedia was like, hey, I can get my kid to draw that.
Oh god, that's spawning in the top left-hand corner of Romanticide LE. We have the Peruvian Protoss player representing Team Go Peru. It is Force.
All right, so what is it gonna be? I feel like, you know, we've been talking a lot about Darking. Is Force though? Is he gonna react, change the way he plays up?
Oh, that's the big
I feel like
question.
that last game, he has to know that he got lucky with the scans. Like, you see 6 scans go down as you're warping in DTs, you kind of know that wins you the game. Without it, it's questionable. Like, okay, which way is this gonna go? Once you see all those scans go down, you're like, oh, that's game. Sorry, bro.
The question is, did he see all those scans go down?
I feel like he did. He had the warp prism right there.
He did have the warp prism. He did. So that could come into play. I mean, maybe because of that, he may go DTs again.
Yeah.
We are on Romanticide, which is, you know, a much larger map. Maybe he feels confident in his macro. It's hard to say, though, because it does feel like Darking has a bit of an advantage there.
In the macro games.
Yeah, just for me, like, just based on like the head-on engagement that they had, like when it comes to the upgrades and the army composition.
Yeah, I can't believe, I don't know the math on that, how he took out all those zealots. I would have never imagined that army taking out all those zealots. It must have been the zealots. I guess we did kind of see it. The zealots were separated from the Colossus when they first engaged. And the good thing that Darkin's doing is going heavy on the Marauders every game.
Definitely. What Darking is doing is he's showing everyone right now, hey, you don't need splash damage to deal with Protoss, you know? You just need solid EMPs and a bunch of Marauders.
The funny thing is, I don't know if he even got EMPs off on those zealots initially.
That's true, yeah.
I don't think he even used the EMPs at all. Just used straight brute force.
Exactly, yeah.
Ironically, he used force against force.
God damn it. And yeah, maybe force, he needs to apply a little bit more force, right? Like, he's been pretty defensive, but like, what would Darking look like if he was on the back foot, if there was a bunch of aggression, like some Blink Stalker aggression going into the main and things like that? Maybe that's where Darking falters a little bit.
Yeah, I wish there was a player named Pressure.
Oh yeah.
And then it'd be pressure versus force. We need to apply pressure, and force, we need to apply some more force.
Oh god.
Pressure the force the pressure. The memes would be endless.
They'd make a
good need more meme names, yeah.
They'd make a good 2v2 team.
That would be a good 2v2 team. Force pressure. That's a cool name for a team in general. But yeah, we're getting the Widowmine opener. Oh, actually, he went for the Cyclone first. Those Widowmines are only coming out one at a time, so... Actually, there's a factory on there for some... Not a factory, I'm sorry. The Tech Lab was on there. Okay, now he's switching it over. He only got out one Widowmine, looking like it's going to be a defensive Widowmine straight into Stim and Marine production.
Interesting. I mean...
So no early harass, just defense.
Yeah, because of the reactor on the factory, we may see Widowmine drops, but like delayed. But oh my god, eight gateways like being thrown down.
So he is changing the way he plays. I think this is going to be a timing push for Darking. Now he's getting +1 as well with the Stim. They look like they're going to finish up around the same time, and Medivacs should be coming out soon, at least 1 or 2. Oh, he's going to put it on. Okay, that's smart.
Interesting.
Putting it on the reactor, and he's going to be able to get double Medivac production. He might be able to get 1 round of Medivacs out just as Force shows up here and starts to, well, reinforce his army and force his way into this base if he can.
Yeah, this is gonna hit. This is gonna hit hard. This is a 10-gate 2-base all in. I don't think he even has. Like he doesn't even have enough money to produce 10 units at a time. And I was about to say he's supply blocked. He's making 5 pylons at a time right now. Like, he desperately needs those pylons to utilize all 10 of those gates.
Yeah, I don't think he has the money to. Okay, well, last game we saw how many zealots he has, and he had $1,000 in the bank. There we go, 10 zealots being made. He really likes his speed lots, but the Cyclone needs to stay alive. He needs to bring it in, because when the Warp Prism comes in range, he can take it out with 1 scan, and that'll end the whole push. But the zealots are already in the main. The Warp Prism are already warped in and is doing all the damage it needs to be done, and he's gonna go in for another warping of 8 more zealots. And the Cyclone could have ended all this here, but unfortunately it was not enough.
Yeah, there are just too many zealots. They're just getting on top of all the Buyer. The Buyer just isn't enough. To be fair, only 3 SCVs have died so far. Like, Darking has done an incredible job at keeping them alive. But again, like, things can snowball really quickly with the amount of zealots that are being warped in.
Yeah, another Zealot warping, and it's all over. And there it is, 5 more coming in, and the production from from Darking is just not enough to fight this. His army's already not good enough with the composition he has, and he's just making more of what doesn't work. He's getting the Marauders out little by little, but they're dying as they trickle out, and all the production is going down now.
Yeah, exactly. The Zealots are on top of the production. The Widowmine gets taken out before it gets borrowed. And now, like, oh god, this is just devastating. Sure, the economy's okay for Darking, but there's just not enough army.
Actually, none of the SCVs are mining in the natural, or in the main. GG is called, and just like that, we see Darking allowing his opponent Force to continue on in the tournament.
GG Darking, what a nice guy, allowing Force to continue his his run here, because you know what, he's Padrino, he's a giving person, he's allowing such things to happen.
Yeah, he allowed that guy to win, but that was still a good play by Force, I will say. That was very fancy. Darking did a real good job of pretending like he couldn't hold it so you could continue on, but nonetheless, that was pretty interesting to see. I haven't really seen that play, a 10-gate Zealot, and he never actually warped in 10 things at once. It was always only like 8 max, I think, or 9. But still, it was very hilarious to watch. And now, we continue on in the bracket. I don't know where we're at now. I don't know who's played between this time and then, but it feels like we just went in a wormhole into a different realm of StarCraft there. I don't know what we were watching.
Definitely. I was not expecting that series to be as long as it was.
Yeah. It doesn't be a quick, like, pew pew, 2-minute games, 3-minute games, it's over into the next one, but they actually played it out to the round of 3, which was pretty sick.
Yeah, definitely. Congratulations to Force. Like, again, it's not... He's one of the few who's been able to take out someone like Darking in a tournament. That's something that he can, if he wants, he can put on his Wikipedia page.
Yeah, he's the... Force is a force to be reckoned with now. He's defeated the infamous Darking, and now he's left wild to run wild in the bracket. If he's defeated Darking, who else can he defeat?
Oh, anyone, mate.
Anyone's on the chopping block.
He's looking good to qualify tonight. I'm not gonna lie. Like, damn.
The only thing scarier than facing Darking is the bracket is facing someone who beat Darking in the bracket. And who else do we have? All right, looking at the Wikipedia page, we do have Destroyer TT, Master, Pacomike, XionS, Erik, and eGGz. My prediction... Okay, so we don't have the Zerglord. Zerglord's MIA. That's interesting. Who else is not here today that should be here? I don't know.
Ryu. I guess Ryu's not here.
Ryu's not here. But so I'm thinking eGGz, Erik, Pacomike, and Destroyer. So I guess the wild card is the 4th place. Is it going to be XionS, Master, or Destroyer TT?
Yeah, that's the big question, and that's also why, like, I was hoping we could come out in time to get into Destroyer TT versus XionS. They're playing each other right now in round 2.
Big question.
yeah. Because they are both pretty similarly matched. Unfortunately, they've already started. And yeah, so whoever comes out of that is looking primed to get into at least a qualifying match.
Yeah. Well, that's good for them, but for now, we're going to get into another game. And this game is going to be Pacomike versus Ramen. Ramen? Is it Ramen or Ramen?
I think that's Ramen.
I just think of the food ramen, but it could be Ramen. I don't know. It's ramen. Definitely ramen. Making sure I'm not just hungry.
Oh, God. All right. I'm just gonna quickly ask, like whether this is like mid-series or a fresh series, and we can get into
some
this.
players that aren't here today. There's, as I said, the Zerglord isn't here. Yan G or Yan XXI, the AI from Brazil, is not here. Ardix isn't here. I remember casting Ardix last time. Ardix was pretty good. Went down to Erik 2-0 in the first qualifier. Sinner is also not here. Where's Sinner been? I actually feel like we haven't seen Sinner in a while.
Oh, that was another thing that happened. So during your absence, unfortunately, during your hiatus, Sinner signed up for Sentimental Latino, and we were and
oh my god,
yeah, we were all excited, like, oh my god, you're here. And even Darking was like, wow, we haven't seen you play since DreamHack. Essentially, he's like, yeah, I've been taking a break. I haven't been practicing that much, so I don't know how I'm gonna do. Mate, he won the entire thing. he went all the way. Yeah, he went all the way through to the finals, and he won Sentimental Latino. We were like, what? Like, I mean, sorry, it was Copa Hyperion.
Oh, Copa Hyperion. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. What a guy. Like that's always when you got to be scared of them. They're like, yeah, I haven't been playing much, and they're in a tournament. You're like, okay, they're probably gonna win this. That's crazy. I can't believe I missed it. Of course I did.
It was really exciting, and he put himself like kind of in the Hall of Fame of Copa Hyperion as the first Terran to win it, because as you can imagine, the Latin American scene is dominated by Zergs.
Yeah. I can't believe that last game. I feel like Darking really had a chance to win there.
He definitely did. He didn't scout. He didn't know that a big all-in was coming. Like,
Yeah, but into the new matchup that we got here. Same matchup, different players, same races, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Possibly different outcomes, I would say, due to this player down here in the bottom right. He is one of the best players in all of Mexico. He's a Protoss playing for Alpha X. He's currently blue. He's Pacomike.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Lightshade LE, we have the Peruvian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team New Angels, rocking that new logo. It's actually pretty sick. We have Ramen.
That logo's very sick.
Oh yeah, especially compared to, I don't know if you remember the old one. The old one was...
I remember it was very 2D.
Yeah.
This one's like HD, 3D, 4K gladiators helmet with wings. It makes more sense now. It's like, why gladiators if they're angels? But now it has wings on the helmet, so now it's like a angel warrior gladiator thing that looks intense. The red eyes also cool. Red outline makes a pop on the shield. Very, very well thought out there. Shout out to whoever did the graphics designing on that.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know, a bit of a funada because it was the old one for a very long time, and the old one was not very good. But this one is like legit. It's like a proper team logo. Like, damn, all right. So New Angels are investing.
We probably like made fun of it. They heard us making fun of their logo and they changed it.
It's exactly what happened. But you know, we are.
Speaking of these players, important real quick. Do you like ramen? Like, have you ever ate ramen?
Who doesn't like ramen?
Okay. I was worried for a second.
Let's hold on. Let's be real here. What kind of madman out there doesn't like ramen?
I don't know what you eat out there, man. You talk about Tim Tams and biscuits without gravy. I don't know what's going on out there.
Look. I don't know what's going on in America. I don't even know if you have proper ramen in America, because Australia, we're right next to Southeast Asia. All right, we're very Asian influenced, and we've got proper ramen. Just saying.
Ooh, I've tried some pretty good ramen. I don't know how proper it is, but there's a large Asian culture in my area of Dallas, so it's pretty interesting.
Okay. What do you? Okay.
How do you? All right. Let's get into it. This is how we really know. Let's get into it. What kind of ramen do you like? What do you eat in your ramen?
All right. So obviously, when you make ramen, you've got to put an egg in it. Okay. If you're not putting an egg in it, like, what are you doing? You're just wasting good ramen at that point.
That's fair. Always gotta have an egg.
Okay. Obviously, it's gotta be spicy. Okay, it's gonna be spicy ramen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Always throwing the spice in there.
So something that we do with ramen is you add cheese to ramen.
Oh yeah, we don't do that here.
Ooh, okay. So we
What
add,
kind of cheese?
what kind of cheese? So if you add processed cheese to it, like it's. Have you ever had like laksa before?
No.
What do you know what that is?
No, what is that?
Okay.
Sounds dangerous.
It's like an Asian more like I guess it's a soup, but it's not like ramen. It's like different. It's like a milk soup in a way, but it's also very spicy. So it kind of gets that consistency a little bit. It makes it less watery and more dense, I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit thicker.
Yes.
Very interesting. Well, now I'm thoroughly hungry for some ramen. And unfortunately, ramen's not in the menu, but DTs are. They're on the menu, and they're going to get served up hot here in just a moment's time here.
Yeah.
Pacomike went for the disrespectful DTs because he doesn't think ramen's a formidable opponent. So he's like, I'll get you just with my DTs. That's all I need.
Yeah.
He also went in for some really weird, like, 4 adept harass while we were having our ramen discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And he almost killed the base.
He did. We didn't get to touch too much on it, but like this is a kind of a rematch in more ways than one. We have like, you know, Pacomike versus Ramen. We have Peru versus Mexico once again, except as you said, Pacomike, he's one of the favorites to qualify tonight. Ramen, he is like of a higher tier. He isn't diamond or anything. He is masters, but we'll see how he does here because oh my god, the DC's already in.
Big oof, but good scan. But how many scans does he have? He lifts everything up. He has no more scans.
Oh my god, he doesn't have.
He has 1 now.
Okay. He has 1 scan available to him, but you know what? Oh, that's it.
Oh, he just pumped G. Just a single G. Wow. What a play. Pacomike, of all people, would know exactly how to do the DT rush.
Jesus Christ. You know what, Pacomike, he was probably watching Darking versus Force, and he saw he saw the power of the DTs. Oh my god, this took out Darking.
Yeah.
I gotta use this.
He was watching in case he had to meet Darking, because he was very scared to play Darking, but he's like, oh, DTs work against Darking, they gotta work against every Terran. And, well, they do.
Yeah.
DTs are powerful. That's why I don't know what the meta's at right now, but when I play Terran, I like to off-race. I'm always a Zerg, but when I play Terran, I like to get the Raven out every single game. I couldn't imagine not having at least 1 Raven.
Yeah, like there's a reason why Raven openers are very popular in TVP. Not just for DTs, but again, like those Dorito cannons, those anti-armor missiles do so well against, like, you know, these Protoss-based army compositions. Not even that, but like even using the interference matrix on Colossus, like it's just good.
Well, in my mind, it's like a Swiss Army blade. It just has a little bit of everything on it. Whenever you need it, it's there. You need a, you know, like you said, you can interference matrix, completely take out Colossus or a War Prism. You can throw down some auto turrets to harass and mineral lines if you need to. You can throw down some auto turrets to attack, add some DPS to your army. And it flies and drops these turrets out of the air. This is just like, it's just so versatile. Why would you not have one in your camping pack or whatever you would call it?
Exactly. And you know what? I have to ask you a question because you didn't answer. What do you put in your ramen?
Well, to be honest, I don't actually know. I go to this specific ramen spot in my town. I guess Dallas is a huge area with a bunch of little cities. I go to this little city called Grand Prairie, Arlington. They're all mixed. And I just go to this one specific ramen spot, and I always get the same thing. But I do like to put some sriracha in there. If I don't like sriracha, but if they don't have like some chili flakes, I don't know what it's called, but they put like some hot oil, some chili flakes, and some oil. That's all I really need on ramen, and then some lime maybe if I'm feeling crazy. And that's pretty much it for me. And egg, of course. There's an egg in it. A little bit of different variety of weird vegetables and things, I guess. But no cheese.
The cheese, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, cheese is interesting.
I mean, typically they have like spring onion in the right.
Yeah, like spring onions in there. Yeah. Like little vegetables. There's nothing that really completely changes the flavor too much.
Okay.
Cheese. Maybe they do that, and I'm just sleep on the cheese.
I recommend it if you ever have ramen. I recommend it for sure.
Well, the ramen I'm most familiar with is the instant ramen that costs like 50 cents a pack. And that ramen I've had plenty of. Have you ever had that ramen?
Yeah, except it's a lot more expensive here. It's like a couple of it's like a couple of dollars a pack. It's like I think it's $2 here per pack. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, we get the cheap stuff. The Maruchan's is the best brand. It's like you just throw it in the microwave or in a little pot for 5 minutes, and you're good to go. But also with the ramen, I'm pretty sure it's everywhere, but it's always like a medium boiled egg. It's not like a scrambled egg fried and then like put on top. It's always like cooked, but still kind of liquidy somehow.
Have you ever had soup with a fried scrambled egg on top of it?
No, but it kind of sounds good.
That sounds crazy. What are you doing? Who's frying an egg separately, like scrambled egg, and putting it on soup?
And then putting it on soup.
What?
Well, actually, they do that. That's egg drop soup, I believe.
What?
Which is also kind of good. Yeah. It's not on the soup, though. It's like mixed in.
I
don't know how they make it, though. I just remember I used to order it, but I'm not actually sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it just has like egg in it, though. Mixed in with the soup. It's pretty good. Did you look it up?
Yeah. I've seen this before. But this is different because they cook the egg in. Yeah.
It's different. It's not like they fried a whole egg with the yolk all intact and laid it on. It's like a floating boat of egg. Well, now we are gonna meet up in Korea and try all different types of food and have a whole mukbang for the CranKy Ducklings.
Oh yeah.
We're just gonna have a entire stream where we try different foods from different places. The Korea meetup. That's the only place I could think logically that we would all meet up. Unless we all go to Europe. We need live events back so we can have a reason to go be nerds at StarCraft events.
Oh, for sure. It would be like either like you would go to Korea for like a GSL or like, Poland for an Katowice, right?
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. One of those big events.
Would have been America for BlizzCon, but
man, that would have been so easy for me. It's like a $200 plane ticket and I'm there, and I have family I could stay with in California. That would have been great. I can't believe they stopped BlizzCon. I think they just need to like ESL needs to remake BlizzCon, same everything, just for us. Just for us to be happy. Like, we're really not gonna have like a world championship anymore. Like, I guess, I mean, they're claiming it's the Katowice or whatever it is. I don't even know anymore. But there was something special about the BlizzCon World Championship Finals, in StarCraft. So hopefully we get back to something like that soon.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, IEM has a big job to do when it comes to like rebranding or just branding themselves as the new like world championship, because it's kind of weird because we're not gaining an event, we're just repurposing an event that we already had. Like before this we already had IEM Katowice and we already had BlizzCon, but now they're just trying to rebrand and elevate IEM Katowice a little bit. And yeah, we'll see how they do. We'll see how it is, especially if it's going to be online next year. Like,
yeah.
I
hope it's not online next year. Hopefully things will, I don't know. Hopefully things clear up in another, what do you think? Like 4 or 5 months?
I don't
know if things ever go back. There's just no telling.
Yeah.
It's a really big waiting game right now. And then once things do go back to normal, then the planning process starts, so people can start to plan the events that will still take months to actually take place. So we might not see a live event until 2022. Who knows? Late 2021. But it has its ups and downs. Now we get to see all of these from the comfort of our home. I guess we always did, but now these events are able to be streamed more frequently. I don't know. There's some silver lining in there somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, I would imagine it wouldn't be until maybe late 2021, if that's. But when it does come back, like it's gonna be hype. It's gonna be exciting.
Yeah. Ooh, Kuro said that Special said that tacos are good in Korea. Sounds interesting. I wouldn't mind trying some Korean tacos.
I question Juanito, by the way, on that one. I question
Oh
that.
yeah, I question a lot of things he does. Normally when he's on stream, he's like
Uh-huh.
drunk or something. So
Mate,
or
he
out
puts
partying.
tomato sauce on pizzas.
Yeah, he's out of there. He's not in the running for opinions on food. But someone in the running for this event here tonight, this tournament, trying to win, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, a player I'm not super familiar with, but I'm about to get familiar with. It's the red Terran player, ArriSTv. ArriSTv.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Oxide LE, we have the Peruvian Protoss player representing Team Unidos por el Vicio. It is Everness.
Going to Poland would be cool.
Oh yeah, we're pretty sick.
Have you been before, Light?
Yeah. I went a couple of years ago to Poland. Unfortunately, it wasn't for IEM Katowice. I did miss out on that. But I mean, oh my god, I can't even remember anymore. Going to Poland was a massive culture shock when it came to food.
Yeah, I bet.
Mate, they don't have bread.
They don't have bread.
Well, they have. Hold on, they don't have milk. I feel like we've had this discussion before.
Wait, which one don't they have, bread or milk?
They don't have either. Okay.
What?
So they do have bread. It's like they sourdough though. Like that's kind of like more common there. If you know.
Next, you're gonna tell me they don't have cheese.
So they do have cheese.
Okay.
But
Sourdough isn't too bad.
Yeah. That's like their what they typically have. But when it comes to like sliced bread, like we essentially went to like the international section of like their supermarket, and then they have like America branded bread with like an eagle on it, you know, like. Oh my god!
A rock flag and eagle on it. That's hilarious.
But
big
the
old American flag and a bald eagle.
Yeah. The biggest crazy thing for me was that they didn't have like full cream milk, or I think that's what it's called. They didn't have full cream milk. Everything there is like skim milk, or I think in America it's like percentage milk, right? Where everything is like that instead, which was confusing to me.
That is weird.
Yeah.
I'm willing to try things, but sounds expensive to find something you like. I'm gonna try a lot of different things.
Kura can attest. Like a lot of their foods have like a lot of cabbage and a lot of
rocket on them.
A lot of rocket. There's a lot of like sourness to it as well, because it's a lot of like fermented cabbage and a bunch of things.
Like kimchi or something.
Yeah, kind of. Because the kimchi's spicy though. That's the difference, right?
I don't think I've actually ever had kimchi.
Okay.
I've just seen it and been like, no thanks.
Kimchi's good with meat. That's the other thing. Beef isn't really a thing there either, which I think goes into why there's so little like milk, like because there's no.
Yeah.
There's like it's mainly like poultry for them.
What is the terrain of Poland? Do they not have like flat land to raise cattle or something?
I guess not. It's more of like a mountainous area.
You could raise goats on a mountain at least.
So you could. Yeah,
I wonder. Need to look up the history of Poland. The only thing I know about Poland is what I learned in school, which was just about war.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of that in Poland. Thankfully
There's
for the
a great
most part.
movie on Poland during the war. It's called The Pianist. Actually, my favorite movie, but one of the reasons I want to visit Poland. Seems cool. Has anyone in the chat seen that movie? It's very sad. Didn't think so.
I've heard of it. I don't think I've watched it. I've heard of it.
It's a good one. But speaking of watching and good ones, the Widowmine drop didn't do too much damage here, but we did get him. Actually, it did. It got 9 workers.
Oh my.
In total. Little by oh no, the Liberator came in and got the extra workers, but the first Widow Mines didn't do too much damage, but I guess pay the pass for this to come do some damage.
Yeah,
very passive.
For the most part. I mean, it looks like these units for the most part have managed to survive. Like we do have the Liberator going here into the corner, and oh, can you get a Stalker?
Oh, that's risky. Is he gonna even get that?
Oh my! Oh god! Oh god!
God, he's donating everything to this. That was a pretty full century he just gave up there. And now the Hellion follow-up. I don't know if that's the right idea, going all the way into the natural. I don't think he's gonna get too much for this.
I mean, he's
He
getting
would have been better off in the natural.
Yeah,
instead of going for the main.
There's barely anything in the, the natural is the
I
thing.
mean, 3 is better than none. He got none in the main, or maybe just 1.
It looked like he got a decent amount because all up, we've already got 22 workers lost for Everness. To be fair, like because he's been on top of his worker production, like he's only down by 2, so it's fine. And yeah, now he's going for the counterattack.
Yeah, and the bunker should finish up here soon. There's a lot. Oh, the Widow Mines. Oh, that was rough. I like this so far. Not losing a Cyclone. Microing pretty decently here. Yeah, I don't hate this for the Terran player.
Yeah, like with 2 Widow Mines with, I was about to say like a defensive lib, but no, he's just sending the lib across the map. With the bunker, he should be okay. It doesn't feel like there's enough here, especially because like there's no War Prison to help reinforce. And yeah, Everness is just kind of chilling outside of the natural. Meanwhile, we do have the Liberator heading across the map.
Oh, Kuro spitting some facts. 20 years ago, there was a huge pandemic amongst cattle. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe I'll take some very fancy Texas steaks over to Poland and flip them for twice the price. I want to become an international steak smuggler.
That was the big thing when I went there. That just steak just wasn't. It just wasn't really a thing. It was mainly like chicken or like pork as well. They're big on that.
Was there any dishes you tried that you liked, or was it all just a bunch of weirdness?
There were a lot of like meat dishes that were nice. I think
that were nice.
Yeah. The thing is that like, as you can imagine, like I'm very like I enjoy a lot of Asian cuisine, and like there's just absolutely none of that there, or almost none of that
at all.
There.
Wow.
Yeah. We actually,
see, that's what I like about America. They just copy everyone else, so we got everything here.
Yeah, we actually traveled like, it was like 4 hours to go to the only Korean barbecue place in the entire country.
You went to Poland and then drove hours to get Korean barbecue.
Yeah, and yo, it was good. It was legit good. It was like run by like a small Korean family, essentially. It was like their own home.
It better be good, an hour away.
Yeah.
In the middle of nowhere in Poland. Wow, I can't believe this army's actually stacking pretty good against ArriSTv.
Oh my god, he's gonna get the Nexus though. Is he? Oh god, the Overcharge is trying to keep it alive.
Playing Ring Around the Rosie here. Ring Around Rosie of Death. Yeah, that shield battery overcharge is a big rip in the F's in the chat. He gives up on those units. He doesn't even finish microing them. He's gonna go in for another little drop here, but he should be able to pull away if he's paying attention.
Oh god,
there's nothing else going on. Why was he not paying attention?
Oh god,
he was doing great before that. Now he's down in workers.
Yeah, now he's down in workers. To be fair, he was able to keep his Nexus alive, and he was expanding behind this, so if he does get his 4 Nexuses up and running, then with 4 pro production, he should be able to catch back up. In saying that, oh my god, these two Cyclones, they could potentially snipe the Nexus. Yo, they're gonna get it.
Oh, they're back. They're back.
Are they gonna get it?
I don't know. This is very slow. No way. Wow, those things actually. Oh, like why did they kill it so fast? There's an immortal in there. And tucked underneath the belly. It's like a mother and their child.
It is. It's perfectly like the legs are perfectly like separated for the immortal as well.
Yeah, this is like some weird robot bugs. Like a spider holding on to its little children. And then the cousins come join stalkers right under there. That is weird. They just walk right through the legs. They defy gravity.
It's amazing. Physics. Yeah, it's heartwarming to see them like this. They're still together, by the way. Oh god. Meanwhile, this entire time I hadn't noticed, but Aris is going like mech? Question mark? That's a lot of widow mines.
Yeah, and they instantly just get wrecked. Pretty useless widow mines there with the Colossus here. I would like to see a different type of mech. He has the capacity to make 4 of those. What did I call them earlier? Driving turret thingies. He should be making 4 at a time. Oh my god, he's giving them away for free. He could be making 4 at a time, but he doesn't have the production. He doesn't have the income to be making all these units out of the factories. He's just kind of throwing away stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that, again, because there's detection here, these widow mines are so useless. Like, they just get outranged by the Colossus. They're just going down. They're being traded away for free. Meanwhile, we do have, I was gonna say a bit of a there's a single cyclone.
No, I got it. I'll take this entire thing out by myself. Wow, yeah, this is going downhill now for the Terran, little by little.
Yeah, like, it's not like this army is too large. It's just that Aris is he's still making more widow mines. Like, he's still making nothing but widow mines and cyclones. It's like, mate, just go like Hellion Cyclone even would fare a little bit better here.
Wait, Kuro's saying that the Korean barbecue restaurant was like the rooms were made into restaurant tables and stuff, like a dining room.
Yeah. It was like a 2-story building, and like the rooms.
So wait, isn't Korean barbecue like where they cook it in front of you, or you cook it yourself?
Yes.
And they did that inside a house? That doesn't sound safe.
You know, it probably wasn't the most safest because there wasn't like proper ventilation there, but you know what, it's fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say the ventilation doesn't sound set up, but that makes for the best food.
Exactly.
A little danger makes it taste better.
Oh my god.
I think Everness is just gonna keep harassing until he bleeds his opponent dry. I don't think he even knows about this base right here, right in front of his face. If he just goes to the top of the ramp, he'll see it.
He doesn't see it. I was wondering the entire time, like, when is he gonna like try and siege upon that base or something?
Pivot.
Oh god. All right, are you more of a Friends guy or a Seinfeld guy?
Oh, that's a tough one. I would say I watched all of Seinfeld as a child growing up because my dad watched it, so I've seen every single episode. But then I watched Friends on my own time every single episode. But if I had to pick, now that I'm an adult, I like the boring humor of Seinfeld.
Oh my god.
Geez.
Addis, man, he's just so upset with those Colossus, not knowing that his army composition was so strange. GG gets called. And mate, I would have to disagree on that one. To be fair,
oh, you're more of a Friends guy?
To be fair, Friends was huge here in Australia.
Yeah.
Seinfeld not so much.
Yeah, I feel that. I liked Friends more up until I got older, and now I'm kind of like, that bubbly stuff is annoying. I want Kramer to bust in with something crazy.
I think the reason why is like Friends. I think you may know this. It was also really big in England, like in Britain and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, and because it was there, like it had a bigger influence here in Australia. I don't think we got like full syndication of Seinfeld until like years later.
Yeah.
And
Seinfeld's a classic. It was a little bit before Friends, I think so.
Yeah, it was.
But Seinfeld is definitely the classic. But I think everybody in our age group grew up with, knows, and loves Friends, or absolutely hates it. But how can you hate on Friends? It's just a good old time. Which they had it on Netflix here in US, and I watched it pretty much like all the time, just because there's not much good shows out. So I do enjoy Friends thoroughly, but I like the quirkiness of Seinfeld, and Kramer's really my favorite character, if you've seen much of Seinfeld at all. He's my spirit animal.
Oh god.
He just always slides in the room with something crazy to say.
Because like Seinfeld was so like segmented or fragmented here. One of the only episodes of Seinfeld I watched, like maybe like the second episode I watched, was the finale.
Oh my
and I
god.
didn't realize. I'm like watching, and it's the one where they just
They go
like
to jail?
they watch a robbery or something,
Yeah.
and they didn't do anything about it. Then they
Yeah.
go to jail, and
Yeah.
then the way it ends, I'm like, this is a weird show. Like, really good.
This is a weird show. That kind of seems like the end. This is only episode 2, and it looks like it's over. Yeah, it was definitely over. They went to jail, and that's how it ended, which is hilarious. What a great way to end it. And I actually saw an interview with Seinfeld where he said, Jerry Seinfeld said that he just came and he's like, yeah, the show's kind of like getting old. We need to call it quits. We can't let the show die out on its own. We got to cancel the show. So they decided to finish off the show instead of continuing on.
Yeah, I was like getting when that episode ended, I was like getting ready for like the time skip or something, because like at the end they went to jail, but it was like it wasn't jail, it was like they had to do like community service or something for like however many
they
months.
were in like a holding cell or something at first, like a little tiny cell.
Yeah. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess we'll catch up when they get out. I guess it never happened.
Yeah. No, there's no follow up to them going to jail. That was it. Which is a crazy way to end a whole series after so many seasons.
Yeah. Spoilers, by the way.
Spoilers, in case you were really dying to see Seinfeld all the way through, even though it's 30 years old. Hopefully we didn't spoil it for anyone out there that was really anxious to see the ending of Seinfeld.
Yeah.
I don't think it's even legal to call. You don't got to call spoiler when the show's more than 10 years old.
Yeah, it's like,
I don't know. Maybe you do.
I mean,
I wouldn't.
Seinfeld is like 20 years old, right? It's like it ended in the in the 90s.
20. Yeah. Pretty sure Friends ended early 2000s.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Friends was great though. Yeah, I did like Friends a lot. But Seinfeld now is better to me, in my opinion. It's more fun to watch because it's a lot more dry humor. And I like stand-up comedy, so it's cool to see the stand-up comedy portion. But speaking of stand-up comedy, here we are on Romanticide LE, the funny man himself in the top left-hand corner. He has all types of meanie builds, and this matchup, PvP is a meme. He is from Mexico. He's playing for Alpha X. He is known. He is hated. He is loved. His name is Pacomike.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Romanticide LE, we have the Peruvian Protoss player. Representing Team Unidos por el Vicio, it is Arrow.
And funny enough about Korean barbecue, you say you traveled like an hour and got some pretty good Korean barbecue in a house. I remember I was in California with a bunch of friends, and I didn't know where to get Korean barbecue. I never had it before, so we go to a Korean barbecue restaurant that's about an hour away. And I guess I should have known. We pulled up, and they valet our car instantly without even asking. I thought that was weird, but we went in, and we sat down. We ordered our drinks. And it turns out it was like the most expensive Korean barbecue I've ever had in my life. A salad was $45.
Oh my god!
And yeah, we ordered our waters, and then I left like a $5 tip and just got up and walked out. I was like, I'm not even gonna front. I'm not gonna try and pretend like I'm gonna get an appetizer and leave. I'm just gonna cut my losses and take that walk to shame. And I was like, hey, can you valet my car? Thanks. By the time he came back, I'm like, I'm gonna need those keys, pal.
Wait, what? Did you did everyone else stay? Are you like
No, everyone left.
Okay.
Everyone I led the pack, but everyone followed. They were like, what do we do? I was like, screw you guys, I'm out of here. And they're like, all right, we'll leave. They're questioning it, but I didn't question it. I just got up.
So, wait, did you only got the water, right? Like did you get the salad or?
No. I never got the salad. Okay. I just ordered the water. I was like, we're new here. We're going to get a water and look at the menu. And then after I looked at the menu, I was like, let's get the hell out of here. Start the car immediately. Need to go.
It's like, what have we done? You get into that moment where like you look around and everyone's in like fancy suits and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And you're like you're in your hoodie, like you and your table, like in your hoodie and like jeans and stuff, and like we do not belong here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was like, I'm literally here in some jeans and just some regular graphic t-shirt trying to get lunch. It was awful. And then I was like, okay, we'll go to a different place. So we go to another place. to get Korean barbecue, and it's a decent place, not super expensive. But I guess the way they do it is you can either order like regular meat or expensive meat. And half of my table wanted to order expensive meat, the other didn't, and they wouldn't let us sit together. They said we couldn't sit at the same table and order, because it's like an all-you-can-eat thing, I guess. So they didn't let just some of us order the fancy stuff. So we ended up getting up and leaving from that place too.
Wait. The place that you went to was another Korean place?
Yeah, another Korean barbecue place in California. Well, I don't know if it's Korean because it's California. It could be like some gentrified Korean barbecue, but it looked legit. And yeah, I guess the expensive stuff came with like shrimp and I don't know what other kinds of steak or whatever. And they didn't want to let us sit at the same table and order different things, so we said bye to them too.
Did you end up eating at all that day? Is that?
No. I haven't ate since.
So that day, I just stand by it. I'm just so
stopped eating.
Just doesn't make any sense. Done.
I boycotted eating after that. But no, yeah, I ended up getting like some tacos, street tacos, but I've only had Korean barbecue once. Oh my god, the entire mineral line, really?
Jesus Christ.
Look at the income. That's no income.
That's
plummeting.
It's literally nothing because like there's only four pros mining and there's nothing in the natural either.
At that point, I think you just pull off the gas.
Oh yeah. Jesus Christ, right? Oh god.
He doesn't know there.
Okay.
Okay, there he goes.
Okay. He's good.
Wow,
He's good.
That's terrible.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, speaking about a bit about this, like this is a PvP. We did have a Stargate opener coming out from Pacomike. It looks like he's just gonna go straight into Blink Stalkers, ? I imagine, with +1. Yeah. So wait, you only had,
I guess we could talk about the game.
You've only had Korean barbecue once?
Yeah, only one time. And it was decent, but I feel like I haven't got the full effect of it, you know?
Okay.
He's going back for it again, no pull away. Ooh. Oh my god, just GG.
Oh, he even trapped the Stalkers so they couldn't go kill them. The Stalkers, they can't get to the
hilarious. Wow. Oh, that's bad.
Oh my god.
Wow, yeah. That's rough. What a meme.
Jesus, guys. Jesus.
Yeah. A good thing we weren't talking about the game, because there wasn't much to talk about other than those 2 stasis wards that ended the game.
Oh yeah, they essentially ended the game. I love the lore. Kura is like, and that's why Yoda's always hungry. That's why we're always talking about food.
That's why I'm always. Hey, you guys figured it out here. That is, it's full circle now. That's why I'm always hungry. Either that or I have a tapeworm. I don't know.
Oh god.
Wait, not a tapeworm. Do tapeworms eat your food? No.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of worms they do. Okay.
Yeah.
I get my worms confused sometimes, guys. Sorry. Tapeworms, earthworms. You know, it's all in the family.
How do you get your worms? Aren't they the only? What other worms do you know?
There's earthworms. There's tapeworms. There's I forgot what they're called. There's some big juicy worms they use for fishing.
Okay.
There's mealworms. There's wax worms for feeding lizards. There's a lot of different worms out there.
Okay.
Larvae from bugs are technically considered worms.
Oh, I don't know about that one. Are we gonna get into more egg cocoon talk? Is that what's gonna happen here?
Egg, larva, cocoon. You know, these are all very controversial conversations and topics. What came first, the larva or the egg?
So so what's confusing to me is, so when you go to Korean place like here, it's typically the same thing where like you have, when you go to an all-you-can-eat place, it's like, all right, you can have your standard set, your standard like meat available to you, or you can get like, hold on, BRB.
Oh jeez, someone burnt the tortillas.
God
man.
God damn.
You okay there, Light?
I'm perfectly fine.
You're not gonna have to abandon ship here?
I hope not, but man, I'm gonna have to get you to talk about food.
Get the camera?
Yeah. No, wait, what?
Okay, alright, here we are. We're in a game. I guess I will continue the food conversation solo, bonding in the top right-hand corner. If we're gonna talk about food, Protoss, their base, it looks kind of like a honey bun if you ask me. But spawning in the top right-hand corner on Pillars of Gold, LE. LE standing for the language edition, because there's so many languages that are spoken in this tournament. It is the Mexican player for Alvarez. It is Pacomike. The man, the myth, and the legend, all in one. And oh, you back? We got light back.
I'm good. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Pillars of Gold LE, we have the Peruvian Protoss player representing Unidos por el Vicio. It is Arrow.
What a nice name. Simple, not hard to mess up. Arrow.
All right, so Korean barbecue. So
Okay, yeah.
like typically it's like for the table you order like premium meats. I think that's what it is. It's like basically like higher tier like beef and stuff like that. It's weird that they they did it per person instead of per table. I don't know.
Yeah, it was pretty weird. Like it was like per person you pick what tier you want. They had like 1 tier, 2 tier, and 3 tier. And like some people wanted different tiers, and we're like, no, you can't do that. And we're like, well, what if we sit at a completely different table? And they're like, no, you can't do that. We're like, really? We can't sit at 2 different tables and order 2 different types of meat because you think I'm gonna throw a shrimp across the table? Like, man, screw you guys. I'm out of here.
Wait, is that a thing? Like, if you're at a table next to another table, if you share food, is that not allowed?
Yeah, right. I mean, I'd like to see him try and stop me. So what happened? Did the CIA come and shut you down?
Exactly.
Did the government come and get you for your talks of this underground Korean barbecue spot in Poland?
It was the Seinfeld talk, actually. That's what.
It was a sign.
That's
it was a Seinfeld. That's what got you. Like, he released our final episode. He spoiled it. Send in the troops.
Oh my god, exactly. I was affecting like the sales on Netflix, you know, like people.
Yeah.
They're not gonna watch it.
Sales plummeted as soon as you said that. I'm wondering why that thing's queued up all the way back.
Yeah, it was a bit odd.
Okay, there goes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I feel like Pacomike, he realized how much damage his Oracle did in game 1. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna just double down and proxy it.
What's up with that pylon in his natural though? Can he still fit a base there?
I mean,
in the natural Pacomike.
I think so.
Yeah,
it's
I think he should be able to. Just barely. Actually, probably indefinitely, not even just barely. I think it's pretty far away.
I mean, are we even going to get to the point where Pacomike needs a natural?
Probably not. We're going to get to the point where that Oracle stasis works. He doesn't even have to, like, snipe down anything. It just stands here and scares everything away.
Oh, my God.
Okay, better response this time, but not a perfect response.
Oh god, especially because like there's nothing here at the natural either. Those 2 stalkers are the only thing to defend, and they get pulled to the natural by the adept, and that gives the opportunity for the Oracle to dive in.
Ooh, and it's at least he pulls away this time. Good pull away for the most part. Only 1. Nice.
Good, solid. Until these 2 adepts come in. Oh my god. I feel like Warp Gate is very delayed. I feel like it should have been chronoed out or prioritized above everything else, and because of that, like, there are very limited units to defend. And oh boy. And
it might cost him the game here. Like, Stalkers should not be losing against adepts. This much damage should not be done. Like, Pacomike's making a lot out of nothing.
Oh yeah.
Straight adepts here, but now the Void Ray from Arrows coming out. And that should be able to hold off all of these flying air units that seem to cause so much trouble. Is he going to be able to recall or get it out of there in time? At least one of them? Oh, they're just not even attack each other.
This is scary because now that there are 2 oracles, they can dive in and one-shot probes, and like a Void Ray takes a while to really ramp up when it comes to damage, like especially when there's only 1 of them.
Yeah, but as time goes on, he's going to get that second one out and in position. So this is Pacomike's only chance here. He's got a small window and no chrono boost coming out. The oracles are going to go in, but immediately turn back around. He didn't want to risk them. Now, normally I would say it's not a good idea to try and get some value while you can, but Seeing that it's Pacomike, he probably has more use out of them alive than dead. Lesser players, it'd be best just to cut your losses, get the kills you can, but these are good for scouting, harass, poking out, poking in, keeping your opponent on his toes, so not bad by Pacomike, keeping him alive, making the right call, not going for it. He's now getting a third gas. No fourth gas, though, so we will see. And also, I'm looking at arrows, his clan tag, and he plays for Unidos por el Vicio, and it looks like they updated their clan tag as well.
Oh, interesting.
If I do recall, or maybe I just didn't check it out very well last time.
I think maybe in game they updated it because it does look shinier.
Yeah.
Maybe in general. Yeah.
Yeah. In general, they just got shinier. That's the what is it, like United for the Vision or something?
Yeah, Unidos por el Vicio. I think it's is it like victorious? United to be victorious? Question mark? I don't know.
Something like that. That's the only word I don't know. Vicio. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that means either.
I know what the rest means though.
This is interesting.
And that's good enough for me.
Yeah, Arrow, he's going double Stargate Void Ray production. We have +1 air attack on the way as well. But Void Rays, I feel like they're not ideal against Stalkers, especially in low numbers, because they can just get one shot essentially.
Yeah, especially, is there any blink here?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that answers that. Is there any blink here? Meteor strikes, blink probes are pulled, blinks right under. Now I think if he pulled these Void Rays back, he would have been a lot better off, but he just completely let him. After the blink, that's kind of stops the distance that the Stalkers get, and he's still gonna get them all.
Oh yeah, at the same time the two Oracles dive in, get more probe damage done in the main base, and sure, all the Stalkers get cleaned up, but oh god, at the cost of 15 probes.
Yeah, I don't know who's winning here now.
But
I think it's Pacomike.
Pacomike is still looking at me. He's getting a third base behind this. He's still got that proxy gateway across the map to reinforce. He's got plenty of Stalkers. I mean, what's great is that Arrow was able to hold, and his upgrade is going to kick in. Is it going to be enough though? Like, he needs to do something. He needs to like break out of this contain and do something across the map.
Getting shield batters in Immortal, but I think this is a weird transition for him. He went into double Stargate and then just went for an Immortal and not using double Stargate. So that upgrade kind of really doesn't help anything, because these are just going to die instantly. Upgrade doesn't even get to come into play here. And now it's 3 Stalkers and an Immortal versus about 12 Stalkers here.
Yeah, exactly. The Stalkers, they out DPS the shield battery, take out both Void Rays. Looks like these Void Rays are going to be depowered. He's trying to keep it alive, but they do get depowered.
Even with the shield battery overcharge, it's not enough. Probes are pulled again. They are getting one-shotted. Shield battery is not enough, but still kind of wasting enough shield battery energy to dry it out eventually. And just these blinks all over the place, taking out workers, taking out units. We should see the GG Pacomike with the 1-0 victory. Is this 1-0 or 2-0? I feel like this is 2-0, but
2-0.
I believe it's 1-0.
Yeah.
2? Great.
Yeah.
Just wasn't updated on screen yet.
Was not. But GG, congratulations, Pacomike takes out his opponent, his Peruvian opponent, 2-0. And does he advance to a qualifying match?
Ooh. That's the only way I ever know this, that you messed up the scores, when I check at the end. Like, wait, what game are we on?
Wait, yeah.
Oh, Addiction. Yeah, VCO was Addiction, I guess. I do remember that. Unidos por el Vicio. So we're united for the addiction of gaming and winning and killing masters insanely. So yeah, he's going into a qualifying match now.
Yeah. The winner of his series will move on to the semis, and the semis is as far as you need to go.
Yeah. Does it get played out beyond the semis?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Because the last bracket went all the way into the finals, I believe. The last qualifier.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Like, when it comes to, I don't know if they need seeding. Yeah.
I was just confused looking at the bracket from last time, and it went all the way down, but maybe they had a different qualifying setup last time. Who knows? But we will find out eventually.
We will, and I'm really curious to see how some of this turns out, because I wanted to touch on it earlier. Erik, we rarely get to see Erik anymore. Like he used to be the
That's
king.
true.
Like back in 2018, he used to be the king of Sentimental Latino, but since then, like he rarely plays in online events. So it's pretty rare to see him in like a qualifier like this.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. And eGGz, this one seems to be bringing out all the heavy hitters of the LATAM scene for one final Latin American push here.
Oh yeah.
Like, where else do we get to see all the Latin American players for the rest of the year besides here in the other weeklies that we do? This is the only big tournament going on.
Exactly. Like this is like the biggest, probably the biggest event for Latin America, at least for to end off 2020. Especially because all the other big events like TSL, ASSRG and stuff, like they don't have regional qualifiers. It's all open server qualifiers. So like realistically, like this is maybe the biggest last event for Latino America.
Yeah. For 2020, the craziest of all years in StarCraft and probably all of our lives. Like, it's been kind of boring because I've been at home, but I've never been so entertained while at home for an entire year. We got good StarCrafting, all types of things, the pandemic, presidencies. I feel like there's been riots in just about every Latin American country.
Yeah, it's been quite a year. For a lot of different countries, right?
Yeah. But at the end of the day, one thing we can depend on is some super awesome Latin American StarCraft, which shall continue as soon as the next matchup is ready.
Yeah, there are some big matches going on, like Mood versus Master is a big PvP that's currently underway. The winner is going to go up against Erik, who's arguably the like top 4 like player in the region, up there with Cham, Kelazur, and Special.
Yeah, definitely. But I don't know. I'm excited for the actual main event because there's some pretty big names in there, and it's gonna be great to see whoever qualifies here going into such a big lineup like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we are in a game. We are going to follow the man, the myth, the legend, Pacomike from Mexico. And I'm rooting for him. I believe he's one of the only Mexican players here today that is probably going to make it out. As far as the other players, I don't know where they're from. I'm assuming Peru, Brazil, and Colombia. The one Colombian player should make it through. We'll see. But don't forget, guys, we're not at a stand in the chat, in case you're wondering.
Exactly. Don't forget Funada Dastan. All right, here we go. We're going to be getting ready. As a reminder, this is the qualifying match. All matches are best of 3s, regardless of where they are in the brackets. No best of 5s today. And
that's interesting when 4 people qualify. There's no like this is the final best of 5.
Mm-hmm.
What were you gonna say though? Some big news? Sound like you had breaking news.
Yeah. So it looks like yes, the entire bracket is going to be played out today. Because like the qualifiers themselves have prize money for top 2 players.
Oh, that's right. I should have put that together. Yeah, the top player last Taco Cup won. I think it was like 1750 or something like that. And so yeah, there's prize money involved here as well. So they're not just fighting for a spot at the Taco Cup.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the info live in the chat.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And oh my god, I did not see this. Oh, I don't think we reset it. So normally we have a Spanish intro that the chat can work towards, but it looks like we haven't had one set up.
Oh wow, yeah, I got claimed last night, so I guess it wasn't set up today.
Yeah, because we the Spanish intro number 8. Yeah, it's already been done. So, we need to set that up. Yeah, we need to set that up for tomorrow.
All right, I was so ready.
You're like, damn, I love it when I intro in Spanish.
Yeah, I'm just so sad that we missed it. But there's always next time. And it's interesting, when we first got it, it wasn't on the mobile phone. Now it's on the phone. I can see it on my phone. It's pretty great.
Oh, nice.
Now everyone can do it, and it's going to start. That's why they happen so quick now. But here we are. We are getting through this bracket little by little. This is a qualifying match, but not the end. They're still going to battle it out for money and fame and glory and women and hanging out at all the hottest clubs and driving the fastest cars. Spawning in the top left-hand corner from Team Alpha X, also representing Mexico. He is playing with the blue and gold Protoss pieces. He is none other than Pacomike.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Romanticide LE, we have the Chilean Protoss player, currently the best Protoss player in all of Chile. Everyone, I see him in the chat, exclamation mark, Funada da Stan, because he didn't sign up today, even though he's watching right now. Mate, what's going on? We have, representing Alpha X, Supremo.
Yeah. And who do you see winning this one?
You know, it's gonna be a tough one. You know, Pacomike, he's obviously the best Protoss player in all of Latin America, but Supremo, you know, he's been working on his strategies. We already have a proxy pylon placed out here outside the main. I want some shenanigans. I want like a dark shrine and some DTs warped in or something crazy. I hope he doesn't disappoint.
Yeah. And where's the stun at right now? He's at 78. 78. We're so close to the since 69 is out the window. Our new goal is 420. Hopefully we'll reach that soon.
Hold on. All right, there we go. 79.
79. All right, close enough.
We're getting there. Slowly but surely.
The new goal is 420 since 69 is taken. We'll get to 420 eventually, guys. We need your help. Get us to 420. This affects absolutely nothing, but it does tickle my fancy.
At some point, we just need to add like an on-screen graphic, like exclamation mark Funada da Stan, just to remind everyone, you know.
We need to add in a feature where if we get a certain amount of Funada da Stans, we get him on the camera and like we slime him or something. Something pours on his head when we reach the limit.
Hold on, I just want to quickly mention something. Da Stan, I feel like it's been a while, but didn't you agree to do like a cooking stream like a month ago?
Oh yeah, huh?
Wasn't that a thing?
All these empty promises from this guy Da Stan.
Wow, hashtag broken promises. I recall Da Stan, he was meant to sign up for like a Sentimiento Latino, you know, he was meant to do a cooking stream, and we just haven't. Where's it been? What's going on?
Yeah, it sounds familiar. Is that like a song or a band? Broken Promises. Sounds like it's a very deep song.
Hashtag broken promises was like a bit of a meme in StarCraft, actually.
Oh wow, I've never seen this meme.
Yeah.
I'm an old timer. I'm not on the StarCraft internets. What was the whole meme about? Wow. I think it's a game.
This could end the game. Warpgate isn't even done. It's only just now going to be kicking in. And the problem is that Supremo, he invested into this immortal that's proxied across the map. It's not going to help at all. And everything's going to be depowered.
Well, he can still warp in another immortal. He warped in 3 stalkers right before, so that was his saving grace here. It's going to force a recall out of Pacomike.
Oh, and there is enough energy for recall.
They're both going to be unpowered, so I think it's a base trade. If Pacomike recalls, he should just lose. He doesn't have blink or anything. It's really just down to who kills the workers faster, maybe?
Yeah, it's going to be weird because Pacomike has more like heavy hitting buildings, but Supremo has the proxy. So even if Pacomike kills everything, and Immortals, they chunk away, like they can do well against Stalkers.
2 Immortals and 3 Stalkers versus 7. I think Supremo wins here in a straight up fight.
Oh my god, one of the Stalkers dies as well. Like, every single Stalker is so valuable to Pacomike. He can't be slipping up like that, and he's pulling the boys.
Yeah. He can't do anything here. The Immortal is unpowered. He almost got 1 Immortal out, but even if you get 1 out, how do you save that 1 Immortal?
Nah,
You're gonna have the micro of a madman.
You don't save it at all, and now, he did recall, and now he has the Stalkers and the Probes fighting together.
Oh, that's bad. You don't want to fight with the Stalkers and the Probes. One of the Immortals gets completely surrounded. The rest of the army surrounded. Who wins this? I have no idea. Every unit is going down for Pacomike, but can the Probes save him? They're not going to save him. Both Immortals go down. Uh-oh. Oh, he gets in range of the shield battery. I think Pacomike's going to be fine here. There's no way he can just target fire down this Stalker without the workers getting a full surround and ending the game.
Exactly.
The gate's powered. He's got power.
Exactly. He's got one gateway powered. He's got a cyber core on the way as well. That's important to note. Like, the cyber core is dead, so even though he has one gateway, he can't warp in any more Stalkers.
Yeah. He can warp in his Zealot, which is just what he did. I like still using the vision here. That little observer that Supremo has, he's thrown in there. I don't know how you save an Immortal. Probes are faster than Immortal. All you can do is really try and pick them off as you back up slowly, and it gets the full surround. It's not quite what you want, but you know, he's still making it work. There's nothing on the production tab. Even though Pacomike has 600 gas in the bank and 250 minerals, I feel like he should be making workers right now.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, he is trying. He does have a workers on the way, and he is able to warp in one Stalker again with the Stalker, with that shield battery, with overcharge as well. He can hold. It's a weird situation because Supremo doesn't have any income at all. He has no money right now. This is all he has.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough to make another worker at all. I feel like with Pacomike having 2 bases, if he were to make 2 workers at a time, and then he could just probably get a good surround. Like, I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but when there's just 3 Stalkers and that's all your opponent has, having 2 to 3 or 4 more probes on the map to help you fight this battle could win it, but it's going to win through the trickling of units, and that was a very interesting game number 1 for Pacomike versus Supremo.
Oof. GG. That was close.
Wow,
that was
interesting.
Yeah. Supremo, he almost done it in that really weird base chase scenario. He was almost able to pull it off. If he didn't allow that one warp gate to the north to be repowered, then maybe things would have been different. Again, like, unfortunately, he got surrounded, and even though he had 2 Immortals, they got picked off by the workers as well. To be fair, that was really well done by Pacomike. Like, he had to fight like with those Stalkers together with his workers. Like, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pull it off.
I don't think it was a good idea for Supremo to take all his workers in that fight. I don't know if he didn't have enough for a recall, but he should have tried to recall or save something, or I don't know. That was a rough one. I figured with the 2 Immortals and 3 Stalkers, you know what the problem was? He didn't take out, like, he took out both of the gates, and he tried to take out the cyber core. If he would have gone straight for the workers, there wouldn't have been workers left to fight with the Stalkers on the recall. Moral of the story, go for the workers. Unpower the gates, then go for the workers. And we are going to get a game number 2 on this always reminds me of Oxtail for some reason. Oxide.
I think that just goes into you wanting food. I think that's just what it comes down to.
Damn tapeworm, guys.
God
that I got from the Korean barbecue.
Oh god, I'm really honestly I'm impressed that Supremo was able to make it so close. We'll see if he's able to do the same again. I mean, Pacomike, like, he's got to be playing this next game like a little bit more like reserved and defensive, because that was close. Like, Pacomike could have lost that game. Yeah,
very easily. If he wasn't across the map with all the Stalkers, he would have lost, which normally you don't hear. Normally it's like if he was home, he would have defended, but if he didn't go across the map and do all that damage, he would have never been able to win. Like, if he just sent 2 Adepts across the map and the 2 Adepts get surrounded by all the workers, there's really no defense for Pacomike.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah, GG indeed.
And yeah, Kuro is letting us know that hashtag broken promises. That did start with I almost said Star Nation. Star Nation. So back in the day, there was a Kickstarter for a StarCraft documentary, and back in the day, this was like in 2012, maybe even earlier than 2012. And the problem is that Star Nation, they took all that money and they didn't do anything with it.
No way, they just kept the money.
Well, like, they quote unquote worked on it, but like there was a lot of like production issues and things behind the scenes, and because of that, like, Yeah, like they kept promising like certain deadlines, like we'll get it done by this date, we'll get it done by this date, and then eventually they stopped giving updates and all this stuff. Fun fact, the documentary came out today.
No way.
Yeah, it came out today.
Where's this documentary at? I want to watch it.
Yeah, like a couple of hours before the broadcast. So
Wow.
yeah, if people want to check it out, it's currently on YouTube.
Wait, a name drop there, Light. Are you involved in this somehow?
Oh God, no.
Like, to be clear, I had no part in taking that money. I was actually like a side character. He did things on the hush hush. But speaking of doing things on the hush hush, here we have in the bottom left hand corner of Oxtail LE, getting that gas right away. Okay, yours. Yeah. Anyways, it is the Mexican player for Alpha X. It is the man who can hold the Mexican wall. It is Pacomike.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Oxide LE, we have the Chilean Protoss player representing Alpha X, the best Protoss in all of Chile. Once again, with that proxy pylon, it is Supremo.
I haven't heard that term in a while. A knife fight in a phone booth. Nantalk must be very old.
That's the perfect way to put game one. That was great.
Yeah, it was definitely. I'm gonna steal that and use that all the time now. I forgot about that terminology. But wow, I can't believe that documentary just came out.
Yeah.
Speaking of funding things that never seem to actually work, I actually have a announcement that now you guys will get some really good stories about camping because I fixed my truck. The truck has been healed, it's back to life, and it's ready to go do shenanigans.
What is it actually? What happened? What happened to the truck? What was wrong with the truck?
I'm moving out of my house, so I needed to get rid of the truck somehow. So I'm like, all right, I need to either sell it, fix it, or do something. So I sent to my mechanic, and he's a kind of a good friend, an old mechanic for years. And so I sent it to him, and he only speaks Spanish, so I'm like trying to translate in Spanish things to him, and it got a little lost in translation. But I told him, I was like, hey, my truck's overheating, man. Actually, this is beautiful, though, so I'll make the story quick. He already got shield batteries out and one void ray. But, yeah, I sent my truck off to him. I was like, yo, it's overheating, man. Let me know. I texted him like 4 days later. I'm like, yo, man, any word on my truck? He's like, oh, yeah, I already fixed it like 2 days ago. Come pick it up. I was like, wait, I don't know how much it costs. I don't know what he did to it. And apparently he said, I did a bunch of work on it myself. He said he just fixed everything I messed up. So I think there was a problem with the fan, and I replaced the fan, but then I messed up 3 things in the process of replacing the fan. So I fixed it, but I broke it, and then he fixed what I broke. Apparently,
it's one of those things where he's like, yeah, so it looks like, you know, someone else was like tampering with the
exactly what he's
car.
Like. He's like, look, man, I don't know who you bought this from. I don't know who used to work on this truck, but they did a shit job on it. I was like, that's me. I put the fan in there. I did the work myself.
It's like everything's perfectly fine, but like someone installed this fan. The fan is causing all these problems.
I was like, oh yeah, that was me. Which is funny because I don't know what the original problem was. I guess I fixed the problem, but also broke things in the process. So who knows what he really did. And then there's a loss in translation from mechanic terms in like Spanish to English. So I really didn't actually know exactly what he fixed, but it ran today.
Yeah, I love the idea. In my mind, you're like, el carro muy caliente. Muy caliente. Arregla.
El carro muy caliente. No vroom vroom. Quiero vroom vroom.
Quiero, ándale. You know? Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I mean it was close. It was close to that. It was barely a step above that, if anything. A lot of Google translation was used in text messaging, and then in person there was just no translation at all. He's like the water pump. I'm like, oh yeah, water pump. Okay, sí, muy bien.
Oh god.
Wow, somehow Pacomike's so good in this time. shield batteries and down in Void Rays, managed to get his own counter Void Rays out and out Void Rays Supremo. And GG. That and Pacomike's qualified.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
GG. That was a much closer game number 1. Here in game 2, you were pointing it out. I love that we had a proxy Stargate and the shield batteries. But like, again, like when you do something like that, you kind of like have a timer to deal damage, and it never felt like he really got in and was able to like depower any production or really start to like, you know, snowball.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think, weren't you just saying it was about the same matchup, that you want some cheese in there, some zest going on?
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's like you're eating ramen here. You can't have ramen without cheese.
Exactly, exactly. Hey, he got close, all right? Game 1. Like,
yeah, he threw in some cheese at the end. He's like ramen with cheese on half of it. Fernando, yeah, 38 years young. Yeah, I knew you were that young. I knew you had to be 38 years young. And actually, duct tape does fix all problems. A lot of things on my truck have duct tape.
God damn it. Yeah. You know, the battery, it's in there. It's just in there with duct tape. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, duct tape, it's duct tape. Come on, man. If you guys have seen the duct tapes, those are just as good as real duct tape. Useful in many situations.
Exactly. Fun fact, we actually have a new duct tape debuting on Friday that Vortex is able to finish up.
You never sent me the link. You're supposed to send me the little preview.
There is, you know what? There is a preview in our Discord, in our sub-only chats. So if you're in there, then yeah, you have that.
Is that the submerged ducks?
It is.
Ooh, yeah. I actually never go into all the different groups in here, so that's interesting. Ooh, I'm gonna have to watch that after this, but
yeah.
More reason for you guys to subscribe. If you want to subscribe and don't know how, well, there's a little button in the top for that. You hit it, or actually bottom right, top, bottom left, depending on what you're watching on. Subscribe. Is there a Matcherino code for today at all?
There is.
Exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat, as Light is doing as we speak. And you can go ahead and use the code there, which is Taco6Q1, which is Taco6 qualifier number 1. And you add a single $1 for free, and it takes nothing on your part.
Exactly. It's pretty interesting, but there are Matcherino pages for each qualifier and then a separate one for the main event itself. So yeah, you can help support at least qualifier 1 here with that code, and tomorrow with qualifier 2 there'll be a different Matcherino page with a different code.
Yeah. And interesting, but more chances and opportunities for you guys to help out the players and support. Like, you know, I love Matcherino because I like supporting, but I'm not a very rich man, as you can tell by the story of my truck and the duct tape. So it feels great to be able to contribute somehow. Now I contribute with casting, but it's always good to donate that money, and we appreciate all you guys. And if you do it, let us know in the chat, and I don't know, I'll say good job and give you a virtual high five of sorts.
So I've got a question I'm curious about.
I'm scared.
You say that you fixed your truck.
Uh-huh.
Do your windows go up and down now? Is that a...
So my truck doesn't overheat anymore, is what I should have said. The tailgate, the bed of the truck door doesn't open, the windows don't work. I think the speedometer went out. I can't tell how much gas is in it, and I don't know how many miles are on it. So, you know, to me, she's a beaut. To me, she's in prime condition now that she doesn't overheat. To other people, no, yeah, she's still pretty broken.
Oh my god, mate. I mean, like, you couldn't have gotten the mechanic to fix everything else? Like...
That's expensive.
Really, it's like, mate, you think I could say all that in Spanish? It's like,
yeah, you think I could translate this? I didn't even want to have that conversation.
It's like, look, I just barely managed to get through the overheating. All right, that's all I got.
I don't even know what he fixed on my truck, but I paid the man a lot of money for it. Too much money, in my opinion. But she works, and I can now go camping.
Oh god. There we go.
And now I can do some crazy things on the land for you guys.
And really, that's what matters.
That's what matters. You guys get crazy stories at my expense. He's actually November 18th, 2020. He beat Cham 2-1.
Oh.
And I have no idea what this is. Cock of the Walk number 37.
Yeah.
It is a tournament.
Yeah, shout out to Chicken Man. That is his weekly tournament that he runs. Cock of the Walk.
It's a great name.
Yeah, it's pretty fitting for Chicken Man. Yeah, it's something that he started this year as well, and yeah, it's been going strong.
God, and Cham's in that too. Chris Stainer won that one though, and Erik got second place.
Cham is all over the place when it comes to online events.
Yeah, he didn't win that one though, surprisingly. As I said before, he lost to Erik, and then Ziomek lost to Erik, and then Erik lost 3-1 to Chris Stainer in the finals. Interesting bracket. I love to see how these different players from different regions match up, because someone like Erik beats Cham, that never happens, and then, you know, obviously Erik can't beat some of the best players from other regions. But I already said his name 2 to 3 times in the opening, spawning in the top right-hand corner, actually, of Jagannatha LE. It is the Brazilian player. Oh, wow. Wrong guy. I was talking about the other guy in the bottom. The top right, he's a red Protoss player. He's also from Brazil. They're both from Brazil. Can he pull it off? Can he defeat the Zerg Tyrant on the other side of the map? He is the one, the only, the teamless player. He is, as easy as it gets, he's Master. What a simplistic name.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Jagannatha LE, going for an early pool opener, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, also teamless, but currently up 1-0 in this best of 3 qualifying match. We have Erik.
And we got the pool ski first. I think it was a 16 pool or something. 14 pool.
Yeah, I think it was a 14 pool.
16 pool, is that even a thing?
I don't think so. I know 17 pool is a thing.
Yeah, 17. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But 14 and 13 gas, 14 pool, I believe, or 14 gas, 14 pool. I don't know. I'm rusty on the numbers, but I know the buttons to press. So he hit the D key.
What's important is that we did have a probe scout coming out from Master. He saw that it wasn't a hatch first, and then he backed off. Later on, he did dive in, but he isn't 100% sure if it is like a gas pool or a pool gas. And he actually didn't have his probe in position to scout all these things coming across the map.
Not only that, but before the pool went down first, there's usually, I see this once or twice on the ladder, they never wall off at the top of the ramp. Master, for some reason, wall off the top of the ramp. Either he knew this was coming or he himself is being cheesy. When I see the top of the ramp blocked off, I think something cheesy is coming out of the Protoss here, because normally you wall off on the bottom. Even if they do go for early pool, you can still defend. You can still get a Zealot off, wall up, and try and hold off until the second Zealot comes out and really not taking any damage. But when you wall off at the top of the ramp, you get no damage done to your natural, but also it's hard to secure that second base.
Yeah, definitely. And
so it's kind of like, I'm going to be aggressive. I don't need a second base for a while.
Yeah. And as you said, like, this is a really peculiar, like, opening or position for the initial buildings. I would imagine that part of this is because of what happened in game 1. As a reminder, this is game 2 in the series, and Erik is already up. So I don't know if he was also incredibly aggressive. And we do see link speed is about to finish up, and more links are flooding across the map.
This is great. We finally have a Zerg, and it's just a straight link flood for the game, which is exactly what you need to do when you see this. Why would you not? Normally, there's a wall here that stops you from getting any damage done, but a couple rounds onto the Zealots in the depth, and he can take this army just like this. He doesn't even need to wait for the reinforcing Zealots here, but here they are, and they're going to take everything out, stop the base from mining, maybe take out that pylon as well, and cause catastrophic damage here for Team Master.
Oh yeah, like this is crazy. Like already 2 Zealots and a Adept have gone down. This Adept is going to try and escape, but like the natural, I can't imagine the natural is going to be taken anytime soon.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to finish, but then maybe taken out, and you don't really want to lose that natural. This is why you don't wall off at the top of the ramp unless...
That's it.
Yeah, I don't see why he thought that would work. You don't wall off at the top of the ramp and still secure your natural, no problem.
Yeah, and
I don't know what the logic there was.
Like, unless you're planning to stay on one base for a little bit, you know, and like do like some kind of one base shenanigans, like as you saw, like how are you gonna take that natural?
I mean, that's the reason you wall off at the bottom beforehand, so you can secure your natural safely, and then if you can't, that's why they added in the shield battery to hold you off. And then if you still can't hold off, that's why they added in the shield battery overcharge. And I'm pretty sure you can shield battery overcharge even if the base isn't done, as long as you have energy and it's in range of that base. Kind of like the speed warpins, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if I think the Nexus does have to be finished.
Does it?
Yeah. I could be wrong on that one though, but
We need to test it. I feel like I've seen it used without. Maybe someone in the chat knows, or someone who's not casting in the chat can go and test it out in the custom game.
Yeah,
do the hard work for us. Do the legwork.
I think regardless, like you can definitely do an opener where you get that wall up, you like chrono at the first zealot, like, you know, you get it out in time, and you know, you should be able to get that up even if there is a pull first. But yeah, Master, he was very defensive. I don't know what could have happened to him in game 1 to cause that reaction.
I mean, there's nothing in game 1 that could cause that reaction. Even if you get 12 pulled, you can still get the wall up in time. So very interesting. And you guys are talking to, I'm not a professional StarCraft player, but I'm a professional 14 pooler. That's my go-to.
There you go.
So I've seen this a million times, and yeah, it's very holdable. Even against Cyril. Cyril even gets in, he does some damage. Maybe he'll take out 2 or 3 probes with the early pool and maybe get an Adept or a Zealot. But if you get that wall up, you get 1 Zealot out, they're attacking your gate, and then by the time you chrono boost the second Zealot out, you keep one in the wall, you pull the Zealot out, and you start going to town and at least try and fight it. But I don't know what he was going for there. I have no idea why you wall off at the top. I've seen it a couple times, and it's always indicated some sort of aggression.
Yeah. Like usually it's like you wall off at the top of the ramp and you're like, I don't know, going straight into Stargate or throwing down all these like gateways or something like that.
Or you got a proxy across the map somewhere. Like, I honestly thought he was gonna go for like a Zealot timing attack on one base, which wouldn't have been bad. Like maybe get +1 or something, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone in the chat inform me. I've never heard why people wall off at the top, but I've seen it.
Yeah, and obviously in the end it didn't really work for Master Erik. He does take him out, and now Erik, he's confirming, yes, of course, we already know the rest of the bracket is going to be played out. We didn't get to mention it, but congratulations, Erik. He qualifies.
Yeah, he qualifies. Congrats to Erik. And ooh, Jim Rising's also casting a course. I don't know why I forgot about that. I was like, shouldn't he be playing? I was like, oh wait, this whole thing is casting this thing.
Yeah. In case you're wondering, hey, where's Jim Rising? Like, he's usually in these Latin American events. He's casting. He's casting today. And he's also organizing. Like in Taco Cup, it's his thing.
Yeah, it's his thing. This is his big event, and it's pretty cool. I mean, the fact that he had like the main event with the other players in it is going to be huge. I mean, it always is huge, but it's just sounds super fun to watch. I haven't watched the main event because I've always been busy, and I didn't really hear about the first like 4 of them. I just kind of came in on the 5th and 6th one now, but I'm excited. It's going to be great. Are we casting those at all? I have no idea. I don't even care. I'm just excited to see them happen.
We are going to be casting the qualifiers. The main event, from what I know, isn't going to be covered by the CranKy Ducklings. It is going to be covered in English by Pig.
Ooh, even fancier. They went out and got a big streamer out there to take it on, so that's cool.
I like how even though it's like a Latin American like focused tournament, they still get an Aussie. Like
yeah, like I mean, I guess there's not many Latin American English casters out there, but I guess there's not much competition for me to reach that goal of being. Oh, they should. Why did they not get Cats?
I was about to say. For not like what Cats,
the hell?
Cats has been stepping it up in DreamHack. He's been doing really well. I don't know about you, but I love his casts in DreamHack, and like yeah, it would have been a good opportunity for him.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up.
To
I wonder why they pick him. Are they just friends maybe?
Yeah, it's possible that maybe Kat's like isn't confident when it comes to like handling the production of events. Like maybe he's more of just a straight up caster, and he needs someone else to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's not like they're not close, because I know Kat's like he's been pretty close with Jim for years. Of course, he's the reason why Jim joined Root Gaming, you know, back in the day as well.
Yeah.
They lived together.
Every Latin American's been on Root Gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? I wish I could get into the mind of Jim and ask him these questions, but don't want to bother him with all these questions. So we're just gonna have to live with it, Pig. Getting the in-game commentation for all the taco cups. But this is kind of a cool matchup here. Erik versus Pacomike. This is a very fair fight, I think. It comes down to who's in the best form. As we've been saying, like, it really depended who's in the best form for like the big, heavy hitting, obvious like eggs. You really need to know your stuff against eggs, but Erik versus Pacomike, I feel like they're exactly the same level, and it just depends on who's having a better day.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of it is also going to come down to when it comes to Cham, Eggs, and Jim Rising, they have the advantage of being very familiar with how Pacomike plays, because they play every week, you know, like in Battle of the Americas and Sentimental Latino. Yeah. Erik, he hasn't had the luxury of playing consistently against Pacomike, and I don't know if they hit each other on ladder often or anything like that. So I don't know if Erik knows Pacomike's style about how he loves going, you know, air so often.
Yeah, I hope he does here, but I honestly, I hope he goes straight in the air, and I hope Erik shuts it down, because I've been having quite some trouble shutting it down lately. Like, it used to be just going to Hydras, but if you let the Protoss get into 3 base or 4 base, and they start going into air, and they start throwing in Phoenix or Void Rays into the mix with their carriers, it gets pretty dicey. You got to have a lot of anti-air out very fast, and then the Protoss can just switch back into any ground army they want after that.
Yeah, it depends like how you transition into that era, because a fun fact is that we were casting ESL Asia this week, and we saw like double or triple like Stargate play become a lot more popular amongst like even like Stats was whipping that out against against like Rogue and against Solar and stuff like that, and it was really interesting to watch. Honestly, it looked a little bit like Pacomike could do it a little bit better. It was like, okay. So they were going like triple Stargate, like mass Void Ray, straight into High Templar. And obviously you go into High Templar, so you have Storm against the Hydra that's going to try and counter.
And to feedback the Vipers if they ever come in to abduct.
So yeah, it was very interesting.
I guess I've just been slacking on my composition. I guess like from what I've seen, maybe like Broodlord's kind of helping that composition to keep back the Storms, and then Hydras come in. But once they get a certain amount of carriers, it feels like Hydras just don't cut it. We've seen Microbial Shroud thrown in now. I don't know if that actually works. I've been too scared to try it. I'm like, I have 50 Hydras. I'm not about to confine them under this one little cloud of infestor poop dust.
Yeah, it's very hit and miss, because like if your opponent has Storm, it's like, well, GG, you know. Like you Microbial Shroud, Storm goes on top of the Shroud, so it's kind of useless. So yeah, we'll see what Erik does. There are a couple of other ways to react to it as well. You can go like straight Spire into Corruptors, but it's a little bit harder because then like you don't have much on the ground. We'll see. I'm excited.
Yeah, I feel like it feels good. We finally getting closer to the end of the cast here. We finally get a ZVP or ZVT. ZVZ isn't my favorite, I'll admit it. It's fun to watch, but nothing better than a ZVP or a ZVT. And no better way to have it than these two players right here. So I guess Jim is Funada. Giving them the Funadas in the chat. He's being exposed on the stream of Timus. So here we are, spawning in the top left-hand corner, currently being casted by Jim Rising. He is also the player from Mexico besides Jim. He is one of the best Protosses in all of Mexico. He's playing for Alpha X. He's currently blue, and he is Pacomike.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Lightshade LE, once again going for an early 14 pool opening. We have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, currently teamless, considered one of the top 4 players in the region. He is Erik. Oh, no. Interesting. Pacomike
Jim's so fancy. He has his own observer for this whole thing, right?
Oh yeah. He does have it. Oh god!
Wow, that's great.
Is it gonna get scouted? Is it gonna? He gets scouted. He sees it.
We saw it.
Oh
but
my
you're
god!
Supposed to pull pros for this, yeah.
Okay. He pulls the boys. It looks like he should have enough.
You're only supposed to pull 4 probes and 1 zealot, so he's overcommitting to this defense, honestly.
Yeah, especially because he is getting a zealot, but again, the zealot is focused here as part of the wall. If he sent the zealot across, then he wouldn't be able to be there for the lings, because there are lings still on the way, and it looks like, oh, the wall's still not a wall. Oh god.
Is he even gonna cover the wall? No, he's just gonna try and defend here, which he can defend. Like, see guys, this is the importance of a wall here. This is how you defend a wall. You put it at the front, double a pylon to make sure it never goes down. He's even getting a stalker. That's honestly very ballsy of him. Like, normally you get an adept here because they do really good against slings.
Yeah.
He's going stalker. He's gonna try and maybe get rid of that overlord there.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting, especially because again, like Pacomike, he does have a lot of lost mining time.
Put it back down again.
Yeah, like the thing is, like he pulled a lot of workers to deal with the first initial proxy pylon, then he pulled workers here to the natural as well, so there was a lot of less mining time, but Pacomike, he is still going for the expand.
Yeah, and the most important thing for him is he didn't lose any workers, so he's almost double the worker count. Not quite, but
oh god.
He's got to get 10 workers on his opponent, and he just puts that gate down just in time. No battery, so eventually this stalker will go down. He's going to pull back and let the surface area go, but, you know, does get lodged. Oh, he's going to get surrounded. He left the comfort of being stuck in between those two, and now he's going to completely wall off, not allowing anything in or out, and he's just going to run and hope that he can buy time for the shield battery to finish up, but the lings, they don't need that shield battery. He's going to cancel the natural base. Oh my god, he waited till the last second. That was a great micro from him.
Yeah, nicely done. He didn't allow it to finish. Meanwhile, Ling Speed did finish up, so it's going to be, these things are going to be a little bit more annoying, getting a worker here and there, but at the end of the day, Pacomike, he has been able to hold. Oh, he does allow the wall to finish though.
Yeah. And he still has to keep the adept there, even though the wall is defended. He has to keep the adept in the wall because of the threat of lings coming and trying to attack. But all in all, Erik didn't do too bad here, but Pacomike behind this, finally getting his second base and his third base. But that really did deny Erik's second base for quite some time.
Yeah, it did. And what's, I'm sure, frustrating for Pacomike is that this ling is still alive, so Pacomike was forced to throw down his tech in vision, so the Stargate's on the way, and Erik, he saw it as soon as it was thrown down.
That's always my favorite about the 12 pool. When you get even just one ling in, it really takes a while for them to hunt it down with the depths and zealots. And if you have 2 or 3 that slip in, you split them up, and then you just get vision for days.
Yeah, exactly.
And
like
they either wait forever to throw down their tech, or you just see it instantly.
And we do see, okay, it is a Void Ray first, which does make sense. Again, like you get the Void Ray out so you can clear out some Overlords and again hide your real tech. So there are a couple of options here. Pacomike, he could go for a Twilight Council after this, or do you think he's gonna go in game 1, go for that like double Stargate play?
I mean, the double Stargate play has taken out some of the better opponents, so I don't see why he doesn't go into double Stargate play, especially with how good it's been doing lately. Now, Erik, interestingly enough, is getting 3 gases right now.
Oh,
4 gases. Okay, now I don't know what's up. Roach Warren, 4 gases, no Evo chambers, so I'm going to assume Yodaslim maybe?
I mean, the other big thing, no lair. he still has no
Yeah,
layer.
no layer.
Yeah, even though he has all 4 gases, which is weird. And what's important, Pacomike, he gets into the main base, he scouts that it's still a hatchery, that there is still no layer tech.
There it is.
Okay, there we go. Finally, it does feel a little bit late in comparison, especially compared to all the gases.
Yeah, with this much gas, he has 300 gas. What is his plan here? Is he just gonna mass slow roaches with no upgrades?
Yeah, that's
it's good for defense, but it can only last so long.
Yeah, like usually you line up the lair with like getting enough gas to get roach speed if you're going roaches, right? So then you immediately get roach speed as fast as possible and maybe work on some upgrades. So Erik himself, his build is looking a little bit, a little bit shaky, and maybe, not going exactly as planned.
It's a little counterproductive to take 4 gases and then, or 3 gases and then just bank up 500 gas. And now he's losing Overlord, so he's gonna have to use more of his minerals to get Overlords out, not letting him use that gas.
Oh my god, he's already lost 3 Overlords, he's gonna lose a 4th!
4. Not there in time. Well worth the Void Ray. Very weird play here from Erik. Now he has 600 gas, 200 minerals, and he's supply blocked.
Heavily supply blocked. 4 Overlords produced at the same time. We do see his upgrades are on the way, so it does look like
maybe a Nidus?
Yeah, this is the style of play he wants to go for. Like, the thing is, he needs to spend his gas on something, Like,
yeah. Why did he take so many gases? Like, 3 gases is not what you take when you want defensive roaches. It's not what you take when you want aggressive roaches, so I'm not sure what his idea was there.
Yeah, just a little bit of inefficient play. When it comes to Pacomike, I don't know how I feel about this. He isn't going for Stargate. He is going for a more ground-based composition. To be fair, +1 Zealots, they do fairly well against Roach Ravager. Like, if you don't have Banelings, like, they can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I wonder how many gates he's going to have by the time he pushes out. That's the real question. But, yeah, with this weird timing from Erik, I don't think these roaches are going to get too much done.
Yeah, and it's so
important.
important.
On a Hydra, that's what it is. He's thrown on a Hydra den. I think he's going for the Roach Hydra combo, but instantly scouted by Erik.
Exactly.
Great scout there.
Yeah, Pacomike has been on top of the scouting. Like, he was been able to see the Hydra den. He saw the roaches as soon as they moved out, so he's been able to prepare. We have all these shield batteries being thrown down.
These are free roaches.
Ooh,
well, actually, Zealot Legs isn't done, so there's a small gap here. Zealot Legs could... Oh, the reinforcing roaches are actually going to do some damage. Okay, he does target fire down the Ravager. That's really good.
Yeah,
Sentries can't do too much here.
The big thing is that, again, this is a timing before Zealot Legs finishes, but with these 2 Immortals and Zealot Legs finishing in a couple of seconds, Pacomike has plenty to defend.
Yeah, the 2 Immortals came walking out at the exact same time, which, I don't know. I feel like that should be questionable for Erik. I would be worried about, like, double Robo.
Oh, yeah. Like, I feel like that's probably, like, a necessary tell, because we do have a Robo here in the natural. But again, like, he is going for Hydras, and Hydras, they can do, like, Hydra Roach isn't a bad composition. He's getting there in a really weird way, but yeah, we'll see.
Getting Burrow, Tunneling Claws for the Roaches and Burrow. So I was actually watching some games today from earlier ESL matches, still in the same map pool, but early on, not really from like the finals or anything, but maybe the European qualifier or whatever. Cyril went for the burrowed roaches and actually did a lot of work, because the thing about Protoss is they don't have 5 observers against a Zerg. Normally it's just 1 or 2 until they get the lurkers out later in the game. Then you start getting a bunch of observers, and you get the tag them with the oracles and stuff. But there's only 1 oracle here, and if he busts out with some Hydras and starts burrowing roaches, he can get some real damage done.
Oh,
but he revealed Burrow.
Oh my god, I was so surprised that he did that. I was like, I was not expecting that to happen. So now Pacomike should have a better idea of what's happening. Immediately, cannons are being thrown down in all of the mineral lines. Such a smart play.
Cannons of Storm. He needs to tag this army. I don't like if he uses the energy to fight. Yeah, that's not a good idea.
He's just counterattacking? He's just going for it.
I don't hate it, but he's got no defense here. He's got 1 shield battery, no shield battery overcharge. He's going in. The probes are being pulled, or drones, I should say, actually. Why is he trying? He hasn't even killed a single roach with this little Oracle tickle cannon.
Yeah, and there are just so many roaches for defense. Again, the economy of Erik has been untouched, and even if he recalls, he's going to lose everything because the roaches are they're already on top of the army.
He got way too greedy there, and with that, 21 workers have gone down. Just in the natural in the 4th base of Pacomike, Erik hasn't even gone into the main base yet.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
already he's done so much damage.
There's just nothing at home to defend against the roaches. And sure, this army, like Pacomike, is able to trade well, but like, is this really enough to turn the tides and equalize? Like, it doesn't feel like it. Like the reinforcing roaches are slowly coming in.
Yeah, he's got to kill way more than just a couple workers here. He's getting workers. He's got to like destroy 2 bases, get on some of the production, while also killing all the roaches trickling in, which is going to be too hard. I mean, he's got a lot of immortals. That's kind of scary, but Erik is so spread out between 4 or 5 bases that he has here. He can move his drones around and continue to keep his economy up forever.
Yeah, if Pacomike rotates down here to this fresh base with 23 drones, I feel like he can definitely...
kind of rough.
Yeah, he can deal a lot of damage here if he gets on top of the workers. We'll see how good the micro is. As you said, there are a lot of Archons here, and they're pretty beefy, and Pacomike so far has been able to deal a surprising amount of damage, but oh my god, the piles!
Oh my god, that's it. Yeah, that's it right there. That's GG.
Jesus.
I think Pacomike should have gone into the main and tried to do some damage there, because I don't recall what happened. I kind of missed it, but he had 5 Archons there, and 2 of them went down, and then 3 Archons and 1 Immortal. Just didn't look that scary. And since he went down to that 4th or 5th base over there, that gave Erik all the time in the world to morph Ravagers in between his other 4 bases and shut it down. And now it looks like we kind of settled down and came to an even point. Pacomike has more workers. That is fair for him, but I just like Erik's position more. He has more bases, more larvae, more queens, more production.
I think it's honestly, this game is kind of weird because Erik, he should have been able to deal more damage across the map. I don't think he ever went into the main. I think he just had roaches in the natural and at the 4th, and just dealing damage there. He could have been a little bit more efficient. So because of that, like Pacomike was able to deal enough damage to kind of be in an equal position. I say kind of. It was a big deal that he lost like the majority of his Archons and his Immortals.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of them did not go into the main base, and that was a big problem for both of them. Either one of them go up into the main, and it was game over.
Yeah.
You know, funny enough, I don't think we've seen a single Hydra produced out of the Hydra Den.
We haven't seen anything produced out of that. We do have the Hive is done. You know, we have Vipers on the way as well. That's going to help the army so much. I'm just really curious to see how Pacomike gets back into this, because he can, to be fair. Like, again, against pure roach, it's not ideal because there aren't any Hydras. Yeah.
Nice little roach push here. It's not going to be able to cause any big damage, though. That base is still going to go up. And, you know, burrow him. Might as well burrow him, get that health up faster. And I would like to see some droning here from Erik, maybe.
Yeah, he's been really skimping on his drone production. Like, he is droning a little bit, but he's still behind in workers, surprisingly.
Yeah. I mean, if you see that 4th base going down to me, that says you got room to drone. And you just kind of spam your drones out. And what's going on at that 4th, 5th base over there?
Yeah.
Oh my god. The Oracle came and he got 6 kills from a man that isn't even droning.
I know, right? Like, I was so surprised that the Oracle was able to do so much damage, especially because there was spores there. To be fair, again, Pacomike's army isn't too big, and all the yoinks.
There's no feedbacks here at all from the army, and nothing that shoots up. Just the tickle beams.
Yeah,
exactly. Morphing in some
exactly.
panic stalkers, and that's not what you want against Roach Ravager. I mean, it can work. What is this one Roach underground doing? That was funny.
Oh my god, but you know what? 4 Immortals, like, that's still a pretty beefy, terrifying army. Oh my god, he takes a couple of biles to the face. But you know what? Like, Pacomike, he can still contend against this as long as he is able to dodge the biles.
That choke point is really good, though, for Corrosive Biles. That grassy choke point. But he's going to pull all the way back. And I feel like, I don't know, man. He has nothing that shoots up. And neither of them do, actually. None of them have anti-air.
At least
now we get a Disruptor coming.
But at least get a...
Now we get a Hydra up. There we go. There we go. 7 Hydras on the way. Hydra upgrades. No Lurker Den. Does he even have Hive? I don't think he's even reached Hive tech.
Yeah. He does have Hive. That's how he's able to get those Vipers.
Yeah, Vipers, yeah. But he's solely used it for Vipers. No Lurker. There is the Lurker Den now. No Cracklings. Where is upgrades at? Yeah, no Cracklings yet. But
yeah. I mean, what's huge is that there is a Disruptor. Ooh, nice feedbacks.
Good Blinding Cloud as well, and also a good Disruptor hit. But at the same time, I feel like Erik is just needing to do some damage and get out of here. He won't be able to win this fight and kill the army, but he did some decent damage. Maybe took out a few workers. I couldn't tell. And as long as he gets out with a good chunk of this army, he should be able to get even more. And the Hydras are here now, so that's a big bonus.
Yeah, it does.
He needs to protect those Immortals, though. I think he's going for Archons and stuff, and the Immortals are the real heavy hitter here.
Yeah, definitely. To be fair, like now that the Hydras have been revealed for Pacomike, he knows that he needs to invest more into this like AoE damage. So he is going straight into disruptors. I would love to see like double Verbo. Like Pacomike, his army still feels really fragile. Like 2 Immortals and a single disruptor, like they can all get yoinked immediately.
Yeah, he does. Okay, now he's adding in the Stormy boys or the Feedbacky boys, and now he can start to feedback those Vipers.
Yeah,
that's what you need in this composition. You got to get those Vipers feedback.
Yeah, and he did have pretty good feedbacks earlier. We'll see how good they are now. And I love this. Like, there's a lot of like dead air here or dead space where Erik just doesn't have any vision whatsoever. And
it's rough. You always spread the creep to that corner.
Yeah.
This new map pool especially has a lot of dead space in the main bases, which is we've seen a lot. I mean, they obviously, that's why people always put good defense here though. That's why people always put down those creep tumors in the main, because there could be proxy barracks, there could be proxy cannons in the main. We've seen everything come out of people here in this. Oh my god, it's a lot of Stormy boys.
Oh god.
You don't want to have to waste a storm on the roaches, but not a bad pickoff for either side. You know, Erik got a couple of, he got one, I think, there, High Templar, and Pacomike got 2 or 3 roaches, so even fight for both players, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Erik, like, it was really nice that he was able to pick off 1 High Templar. Again, like, these High Templar, they need to survive long enough to get enough energy for those storms. So yeah, causing them to be wasted was really nicely done by Erik. I'm a little bit concerned because there's a lot of supply here to the south for Pacomike, not really with the main army, and Erik, like, he's getting ready like soon to push out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly surprised Erik isn't like supply capped already. Oh god, this could be big. Ooh, that was pretty darn decent. And the follow-up also got some damage done, and not even a yoink. Oh, and the killer feedbacks. Wow. All their health is gone. Is that what feedbacks do?
Feedback not only gets rid of energy, but it also deals damage equivalent to the amount of energy that they get rid of. So yes, the damage was done.
Crap, I didn't know that. Jesus Christ. That's OP.
That's pretty good.
The more energy it has, the more damage it does. I didn't know that. Wow. I thought it did like a percentage damage. I guess it does, but the whole percentage.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Oh, that's why
like, new every day.
There's this dance, especially like in TVP, where like medevacs, they don't want to have like full energy, otherwise they get one shot by the feedbacks. Like you kind of want to stim sometimes and keep the energy lower.
That's nuts. Wow. That's terrible. That's terrifying. I'd be so much more scared of feedbacks now. I thought they were bad enough already. But it is pretty satisfying when I play Terran and get some good feedbacks off. Very hard though.
Oh yeah, definitely. And
I'm getting better at my yoinks. Yoinking disruptors is one of my favorite pastimes.
Yeah, we'll see if Erik can get ready here for some of those yoinks. Meanwhile, we see a massive counterattack here by Pacomike.
A lot of storms. He can completely storm out 2 to 3 mineral lines with that army, bringing back his whole army. Storms go down, splitting the army. Good storms. Oh my god, great storms, but not quite hitting where they need to. But they did actually like zone the army out for quite some time. He's gonna get some damage here, but ultimately lose that army, and he's going for the double prong harass. He's gonna be able to take out this base for sure, along with his 16 workers. Oh my god, disruptor hits, taking out majority of the army. He took out like 3 or 4 of those burrow boys, and still quite a few left though. Luckily he had a lot of 18 workers going down in the fray in the midst of that battle. Pacomike now having the better positioning, getting his upgrades, getting more disruptors, double robotics play. Oh, that's a good pick off.
Yeah, definitely.
I think Pacomike needs to switch into air army or something now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Pacomike, he did a really good job. It was kind of an expensive loss, like sending a big force to the south, but you know what? He had enough money to do so, and he had to free up some supply. Pacomike was maxed out, and now we finally see carriers coming into play, and that's really the army that Pacomike wants.
Yeah, you never want to be against Pacomike throwing away army to make supply for carriers. That's not a good position to be in. As we see, that little army he threw with the storm kind of cleared the path over here and forced different units out from Erik. He's now going heavy Hydra, and then he's like, oh, you're gonna go heavy Hydra against my storm and my Archons. Well, now I'm just gonna go with the Zealot run by, and
Yeah.
he completely destroyed that base, killing more workers. And Pacomike's heavily in the worker league, but this composition from Erik is known to end even the best of Protosses.
I was gonna say I'm a little bit scared because you know what, Pacomike, he lost like 6 High Templar earlier and he didn't remake them, so he doesn't have any High Templar here for feedbacks.
Oh, that's terrible. That's bad. But I don't think Erik knew this, so he was kind of staying back with his Vipers. But now he's kind of getting a little ballsy here, moving in. Erik doesn't want to lose all of his lurker or all of his ground army, though, so he's kind of retreating into the safety of the lurkers. But the shield battery actually overcharged, reaches all the way to fight the lurkers, and this has been back and forth. It looks like Erik loses too much and Pacomike loses too much, and now there's no vision here. I believe he was taken out. Counterattack at the same time. Light, what are we watching?
Oh my god, I was about to say, like, the lack of vision was really scary because Pacomike was fighting into lurkers, so he was fighting so terribly. But you know what, that's because the majority of his army was counterattacking across the map. The third goes down, the natural is going to go down, and I mean, Erik, he's going to desperately try to deal with this. He even pulls back, and the problem is that this entire time Pacomike, he's been making carriers. Like, the carriers haven't even shown themselves.
Yeah, this is absolutely terrible for Erik. I mean, he's got the golden composition, but he just took a few less than good fights and slowly fell behind and was not able to defend perfectly against all the counterattacks that Pacomike threw at him. And now Pacomike's in a great position. 20 workers left for Erik. What is he going to do with 20 workers?
He's going to GG, mate.
Like, look at the bank of Pacomike. Pacomike could warp in 20 Zealots right now and just win the game.
Jesus Christ.
He doesn't even have 20 gates, though. He can't warp in as many Zealots as he has the money for.
Yeah, he can't quite reinforce, but you know what? The carriers are coming out. Like, this third base of Erik is so low, so close to dying because of all the Vipers. There weren't even any counterattacks here. It was just being used for the Vipers for energy, and now here comes the army. There are a lot of lurkers, but again, it's all about what shoots up for the carriers.
Yeah, lurkers are great for defense if they're already sieged before the army gets there. But you can't really walk in and siege. I don't really like this positioning. He's bringing his queens up here for a misclick.
There's
transfuses.
Just quickly looking at the units, there's 3 Hydras. He turned the rest of them into lurkers.
There's no creep anywhere.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is it, man. I don't see much more saving Erik here.
Exactly.
I mean, Pacomike sitting on 2, 4, 6 bases here.
Yeah, Pacomike, he slowly like made his way into that end game, that late game where he thrives with that carrier composition. The queens are the real anti-air here. What are there, 3, 4 queens?
And Pacomike's still being safe here. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, those feedbacks were ridiculous. One storm, a bunch of feedbacks, and the carriers can clean all this up, but the ground army is here to help. G is called. And yeah, what a game. Pacomike. That was unexpected. I guess we're getting an answer here, at least thus far, who is pretty up to date on the meta and in tune and on point.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. That's like, players like eGGz and Jim Rising, even Jim Rising, who's currently casting this tournament, I would give the edge over Pacomike a little bit because, again, they play with him all the time, like constantly. They're always playing with him. Erik, not so much. Like, he's just not familiar with his style, and Erik himself has his own style of play, going into like this heavy roach composition with Burrow. It's kind of weird to see, and like it works, but yo, Pacomike, like with those counterattacks, he just dealt so much damage.
Yeah, I feel like you can't really get too creative with your build style as a Zerg, but Erik definitely tries. He tries to throw out some weird builds, and he had like Ling Roach into Hydra Roach, but he made the Hydra Den and had all that gas and never used it. Like, he made the Hydra Den at layer and then didn't get a Hydra out until the hive was done. There was like a 5-minute gap where he just didn't use that money invested, which could have been put into more roaches and more lings or another base or more workers, and maybe he would have been in a better position. Yeah,
it's just like, I like where he got in the end, but like the way to get there was just really wonky, you know. It's like he stumbled along the way, he himself as well. It's not like Pacomike did anything to really disrupt Erik's like build. Erik was for the most part the aggressor there, and Like he was looking good at moments. Like like when he went in with his bow roaches across the map at the natural, and Pacomike.
Oh, that was great. I thought it was game over.
Yeah, same. Like it was looking so bad for Pacomike, but like Erik, he didn't drone after that, right? Like that was the big thing. Like he was struggling when it came to the economy compared to Pacomike.
Yeah, that was a big thing. He didn't drone, and then his defense was just falling apart with the multi-prong harass. I don't know. It was just crazy that the multi-prong harass did that much damage. He threw away units because he was maxed out. And throwing away the units didn't kill a base. So he's like, let me warp in a bunch of zealots, finish off that base, and then go into carriers. And then the carriers weren't even spotted. And I feel like he was slowly getting out carriers because it took about 5 minutes. And by the time he went across the map, he had like 3 carriers.
It was one Stargate production.
Yeah, it was one Stargate production. I expected him to have like 6, and he was like, comes out like, I got 3, let's go. And even 3, it was enough. It was enough to win.
Yeah. It was a really weird switch into carriers because again, typically we see more Stargates for more carriers, but he only had 1, so very slowly he made his way. But yeah.
And that's what I was talking about. That's the scary thing is, like, you know, not corruptors. The carriers, they're kind of like a weird broodlings. Like, you know, they have units that they can remake, but they don't remake that fast, but they are very mobile. So it's a good unit. You don't have to have too many to make an army that much more impactful.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
what did he have? 100? Immortal, Archon, Zealot, Stalker. He had like everything in the kitchen sink down there, and he still won. He just threw out whatever. He's like, all right, he's got queens. I'll throw in some Stalkers. He's got Hydras. I'll throw in some Immortals, and he's got Lings. I'll throw in some Archons, and it's late game, so why not? I'll throw in 3 carriers.
One thing that I want to say is I really want to commend Pacomike on like his unit control, especially when it comes to like the High Templar and the feedbacks. Like
the feedbacks were disgusting.
Every single time the Vipers got close, immediately they got feedback. It was like, Jesus Christ, it was oof.
I wonder if he has that like the repeated key, or if he's just tapping it that fast and clicking everything. He's a madman. He's sick. He's disgusting. He's everything we want in a Protoss player. He's spawning in the top right-hand corner with the team that is AX, standing for Alpha X. He is from Mexico. He's the feedback king. He is Pacomike.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Pillars of Gold LE, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, normally considered one of the best players in the region, one of the top 4 up there with Kelazur, Cham, and Special, but here, mate, he's already down 0-1 in this best of 3. Can he bring it back? It is Erik.
I hope he doesn't.
I'd be okay.
I don't really care who wins, but you know, I'm a Zerg fan usually through and through, but come on, when it comes to Mexico versus Brazil, obviously I'm rooting for Mexico.
Exactly. I was about to say, like, we're big Pacomike fans here on this channel. Like, it's spread over to even players who don't cast him. Like, I know Yaku, like, he's also, like, every time I tune in, Pacomike's playing, and, like, he's also become a fan as well. Like, how could you not? He's one of those players who's very stylistic. We bring it up all the time. He's like the carrier boy, you know, he's all about the Stargate. Yeah.
He's beaten Cham before, so that's also cool. That's always something to mention when mentioning a player. They've beaten Cham or not. Cyril, funny enough, I don't think Cyril has actually beaten Cham ever, so fun fact.
Yeah. It's one of those things like, have you ever seen like Stats and Pacomike in the same room together?
I think there's a reason why we haven't. It's all speculation, but pretty sure they're scared of Cham. Or Cham, much like Darking, being a nice guy, sparing everyone and not going all the way out there and putting them to shame.
Exactly. And we'll see again. Like, I expect this to go to the ace match, but it would be crazy if Pacomike 2-0s Erik. Like, that's insane. That's an achievement.
That is nuts. That means something's wrong with Erik. Ooh, cancel? Should get canceled. No way this dies. I want to know why a pylon. Oh, that was the third. I thought we were looking at Pacomike's base. I was like, wait, why is he putting a pylon in the third already? he was blocking. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, why is there also a drone here? I got confused for a second, guys.
Yeah, and this is interesting. So every single game we've casted today of Erik, he has gone for a pull first or an early pull. This game he went for a hatch first, and he's even getting his third like at a regular time.
Ugh, disgusting.
I know, right?
I'm such a. I mean, I just feel like the pull first is the go-to. Gas pull, that's cool too, but never a hatch first.
You're like macro. Get him out of here. Get him out.
I mean, to be fair, you can always go into a good macro game. I've seen Cyril do it. Cyril will open up with the pull first and then go into a long-term game. Obviously, I'm not Cyril, or neither is Erik, but it's still plausible in theory if you're better than your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he said, I won that last game, so I'm just going to chill. Or he lost the last game, so he's like, I'm not going to get too crazy and try and 12 pool or 14 pool. And this is a big map, so also the Lings take forever to get across the map.
Yeah. I think something that's important that did happen is that Erik almost lost his first overlord across the map. Like,
he barely saved that, by the way.
Yeah. And because of that,
had a pillar far away to like the east.
Yeah. It was really interesting from Pacomike. And because of that, like Pacomike is patrolling. That overlord can't get into the main, can't scout the Dark Shrine.
This is why I always 14 pool into overlord speed. I just do what Cyril does. Pneumatize carapace. 14 pool, and something I realized, I watched a lot of Cyril games today because I've been laddering a little bit, is Cyril in this matchup loves to go a ridiculous amount of banelings.
Yeah,
and so I think that's the strat. Roach Ravager, mass baneling.
It honestly, it can work really well. Something interesting that Erik is doing is that he is going for like not a big all-in, but a massive link flood. He is droning up behind this, you know, like looking to see how much damage he can do. There's a couple of roaches sprinkled in as well. We'll see how much damage this can do. So far, there are only 2 adepts here, and there are actually a couple of defensive DTs.
Oh wow! I was gonna say at max, this just forces him to warp in DTs, but he already has them warped in. So now he can probably just go across the map with his. Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, he defends.
Warp Prism.
Yeah, I'm surprised Warp Prism hasn't gone across the map yet. Oh, he actually morphs in some Archons. And I think this is a good play because he does reveal his hand and there are already spores.
Fire goes down for Pacomike. I mean, for Erik, actually, here. Interesting choice because, like you said, he went for that Link Flood. He canceled the base somehow, even with DTs there.
Wait, what?
Did he get the cancel or did he cancel it? Was that a force cancel or a cancel?
That's a good question. I think Pacomike may have accidentally canceled it on his own. I don't think there was enough damage there to force it. That's why I pulled the camera away. I'm surprised that it did get canceled.
Yeah, no, I watched the replay too late. It just got canceled on its own, I think. I don't know what happened there. That's a huge mishap there for Pacomike. Because I was going to say, if the base didn't go down, then Erik's Link Flood really didn't do too much, and now he's got to do something to catch up. Now, if these mutas, they won't. If the mutas popped and caught this Warp Prism coming in and stopped it completely, that would shut down Erik's harass and force him to really try hard to defend and go for a new composition. He's not going, he is. He's getting Blink, so he's going to have Stalkers on the way, which is good. Getting in the Forge for upgrades, and let's see if he scouts this Spire.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing here. Like, the Archons, if they deal damage, that's nice and all, but the most important thing is if he gets into the natural and he spots the Spire, because if he doesn't, then mutas, like they've done it before, they can just get into a mineral line and end the game.
Now, this map specifically, I feel is extra good for mutas because it's so big. There's so many cliffs and walls, and going from the third base that he took to the natural to the main to a possible fourth base is just so long of a time for units to walk from the back of one mineral line to the next. So mutas do get scouted here by the observer.
Yep.
And recalling all the units, which might force Erik to just kind of harass here and not actually get any worker damage done, but he will keep his opponent at home. Oh, the Warp Prism! Wow, why would you have that there?
Yeah, interesting that he would decide to focus down the War Prism. I was so surprised because two Archons were trying their best to defend the War Prism. They didn't get a couple of shots off, but the majority of the mutas did manage to survive. And despite Pacomike trying to prepare and throwing down some static defense, the mutas, they still deal some damage.
Yeah, and I love this. He might lose this, but in all of this, he made 10 workers right now. He's droning up and then going for some defensive lings. God, he has to actually micro those mutas constantly to keep them stacked.
Yeah. Oh, good.
How does he get out of this? He's just buying time right now.
Yeah, he needs to just try and distract some of these units. And we do see a bunch of lings and roaches coming from the left-hand side, hopefully to pull away some of the supply. Otherwise, the mutas, they're just going to go down. Oh.
He has about 8. Okay, now he has 6. So this is how much he needs. 2 one-shot probes. So if he loses any more, they're kind of useless. They are now useless. And not too much damage going to be here. He gets out with a few mutas, but he has stopped the muta production. Oh my god, he actually picked it off. Wow. The Immortals were kind of preoccupied there. The Immortals and the Sentries should have gone in and maybe walled off to stop the range, and there's just a lot going on there. Great play by Erik, actually.
Yeah, the Immortals, they were firing at the army, but again, they weren't in the best of positions. There weren't any force fields. Like, again, the Sentries and the Immortals weren't in position to try and delay the army. So Erik, once again, gets a denial on that third base. Pacomike stuck on 2 bases, and I feel like he doesn't know what he wants to do. He's got a second Robo and a Robotics Bay on the way. Before that, he actually got double Stargate, like, to try and respond to the mutas, but he's not making any because he killed all the mutas, so he's just all over the place.
Yeah, I feel like he did this earlier. We saw someone do this earlier where they went double Stargate and then they also went double Robo, or at least in the Robo production. But now he's going mass Phoenix? What?
I mean,
and gets 1 Crow file down instantly for free.
Yeah, the problem is that, like, the Phoenixes are our response to the mutas, but, like, there isn't a big commitment into the mutas anymore, so it's like...
Oh, that's right, the mutas, yeah. Actually, so this is perfect. Wait, did he just make more mutas? Or are those the old ones?
He made 3.
Huh. Yeah, he wanted the 7 or 8 that you need to one-shot stuff, and normally, I think it's like 6 to one-shot or 7, but you normally want 1 or 2 to spare, because you will lose them, so... I guess that's what he was going for, but good for him to make the Phoenix. At least Erik didn't overcommit and try and go mass muta. But Hydra's now coming out, Roach is out, and Erik's getting close to this supply cap here, so I think he's going to try and do some harass with these lings and buy some time so he can max out on that Hydra Roach army. Yeah. Actually, he's going straight into Lurkers and all the upgrades for Lurkers, completely skipping just Hydras.
Yeah.
Give me Roach Lurker.
The problem is that because of, like, the early game and because of the position of Pacomike, like, he's just stuck at home. Like, he doesn't have any momentum going for him at all, so it's gonna give Erik the time to do this, to get into Hive, to get the Lurker upgrades, to, you know, be kind of greedy with his tech. And Pacomike, he can't do anything to stop it. Like, he's not pushing out or anything.
Now, Pacomike does have equal amount of workers, so he's got an economy to get an army here, but if Erik maxes out and goes for an attack and hits in a good position, I think he can really do some damage here.
Oh yeah,
but Pacomike looks like he's going heavy on the static defense. I think, is that 3rd or 4th base even static up at all?
A little bit.
Not really.
Like,
a little bit.
The problem is that once again, Pacomike's like he's getting a Templar Archives at the same time that he's getting a Fleet Beacon. Like he's and he's getting extended thermal lens. He's teching all over the place. But like you said, Erik, he's maxed out, and he's not gonna, like, give Pacomike time.
Not even with all of his army. He just has a little hit squad over here.
Oh god.
And a hit squad over here.
Yeah, the army is split in 2, looking to hit the 3rd and the 4th at the same time. To be fair, Pacomike is split up a little bit. Will he have enough to defend both, though?
Big Ling run by at the 4th, but just taken out. It looks like it's going to start getting workers. The Roaches aren't doing too much, but on the other end, over there at the 3rd base, so much damage is being done. Even though the bulk of Paco's army is here, he's not taking any damage, but he also can't attack into the army, and it looks like Pacomike's going to defend on both fronts fairly well without losing anything.
Oh, the DTs as a defense is so smart. There's no detection.
Those DTs were sick.
That was just what he needed, and I'm really surprised Erik, he wasn't more aggressive with his Lurkers. That was the advantage that he had at the 3rd base, is those Lurkers with range, but he couldn't move forward. That cannon probably helped so much with the detection of Pacomike, and Pacomike, he's able to hold, and now we've got carriers on the way.
double carrier production. Well, not now. It's just single carrier, but double carrier production should be in full effect here. And yeah, I like that he's using the actual Phoenix for a scout.
Yeah.
Or maybe harass? Question mark.
Well, I'm sure he was checking to see the bottom right-hand base was taken. It's not taken, and he is going into harass. Sure, there's one sport, but there are plenty of Phoenixes, so he gets drone damage anyway.
Or is there plenty of Phoenixes? He goes back in with the Phoenix. I think the Phoenix would be great here for taking out those Vipers. Who needs the feedback when you got Phoenix?
Yeah.
I guess there's a lot of Hydras here, but the Hydras are focused on Phoenix. Then the Vipers are going to be distracted. The Vipers can't get too close, and it makes everything so much more dicey.
Yeah, speaking of dicey, like I don't see any High Templar here. There's no feedbacks available at all for Pacomike, so this army just may be too much for him to deal with.
Lurkers, oh my god, no feedbacks. The upducks are absolutely game-winning here. And I think now we're seeing how this is supposed to be played, man. I don't know. We're not going to get that 2-0 that we expected. It's going to be a 1-1, I'm assuming here. Lurkers do outrange the Colossus once they have that upgrade for the +10 or whatever range it is. And so all the Colossus went down without a single fret here. And then, yeah, GG is called. Erik wins game number 2. And that puts us in the game. What is this, semifinal here?
Yeah, this is the semifinals. Winner of this series will move on to the grand finals, and Erik is able to tie it up. As we were saying, the High Templar, that was the key unit that Pacomike was really missing there for those storms, for those feedbacks.
Yeah. I will say, even though it doesn't matter who wins or loses because they both qualified, but, you know, winning still feels good. Making a couple extra bucks still feels good. And we'll see who makes it. But, yeah, High Templar weren't there. He didn't have enough defense. Like, he should have known. We have vision of everything, so I guess we could see it better. But I think he was expecting to be okay because he defended those 2 pushes, like on both ends. There was one to the north and to the, I guess, southeast. There's one west and east, and he defended both. So he's like, I'm good on defense. I can just tech up. He just attacked me. But in reality, Erik really didn't invest too much. He freed up some supply. He morphed in more lurkers. And then he moved down 1 with the Vipers.
Yeah, I think what's important is that in that push that Pacomike defended, essentially Erik threw away every single one of his roaches. Essentially, so that was like that massive supply that he freed up, and with that he was able to make Vipers, more Hydras, more lurkers, and get a more like effective army. And in that time, Pacomike he thought he had a little bit more time to breathe, you know, and be a little bit greedy and just like macro up, and because that he just wasn't ready for it. Also, like his detection was on the right hand side, not on the left. Like that, the right hand side was where the DTs and where the Phoenixes were, right? So he didn't spot the army coming in either.
Oh, I'm one of those guys who overmakes overseers. I absolutely hate DTs. And you know what my favorite thing is? You overmake overseers, and then when you don't know what to do with them and you have like 10 of them in your army, you send them into the main base and just... What is that thing called? Not corrosive bile, but you contaminate everything in your opponent's base, and it's absolutely beautiful. That's something I don't often do, but... Lately, I've been laddering, and I played a game where I was greedy, had no spores in any bases, and they come at me with DTs, so I put an overseer at every single base, and after I cleared up the DTs, I didn't know what to do with them, and they were full of energy. And you just go and infect everything, and they can't do anything. That's actually OP. Like, if more players did that, I don't know how StarCraft would turn out. Imagine if you could just shut down all production of your opponent. They would have to have static defense around their production.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like
we used to see Cyril do that a lot to like upgrades. He would I just said it, I already forgot what it's called. Contaminate. He would contaminate upgrades a lot. And
yeah, it's
I know
something...
I talk about Cyril a lot, but I study his plays in hopes that I could be decenter.
It's something that not a lot of players at the highest level do. It's that's why it's so cool whenever Cyril does it. It's like he has enough time, enough like APM to pull that off amongst everything else that he's doing. Yeah, it's really cool whenever you see it. We don't see enough of it.
Yeah, not at all, but maybe we'll hear, maybe not. Either way, I know we're gonna get a good game. This is the final match of this matchup in this PVZ, spawning in the top right-hand corner. Once again, we have the Alpha X player representing Mexico It is none other than the greatest Protoss to ever come out of Mexico. It is Pacomike.
Ooh, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Oxide LE, we have the Brazilian Zerg player going back to his roots, going for that 14 pool. He is representing himself. He's teamless. It is Erik.
And yeah, it's looking like a good matchup here. No easy win for either side. So I guess that lets us know where they're at. They can both take games off of each other still.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Now,
definitely.
to really know, I guess we'd have to get like a best of 7 or something out of here. But I feel like with both of them being decent enough to beat each other, how it's anybody's game right now, it really comes down to luck of the build.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we mentioned it. It's like, you know, who's looking good on the day, right? Like who's really in form this afternoon or this evening, depending on where you are. As Erik, we've seen he's doing the same thing he did in game 1.
That's funny. I wonder what his big brain play for this is. I mean, yeah, deny some mining time, leave the wall exposed so you can come in with your lings. But we saw it defended in game 1 or 2. I don't remember which one it was. Game 1, I believe it was. And funny enough, that's the game he lost, and he's going for that style again.
Yeah, interesting. This may be his go-to opener. It's hard to say, as again we do have those things coming across the map. Because Pacomike went for the probe scout, he was aware and he did chrono out his first zealot, but we'll see how his micro is because the lings are here.
Yeah, and the second zealot is here, so there's really nothing these lings can do. They're never going to be able to surround 2 zealots and kill him, even with some great micro. Cancels the base, remakes it. Is he gonna? I don't know what he plans to get as far as damage here. Maybe these probes on the base, but yeah, there's really nothing he can do here besides scout.
Yeah, that's the big question, right? Like, how much probes is he going to be able to kill, if any at all? Like, link speed is still a ways away. I feel like last time it was a lot faster, and he prioritized it.
Yeah, it's really hard to get that link speed out. If, in my opinion, I'm no grandmaster, but to remember to get the link speed while you're also constantly moving and remaking that base in there for harass and moving your units around. Is he going to get it? He will get this, just barely. And that does not come very cheap. That's at the cost of about 8 lings, I believe. It was 10 lings, actually, that went down.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm no mathematician, but I believe that's about 250 worth of minerals. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot, especially because like we had the hatchery canceled twice as well in the main.
Also minerals, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I love he took gas.
The gas deal is very cute. I love it as well. But Erik, like it looks like we do see he is double expanding behind this. The natural and the third base are being taken. Again, I don't know if it was a mistake that he delayed his gas for so long, but link speed finishes up. Yeah. He's not going to do much with it.
Definitely a mistake for sure, because I mean that's the whole point of this opener is that once you buy enough time with your lings and they get ling speed, then you can never catch them, even with an adept or a stalker. And
yeah,
normally we see an adept come out here for defense, but Pacomike's so confident he went for the stalker on the defense.
Yeah, I think for him it's more important.
To get the overlord to not scout.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about the scouting denial. It's all about keeping Erik in the dark, because this game we do have Pacomike going for that Stargate opener. Last game he didn't go for this, so he's like revealing to his opponent that he can switch things up. It is going to be a Void Ray first. I'm hoping that here in the Ace match we're going to see the double Stargate play. That's what I want to see from Pacomike.
I believe it's coming. In my opinion, a Void Ray first means I want to snowball and I want to tank up.
Oh yeah, definitely. And like the thing is, like opening up with a couple of Void Rays against Erik doesn't feel like the worst idea, because Erik has been going for these roach heavy like compositions. Void Rays, they do decently well against roaches.
Oh, they're gonna do real great, especially because Erik is completely skipping getting spores and he's going straight into roaches and 3 gas production.
Yeah.
Now Oracle would have killed everything here, so it would have been great if he had an Oracle. He is going into Oracles now. That's a typical follow-up. First get the Void Ray out. But I feel like this is 3000 IQ. I'm pretty sure Pacomike. Also, if you don't see the gateway warp gate upgrade coming in, you kind of tell it's automatically going to be air. That's the big tell. So I think Erik knew it was going to be air. but also knew it was going to be a Void Ray, so put his spores down late, and then he saw the Void Ray, and now he's perfectly fine on the defense here.
Yeah, exactly. Now the Void Rays across the map, there are spores, there are queens, so for now, Erik has defended, he is safe, but I'm really curious to see what he's going to spend his larva on. Because of that early Roach Warren, it's not going to be ideal against what we predicted, what we know Pacomike for.
Oh my god.
Triple
it's
Stargate.
3-gate production, triple Stargate.
Mate,
what a guy.
This is gonna be triple Stargate for triple Void Ray. Like, Pacomike should be perfectly fine against any kind of like Roach attack.
And a big stasis just hitting the main base of Erik, stopping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 probes or drones from actually getting any mining done, and that's pretty big. And he's gonna see the Void Ray, he's gonna see the third base, and honestly, it's real scary once the third base is up. And the production really starts here from the Protoss. That's when they get scary with the air. Oh my god, 3 Voiders at a time. That is my worst nightmare.
Yeah,
I want to see how Erik defends this. I mean, even if he goes Mass Hydra, it's too late to really go Mass Hydra at this point. And is he going to pull away? No, he's going to get like 7 or 8 right here.
Oh my god. Even some gas turns as well. This is
literally 8. 8 exactly.
Oh my god, that's not what you want to be seeing. Erik, like, he does have a lair. So his lair just finished up. So if he wants to go into Hive, into Hydras, he can. Oh my god.
He's gonna get the base kill. Oh! Okay, so I've been meeting this on the ladder a lot, man. This is absolutely terrible. You can't, even with Hydras coming in. Hydras aren't even on the way, by the way. So there's no way to defend this. Hydra Den just now goes down. This is terrible. Your worst nightmare. This is why they do it on Oxide. Do you defend your 4th base or do you defend your main base? It's a real tough ask here with 4 Void Rays, especially 5. It's really hard to get without your creep there. It's hard to get to the defensive position of your 3rd or 4th base. I'm sorry, your 4th base there. Yeah. And then even if you do get a couple in range, you need like 6 freaking queens to defend this, and if not, they just go right into the main.
Exactly.
I've been struggling with this a lot too. I think this is game. There's not enough queens out to defend.
Yeah, we'll see what Pacomike decides to do here, because he can do whatever he wants. He can either focus on the queens. He's focusing down the lair actually. And oh my god,
he can kill every base with this. Every single base can die here.
Yeah, the lair is gonna go down. There are enough queens to defend the natural. He tries to transfuse, but he doesn't keep it alive.
I'm glad this doesn't just happen to me, because this is a proper frustrating. Fully tilted to the point where you're upside down. This happened to me yesterday. You got the main base, you got the 4th base, and then you try and defend, you get your Hydras out. Now you need to double expand in order to come back. But by the time you know it, he's hitting the east and the southern east side base and taking out your other bases, and there's just nothing you can do.
Yeah,
the creep subsiding, there's no creep here. It's going to be a rough time here.
Yeah,
as long as he doesn't get too risky here, he's going to lose some of these.
Yeah, like, again, we've seen Zerg players defend against this before, but the biggest thing is that Erik, he didn't see like any of this coming. He didn't see all triple Stargates being thrown down. Because of that, he was in the dark. His lair was delayed. If you recall, he got an incredibly early Roach Warren and spent his gas on that. He didn't do anything with it at all. There has been no counterattack. Pacomike has just been left alone at home this entire time. Now he's getting 4 bases. He's got stasis all over the place. He's got carriers on the way. Like he's looking beautiful here in game 3.
Yeah, that's super rough for Erik, man. Oxide, that is a scary. Oh no, he's gonna lose 3 overlords right there.
Oh god, okay.
Oh my god, he barely saved that. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
He's pulling them back.
Early supply blocked him.
Yeah, like, sure, there are Hydras here, but the thing is, like, Pacomike, he's doing the smartest thing. He already has a Templar, like, a Templar Archives. Like, Storm is gonna be on the way soon, and what's this gonna do?
I love Pacomike, and I said I wanted him to win, so I'm happy he's winning, but I'm frustrated because this happens to me on the ladder, and I just don't know what to do. I was hoping I could get some insight here, but no dice. This is a scary thing. We used to say you max out on Hydras, and there's nothing that Terran or Protoss can do once you max out on Hydras. You take out the air army, but look at this. You throw in Zealots, you throw in Void Rays. You can't go Corruptors because the Void Rays take them out. You can't go Hydras because the Zealots and Void Rays take them out. There's really not much you can do here.
Yeah,
and Storm's getting thrown in here. By the time Erik ever gets some footing, gets his feet dug into the ground, Pacomike's gonna have Storms, Zealots, 15 carriers, and a mothership.
Yeah, it's one of those things where because of the opener, like Erik almost is trying to come back from an unwinnable position, where his 4th base was denied and his lair was killed. Like that hurt his production in so many ways. And now he's trying to claw his way back into this. Like he's down in economies, he was down in production, down in upgrades, and like this is something that Zerg players can defend. But again, it's like after losing so much so early on, it's like, you know, you need like the most miracle engagements, and even then.
It's futile. Even
Yeah.
then. Yeah, it's a rough position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
I don't know, man. I'm scared for Erik here.
Yeah, so this is interesting. We do see Erik is getting pathogen glands, so I guess his plan is to go into infestors. This is a very interesting response. If he gets enough infestors out, then maybe with like fungals, or even if he gets neuroparasite, he can take over those carriers. But we've seen in games before, like Pacomike, he's on top of his feedbacks, you know.
This is exactly where I was yesterday on the ladder. I had the fungal growths ready, I had the queens, I had the lurkers, the hydras, and it just was not enough. And we'll see how Erik micros this out. Like, oh my god, huge zealot run by. He's just going straight for bases. You should be able to defend it though, but that base is low. And yeah, the queens can transfuse this to Kingdom Come, but then that leaves the queens very susceptible to these carriers, because queens aren't that tanky. But with a bunch of transfuses, they're great.
Yeah, now they've got barely
the more
any.
queens you have, the more transfuses and DPS they have. But if they have to transfuse bases all day, it's not going to be too good.
Yeah, they barely have any energy for those transfuses. We do see, okay, double Spire on the way for Erik. And if Pacomike gives Erik time, then Erik can get a more ideal army composition. I'm really surprised that Pacomike is still posturing around. Like, he's maxed out, he's slowly getting a bank. Like, he has to trade and deal some kind of damage.
I think for Pacomike right now, he's doing just fine. And if you can't really find that game-ending damage, at least go for the double expand. And here he goes back in with some Zealots. He needs to be careful with these Stormy boys, but he goes back in with Zealots to take out the base. He's probably going to get the base this time. He's definitely going to get it, if not super close.
Yeah, like there's nothing there.
Transfuses.
Yeah, there's no queens there for transfuse. All the queens are helping out here against the carriers. Like Microbial Shroud is used, but of course we talked about it. That just means Storm gets used on top of it.
Did all the Hydras already go down? Oh no, they're still fighting that base. And yeah, here we go. All the Storms coming down, and he gets the base, and he needs to get out of here now. I think he did plenty of damage. Now I think Erik can still win this fight, but I mean, why take this fight if you already caused some game-changing damage?
Honestly,
there's really not much here.
Honestly, there are no interceptors. Like if Erik had like 2 or 3 Vipers, he could just win the fight. Straight up.
Yeah.
Like,
but Pacomike, Erik's army's so slow, it can't even get back into the main to defend. And the Zealot's gonna come back to take out this, and that's the scary thing about this map and this army composition. That natural and that 4th base is just so abusive, and it's hard to walk your units back and forth, even with the Microbial Shrouds. I don't really know what you can do here. But now I know that Microbial Shroud works good, because I tried Fungal Growth on the Interceptors, and it didn't work.
Yeah. Microbial Shroud actually was doing decently well, especially because there are no High Templar. The Hydras, they're trying to get on top of the army. Again, barely any Interceptors left. So they are trading well, but the problem is the main is dead, the 3rd is dead. Erik is on 2 base economy right now.
And Pacomike is on 5 base economy, looking good at 81 workers, and he's continuing to drone up, continuing to expand and get gases, and he has such a big bank right now. A large, mostly mineral bank, so I mean, he can trade out these Void Rays here, I wouldn't mind, but I think he needs to pull back. Like, he's done plenty of harass. He just needs to posture up here. There he goes with the recall as he realizes the army's moving out.
Go the Storms.
Oh, that's a rough storm.
Oh yeah, God, this
Mass Zealot warping.
This 4 High Templar almost maxed out energy on them as well. Like with all those storms, like Erik can't push in. Like that's the weakness.
Pacomike has kept the creep gone forever, but he let it get too far right here. So he needs to come in and clear this up, which he should be able to do right here. A little bit engaging, a little bit quick. I think he should have waited for the storms, but okay, there we go. As long as he gets rid of the lurkers, he should be good. Even target firing down the creep tumor.
Yeah, he does get down the creep tumor. The fungals,
my God,
the feedbacks are on point though. That's all the energy for the infestors. This is all that Erik has left. He's trying to make it work. I mean, there are no more interceptors, so the army's, yeah, the army's doing well.
Yeah, but I mean, another warping of Zealots, and he makes it back to the shield batteries, and there you go, another round of even interceptors. And that's it, man. I don't use much here left for Erik. And while I was hoping I would get to see how you're supposed to defend this, it's not going to be the case. We're going to get a GG here from Erik pretty soon. He's got to know something's up. I don't think he knows that fifth base is established and fully saturated, but he should know.
Yeah, I mean, Erik, he's trying his best here. His tournament life is on the line. As we said earlier, you know, he has already qualified, and he's trying his best against Pacomike. But, mate, Pacomike, we talk about it. You give him carriers, and he can take it even to someone like Cham.
I mean, someone like Erik, maybe not. Maybe he's not ingrained as we are into the Latin American scene, but we knew Pacomike was going for it. Everybody knew Pacomike was going for that gateway, and GG is called, and in very Pacomike fashion, he just Pacomiked Erik, and I loved it. I loved it, man. That's what we needed to see. That is what I like to see out of mi raza coming out of Mexico, taking it home for Alpha X, and Protoss is everywhere. He is now in the finals, and I believe he's going to face the final Zerg boss.
Oh yeah, that should be the finals that we get. Congratulations, Pacomike, to advancing to the finals, which does mean, regardless of first or second place, he will be walking away with a bit of money.
Yeah, and you said XionS did go down to eGGz and to make it into the finals, right?
I said he should.
Oh, he should. Okay, I thought you said he did. Yeah. So he should. I don't know if their games are over yet or if the Liquipedia isn't updated yet, but they are still going at it. I believe it should be eGGz versus Pacomike, which is the good old-fashioned fight that we like to see. And as Light invites me to the game, it is eGGz versus XionS. Game number 2, I believe. We're about to get a live score right now. 0-0. Game number 1 just starting up. They saved it for us because they knew we were going to be here. They actually were. I think. Were they? Or is Vortex being joking?
It's hard to say with Vortex, but it's possible that both semifinals are being held to be casted. And I'm really curious to see how this goes because, again...
Did Darkin come back into admin, or was it just all Vortex today?
I believe it was all Vortex.
So, on Darking's day off, instead of taking the entire day off to go have a good time, he still comes and plays a tournament, and is probably in chat right now. What a guy. That's why he's the godfather.
That's why he is El Padrino. My God. And again, like, just like how I was really curious to see how Erik would do this. Like, we were big eGGz fans. We've been casting him since the beginning of the year, this entire year. And like, he has taken a bit of a break, but now he's back. And how good is he? Well, how in form is he?
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. We will see. And, you know, but this is not as close as I feel Erik and eGGz. This is, I mean, Erik and Pacomike. This is eGGz. Like, the only person who can really beat him is Cham. And the best dancer of all StarCraft, of course, Jim Rising. And here we are, spawning in the top left-hand corner. It is my honor to introduce this man once again. I wasn't sure I'd get to do it anymore in 2020, but here we are, Team Alpha X Latin America, which is funny because he can beat a lot of the Alpha X players. But he is representing Colombia, as you see the yellow flying on the flag of the, I guess, flaps of the drones here. It is the one, the only, the Capullo. It is eGGz. I almost forgot his nicknames.
I was about to say you remember. It's coming back. It's coming back.
Yeah, it's coming back. I'm getting my flashbacks.
Oh God! And his opponent spawning in at the bottom right-hand corner of Submarine LE. We have the Peruvian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Unidos por el Vicio. He is arguably the best player in Peru. It is XionS.
Oh yeah. And was that a poof first? 14? No. It's regular.
Which is
boring standard player.
I know, and it's kind of interesting because, you know, we're on Submarine, and on Submarine he decides to go for the hatch first.
Yeah. If ever was a game or a map to not go hatch first, it would be Submarine. Well, we'll see how it turns out. I don't know. This guy's pretty good. Maybe he's washed up.
Maybe, or maybe he's getting his groove back. I think that may be the better way to put it. I don't know how long he's been laddering for. I know he was laddering these past couple of days. Is he back in form though? Is he feeling confident here? I mean, to be fair, to give him credit, he has already qualified for Taco Cup. He's already made it to the semis, but can he make it further? Can he win the entire thing?
Yeah, we will see. It'd be nice if he could. I mean, like you said, he's already qualified, but it's always nice to remind people that even though you're on the off season, which if you guys don't know, he has taken the off season so that he doesn't play that much, but he's here today.
Yeah,
but yeah, it'd be nice to remind everyone that he's still the best.
We'll see how games like League of Legends and Age of Empires have affected him and maybe provided him with some kind of more insights or something along those lines.
eGGz does not strike me for an Age of Empires guy. Which is, that's a funny combo. Age of Empires and League of Legends. Like, come on, man. Just say you hate us StarCraft players. That's like, League of Legends is everything a StarCraft player hates.
Yeah. There's not a lot of like good like history between those two esports.
Yeah.
What was interesting was that when Heroes of the Storm came out, like a lot of like StarCraft players were playing it. Like, you know, they were trying it
Blizzard.
out. Yeah.
And I like Heroes of the Storm. I'm a big Hotes fan.
Yeah. Like I was
actually,
playing
I'm
it
not
too,
a fan. It's a terrible game now. It was fun, but Blizzard let it go to absolute. I don't know what the nice word is. Crap. I guess it's a family-friendly word, but they just let it go to all hell, and the game just went downhill.
Yeah, it's a shame because
and now
like,
I think they don't even have like ranked play anymore.
Well, they don't have a competitive scene anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the big thing, and it's a shame because it was a lot of fun. Like I was playing it as well. Like a lot of people were playing it. I know Vortex and Darking were really
freaked
into
out
it.
when you could have the Zergling units in the StarCraft units in the game.
Yeah.
That was great. You be like a Dragoon, I think, or something. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, Zagara as well. Like
That was. I think you could be Rainer as well. There was all types of interesting characters. I really like that. Like all the Blizzard characters put into one game. It's pretty sick. They had like Warcraft and stuff. I don't know. It was such a cool game to me. But you know, whatever. Blizzard screwed something else up. What's new?
Yeah, that was the beginning of the end. But you know, we are here, we are in game, and pretty interestingly, eGGz, he's going for +1 melee.
We haven't seen this in a while, but I love this. I started doing this more often. I never do this before against units, but I feel like +1 melee is becoming more popular against Protoss for a Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about how Cyril very often he like makes a lot of banelings in this matchup, and this kind of ties into it. Like typically, like +2 banelings are amazing. They go in, they one-shot probes as well. They deal so much damage, especially to like the main army, and that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I'm curious to see.
Wait. It's 5 minutes, and there's not even a Roach Warren down, and he's going into a layer. This has to be Mutas.
Oh, yeah.
Or straight into Lurkers.
100%. We have all the gases being taken.
Oh, my God.
Gases.
Except one.
Except for one. But this should be just Lings straight into Mutas.
No Baneling Nest, though. I feel like you need a defensive Baneling Nest with how much gas he has saved. I guess he doesn't have any gas. XionS has all the gas as he goes into DTs, which will be good for defense. Even against Lings, if there's vision for eGGz against Lings, DTs don't do too well.
Yeah, like, I mean, the DTs are going to be okay, especially against Mutas turning into Archons, but the problem is, like, there's no blink on the way or anything like that. Oh my god, he's not, like, we have +1 range on the way.
Is he going straight into Hydras?
That's
maybe the +1 is for the Queens. Maybe he's going for a Queen March?
I was going to say that.
Creep is getting kind of far.
Yeah, the Hydras is the only other thing that makes sense.
Okay, yeah. He's going straight into Lurkers.
Yeah. So
I don't hate it.
It's a lot more standard. Of course, it's a shame. Like, if Jim was playing, of course, he'd be going to Mutas. But yeah, eGGz going to Hydras instead. I mean, to be fair,
this is what Erik needed to do, I think. If you know your opponent's going into air, you go straight into Hydras. Now, I think it's a little bit over commitment from eGGz, as we see XionS made a few air units and is switching into other tech.
Yeah.
But this would be perfect if his opponent committed into the full-on air battle.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Because it's only a single Stargate, it's only 2 Void Rays. So again, he's not going full Pacomike. He is focusing on a ground-based army. So it's not ideal, but like what's kind of strange is that XionS only his robo is only just now, like being thrown down. Like he's not gonna have any kind of AoE at all to deal with the Hydras.
He has so many gates. I think he's already past 10.
Yeah, like
I forget what the building key is, but I'm just clicking things. I don't know what I'm clicking on my screen, but oh, it's S. Oh wait, T for structures. It's T.
Yeah,
and he has 10 gates. So yeah, he is at 10 gates.
It's interesting. I mean, he does have charge, you know, and he's gonna have blink soon, so that's great. He's gonna be able to utilize a bunch of gateway units, but
I wish he would have gone for legs. Baneling Nest is almost done, so there's gonna be slow banelings here and a bunch of zealots hitting right now with speed. That would have been epic, but instead he's gonna have a couple force fields. And since he skipped the Roach War, and this is also kind of good, there's gonna be no Corrosive Biles coming down from anywhere.
I will say I would like this from XionS if he had a War Prism.
Yeah.
He doesn't
and
like...
and an Observer.
Yeah.
If he could clear this creep, any Robo production would have been great here. He's going for it now, though. I love this. The Zealots are here.
Oh my god, the Zealots are here. Charge is done. A bunch of Hydras do go down for free.
Oh, the backstab almost came in there.
Ooh, almost. Again, the big problem is that XionS, he's forced to reinforce and warp in across the map. He doesn't have a War Prism, so his army is still like a little bit left alone, and he hasn't really been able to commit, but finally he's going in.
Oh, we could take this fight, but the Banelings are just about to finish up. He needs to save these wall-offs for the Banelings that are now coming in. They're slow, though. It shouldn't be hard to wall them off. Oh, a couple get through, but they land on just a single Zealot. The Hydra's doing work on the Void Rays, but the Stalkers survived, the Sentry survived, the Warp Prism now shows up and is getting some damage on them. At the same time, Ling's trying to go in for a counter, and they don't get anything done. I don't know what was defending over there.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing was defending.
Well, there was a wall. There was also a shield battery behind it. So the Lings, they were trying to get into the natural, but it looks like a massive Baneling run by is going to be getting ready. Meanwhile,
he needs to go for that third base.
Yeah, and I don't know if eGGz is going to have enough here. Again, he needs more Banelings. He needs more of everything, really.
XionS need to just wall off and shell away. This is what Protoss does. They wall off the corner of the third or fourth base and just shell away at it as they can. There you go. He walls off, and he should be able to take this out indefinitely. Nice target fire. More wall. His wall's not perfect, but they are doing work.
Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, there is a Ling run by, but there haven't really been any workers going down for XionS. He's been able to defend at home. All the Lings, all the Banes go down. It's just Hydras to defend.
I think eGGz misread this game a little too much and was expecting a lot of air. You know, I'm assuming if your opponent goes mass air, you go in the Hydras like he did, but once you find out, you switch into Lurkers or Roach Hydra, but he was going straight Hydra Baneling, and Hydra Baneling just doesn't scale against this. You need Lurkers.
I will say that it looks like eGGz was a little bit overconfident, because if you look at his vision, he hasn't scouted the main base at all. He has no idea what was coming to him. Like, he didn't know the tech. Yeah. We were talking about it earlier. It was a very strange, like, build, going straight up 10 gates, like, no robo. Like, he was going for this big gateway push, and eGGz had no idea.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't notice that he never looked into the main. That is actually super huge. eGGz just assumed, hey, I'll get Hydras out, and there's nothing you can do. You already committed to some of the air, so I should be at the advantage. But that is not the case, and I can't believe it. eGGz is going to be down a game against XionS 1-0.
Yeah, again, XionS has been able to defend incredibly well. There is a bit of a Baneling run by, so maybe some damage can be done, but now XionS, he's taking out the base, he's getting into the natural, and eventually going to be into the heart of everything. Even a couple of DTs sprinkled in.
Wow. That was something else.
Oof, GG. XionS takes game number 1, and I think the biggest thing here is, I feel like that was just eGGz being overconfident, right? Like, he's like, I don't even need to scout. Like, I'm just going to go for this opener, this build. You're probably going to go Skytoss. Even if you go for, like, for Robos, for, like, Colossus and stuff, I'm going to be okay with this. He just wasn't ready for, like, a big, like, charge lot, Blink Stalker, like, almost all in. Because I do feel like XionS cut worker production there as well at some point. And, yeah, he just went for a big push.
Yeah, I mean, why would he not scout? Like... You're not really okay against anything besides air, I feel like. Yeah, he had a lot of Hydras. Yeah, he had some Lings, but if there was like Colossus and a War Prism or Disruptor drops and like, I don't know, like how could you not expect that to come out of your opponent? It was kind of interesting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really blind all-in build.
I will say that like because of the double Void Ray start, like it was hard for Overlords to get in. So sure, like you know, you can say that, so it's a little bit harder to scout. But at the same time, like you still want to get Overlord speed, you still want to get like an Overseer, and despite 2 Void Rays being out, you can still commit and get into the main just to make sure you know what your opponent's doing. Like that isn't like out of the question.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just don't like that build from him. That build seems like it's only great to completely shut down a mass air, but why would you fully commit to a mass air counter without mass air? Like, without confirming. And then not even a lurker den. He had the infestation pit. He got the infestation pit and the Hydra den at the same time. Never did anything with the infestation pit.
Yeah,
I just don't know what he expected there.
I mean, I'm sure he expected like a different kind of opening coming out. I think he wasn't expecting this big gateway army to hit him in the face. And when it was there, he's like, okay, maybe I can do some do some counterattacks, deal some damage across the map, force a couple of warp-ins at home. But he was forcing warp-ins at home, but because it's submarine, like they can just walk across the map and reinforce. So it doesn't take that long, you know.
Yeah, that's the rough part. But here we are once again, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Pillars of Gold LE, representing Colombia. That is why he is yellow, I'm assuming. Playing for Alpha X, he is El Capullo, El Envuelto. It is Eggs.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Pillars of Gold LE, we have the South American Protoss player, the Peruvian player representing Unidos por el Vicio, currently up 1-0 in this best of 3. Someone who has not been playing Age of Empires or League of Legends in the off-season. He is XionS.
I want to play Age of Empires now.
I would do too.
That's a cool game. You can make archers, you can make cavalry. What an innovative game. And I like that game because it didn't get all weird and techie into like making tanks and then like researching some real like new age stuff. Like it stayed in the medieval times. You didn't have to upgrade into some weird base army over time. It's like, you know, just fight it out with these crazy guys. But, you know, also, are you a fan of soccer at all, Light? Football?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, did you hear about a famous soccer player today?
Oh, no. What happened?
I don't know how much you're into soccer, but one of my favorite players growing up, Maradona, he actually passed away today. He was a Argentinian player, one of the best that was ever on their team. And he was really famous for helping them. I believe they won in like the 90s or 80s. They won a World Cup, and Maradona was actually one of the people who put on the map El Mano de Dios, if you've ever heard about that, which is a cheeky play where referees can't see everything, so you go for a header and you kind of throw your hand in there. You kind of put your hand on your forehead, and when you do it really fast as a header's coming to you in soccer, it's really hard to tell that they use their hands. So he used that, and I believe he won a World Cup with that, and the refs never saw it, and everyone was pissed about it, and I loved him for it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something you want to be known for. Yeah, he's known as the hand of God because he would use his hand in soccer and football. It's like, what? What? Really?
Well, it's a move called El Mano de Dios, but he was known for winning. It's a play. It's a strategy.
Mate. You can't be like practicing for the World Cup and be like, all right, yo, I'm going to work on my Mano de Dios play, you know? And it's like, what? Like, you can
that guy did, and it worked.
Like, if they find out, you can be like, you know, sent off for that sort of stuff. Like, if you keep doing it, right? Like, Jesus.
I mean, it's only got to work once to win a World Cup.
God damn.
Yeah, rest in peace to the legend. Besides that, he was like one of the greatest soccer players to ever exist. So. Besides the Mano de Dios, that's what he was like known for in other countries. I'm sure the English hate him.
In my mind, like, this sounds like a guy who, like, he set it up so, like, all right, one of his teammates would distract the referee, and then, like, as the ball would come to him, he would just, like, grab the ball with both hands and, like, dunk it into the goal or something. And it's like, what?
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That is great. Yeah,
God.
that would be hilarious, but it's a lot more subtle than that.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
actually a little subtle about it, but
Uh,
that is pretty much how it went down. It's great to watch him play. Well, it was. He was retired. He was known for kind of acting out. There's a picture in the last World Cup where he's like flicking off the refs from the stand. He's a funny guy, but yeah, rest in peace to the legend.
yeah,
Losing legends every day, 2020.
for sure. It's such a shame.
Yeah.
And oh my God, eGGz. Yo, he's going for the same opener.
Okay, so maybe he expects it to work.
Yeah, I mean, he's being a little bit more aggressive with these things, delaying the third. Ooh, actually gets the probe there as well. This time, he did go into the main base with an Overlord. He did scout the Stargate opening, so we'll see if it works out a little bit better for him in Game 2.
Yaku, a soccer fan as well. Which, yeah, you're right. That's what it was. It was a World Cup in the 80s. I believe they played against England, and he used his hand and his forehead simultaneously. El mano de Dios.
Yeah,
you don't speak Spanish. That's the hand of God, guys. And they call it that for a reason.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Yaku just actually Wikipedia'd it.
Yeah, I'm sure he has no idea about anything soccer.
Oh, God. But okay, so eGGz is being a little bit more aggressive, making a massive wave of lings. Again, we do still have +1 melee on the way. We do have all the gases being taken. Lair on the way as well. I'm curious to see if eGGz switches things up and instead of going for Hydras, he decides to go for Mutas, or if he commits to the Hydras.
I wonder if this build, if he goes for Hydras, is there other ways he can take it? Like, maybe he gets more Lings and Banes out faster. As we can see here, he's more aggressive with 26 Lings on the production tab. Jesus Christ. So, yeah, I don't know. Does he have a follow-up to this, or is he trying to win it right here, right now? One Void Ray, yeah, can't take out all of those Lings. Not possible.
Exactly. The problem is that Xion's right now it's on him to scout, and he hasn't at all. He doesn't know that like this massive wave of Lings is on the way. He doesn't know that, you know, potentially the third was as droned up as it could have been. And now because of this, he could end up losing his third if he's not careful.
I wonder if eGGz went and watched the replay, because XionS is also going for the exact same build. No Robo out yet, barely started, but he did start 9 or 6 gates in his main base. So maybe eGGz knows the timing of these gates and is able to push in with his Lings before the gates finish, and no reinforcements can be warped in. There's only 2 gates warping in, as there's 6 gates on the production tab and no Robo. But actually, great force field, shield battery, and what a defense here from XionS. That was such a waste from eGGz.
Yo, the army positioning was absolutely insane. I don't know if you noticed, but as soon as the Lings came, like the sentries immediately snuggled their way in between everything. Jesus.
And then walled off perfectly to where nothing could be touched. And eGGz lost everything there. 50 Lings went down there.
I'm impressed. I'm legit impressed with that defense.
Oh, I'm super impressed. I was like, okay, this makes sense. The gates are being warped in. A flood of Lings can't be stopped. There's nothing to stop a flood of Lings. Well, XionS says a couple force fields.
Pretty much, and warps in nothing but sentries as well. We see a massive run by with Lings again, but they don't do anything. And now those warp gates, they've kicked in. Now more and more gateways are being thrown down as well. And as you were saying, it does look like XionS is going for the same like mass gateway composition.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm almost convinced that XionS has either given his name to or totally been possessed by parting here. I'm excited to see these sentries.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think it was this exact same map that I've seen. No, actually, it was a previous map pool. I forgot what that map was, but I really like that map where Parting did the crazy force fields. Perfect. I mean, he does it every map, but in DSL. There's some crazy maps he was doing, but I love this. This is a great place to force field. He's got to get a little deep on creep. He doesn't even have any vision to take out that creep tumor, but he's got to get right in this little choke point between the base and the wall and ramp so he can force field the entire thing. Again, Hydra, Ling, Bane is not the question, but this time eGGz does have more Banelings out and more Hydras, so he's got a good defense here.
So what I will say is that there are a couple of differences. This time XionS prioritized Blink instead of Charge lots. Last time he got Charge first and then Blink. This time he got Blink first and a massive Baneling one guy.
Last time the Banelings were defended as well, so a little bit different on both ends. I don't know how this is better for either side. I mean, XionS did get that base. He's going a little deep on creep. The Banelings, I don't believe they have speed. No, they do not. Baneling speed is not here, so yeah, the Banelings just going for that third base. That third base is going to go down, and even more probes are being sent to it, and they're going to go down as well. But if XionS can take this head-on engagement and win, he should be able to win the whole game, but I don't know if he can win this.
Yeah,
it looks like he can now.
Oh,
maybe if he warps in. Oh, the warp prism went down.
Exactly, the warp prism got focused down. The stalkers, they blink forward, but like the reinforcements, they look to be enough. Yeah. The lings are even coming back home.
And there's 12 lings on the production. All these stalkers are going to go down. A recall won't even save these stalkers at this point, I believe. And he's going to have to blink and then recall. No, they're just going to walk out. They're going to get away scot-free. Okay,
I mean,
here they go. Blink,
even
recall.
if he,
nice.
Yeah, even if he recalls, like 28 probes have gone down. The third went down as well. Like XionS, he was essentially all in with this push. Like, what's the follow-up? Like, Charge is going to finish up, but what's that going to do?
Well, he wasn't all in until eGGz counterattacked and took out the third base completely.
Yeah.
I think that shows the map variation. Like on Submarine, it was really easy to hold that third base. It's super choky and easy to wall off and have a shield battery and one cannon, but this wide open base, the lings coming in from every angle. Banelings just absolutely dismantled that base. And now, but XionS also took out the base of eGGz. But here we have eGGz did secure his fourth base, now his third, and he kept all the probes alive. He pulled them away instantly, so
yeah,
he had a great hold there, and this is all in for XionS, really.
Yeah, really this goes to show, like, eGGz, he's the kind of player who can adapt to how you play, and if you do the same thing 2 games in a row, like, it can't work against a player of a caliber like eGGz.
Yeah, I just can't believe that he has not gotten Bane speed.
Ah, man, you just need creep. That's all you need.
Yeah. Creep in the waddling Banes.
Exactly.
Oh, my God. Are you going to get a surround here? I would like to see a surround, but no. He's going to go for straight up head-on engagement fight here. And, okay, there we go.
Yeah, he's splitting up. He's going to be going in. He has to be careful because of those force fields. 3 force fields wasted. Didn't manage to get any value out of them at all. And XionS, I mean, it's going to be crazy, but with, like, the most perfect force fields, maybe he can trade, like, kind of efficiently against this.
I mean, the only value these force fields are going to have right here is to prolong his death. There's really no way. He didn't even force field anything. What the hell? Wow. Absolute latest force fields you could possibly ask for, allowing Banelings to explode and take out a good 2 to 3 sentries there. And now he's left with 2 sentries, morphing in 2 more sentries, but those won't have force fields for a while. He can't fully wall off anything right now. He can just kind of choke up a certain point.
Yeah, and the longer he waits, the better this is for eGGz. eGGz, who's fully mining on 4 bases, like he's been slowly journeying up as well, now getting another surround. Yeah, just XionS, he just has to make something happen, and already a bad start losing all those sentries earlier.
XionS have been posturing here for so long. eGGz actually got Baneling speed in that time.
Actually, eGGz actually got married in that time. Like, he's just been waiting so long.
Now.
Oh, God.
It's finally the best in Chile.
Yeah.
But this round comes in. XionS never got that third base, and that's all he's going to be able to write here. But we will get a game 3 because XionS won game 1.
Exactly. eGGz just stomps this build from XionS. GG gets called. We're going to the ace match.
Yeah.
Oh boy, and now we've gone to the point where, you know, XionS, he's got a nice build, you know, it worked in game 1, didn't work in game 2, he has to do something different. If he does the same thing, then eGGz is just...
Both of them have to do something. They both did the exact same thing, both games, but game 2, eGGz kind of changed it up a little bit, you know?
Exactly. Like, the big difference is that eGGz, like, he didn't get an infestation pit. He wasn't anywhere near as greedy tech-wise. He was focusing a lot more on his army. To be fair, to his detriment, because eGGz was defending really well against the lings in the beginning. Yeah, again, I guess it just came down to the counterattacks, right? Like, the big Baneling run by the lings that killed the third.
Yeah. Game 1, absolutely nothing got done with the Baneling run by and the Ling floods. He had the defense on point, but I guess this time something was a little bit different. He was lacking the vision of the defense. I don't know, but he didn't hold. And eGGz won. I think it was due to that third base being so open. That's why I think we see him a lot of time take it the other side on the high ground in a little bit more of a choky position. I keep saying choky today, but it's the only way to describe these choke points. Very choky positioning.
A very defensive position, yeah?
Nah, it's not.
Like
Where's the pizzazz?
like a tunnel or like a funnel.
Funnel. It's very funnily.
There you go.
Oh man, but yeah, we're back in it. Where's Zion's from? Peru?
Yeah.
Chile? I forget.
Peru.
Peru, right?
Yeah.
Every player's from Peru or Mexico. Honestly, most players in LATAM tournaments are from Peru.
There's a lot of them. You know, we have a lot of Chileans as well, but you know, as a reminder, once again, Funada Dastan in the chat.
Funada Dastan, Funada Darkness, Funada the whole El Prisma show. Funada all of them. Funada every Chilean that isn't in this tournament right now.
Exactly.
You should have all been here. But when it comes to Chilean tournaments, that bracket is stacked down the street and around the corner. The lineup goes. But speaking of down the street and around the corner, this man coming to you all the way from Chile, representing Colombia, this multi-countryman here, representing all that is Latin America and all that is Zerg, playing for Alpha X. It is El Capullo, El Envuelto. Can he pull it off? Ace match. He needs this one to win. It is eGGz.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Death Aura LE, we have the Peruvian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Unidos por el Vicio, and currently tied up 1-1. What a madman. No one ever expected him to even take a game off of eGGz, but he's somehow been able to do it. It is XionS. Oh boy.
Yeah, and now we see, are these players going to change anything at all?
I feel like it's on XionS. You know, I feel like for the most part, his build that really caught eGGz by surprise has been figured out. Now he needs something else. You know, he can't come in here into these qualifiers, into this matchup with like one way to play. He needs to whip something else out, and otherwise eGGz is just gonna run away with it.
Yeah. And I would like to see XionS do something crazy. I mean, like, his build is pretty normal. Like, he can defend against most things with 10 gates, no robo. As we saw, he denied the first beautifully the first Ling advances, but he fell apart in the attack. Didn't leave anything at home for defense. We'll see who changes it up here.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where, do you think XionS feels confident enough where, like, if he defended better at home, he feels like he could have still pulled it off, you know?
Yeah, I think he does, but I also think that's a slippery slope to think that you can defend against it every time. Like in the early game it worked. If he had a little bit of defense at home, it would have been great for him, but then the Ling floods that kept coming out would have eventually ended him. Maybe he plays a little bit of a more like longer macro game. This base, I think, this map is good for defending the third and the fourth. Both in some pretty decent choke points.
Yeah, definitely. That's why we typically see a little bit more longer games on Death Aura, and so far, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit disappointed. We do have another Stargate opener coming out from XionS, so far, it's the same thing he's been doing this entire series. We'll see if he diverts a little bit. He's playing this a little bit safe as well. Like, we already have a shield battery being thrown down here in the natural. Yeah.
So that's good, and getting the Stargate out, but not before a Stalker comes out for defense.
eGGz is doing the same thing.
Every time, man. He likes it, I guess.
You know what? I hope Pacomike's watching right now. He's like, mate.
He should be.
He 100% should be watching right now, because eGGz, like, again, he hasn't been back that long. It's possible that this is just all he does in this matchup, and if so, like, Pacomike is getting a lot of information watching eGGz right now.
Yeah. I'm just sad we're never gonna get any roach. Ooh, we're never gonna get any roaches in this ZVP.
Yeah, I was gonna get into it, but it never happened. eGGz, he made a roach warren last game, but he never made any roaches. And once again,
did he make a roach warren? That's crazy.
Yeah, he made a roach warren. That's why I was like, oh, he's gonna switch things up, but he didn't make a single roach, and he's doing the same thing this time.
Yeah, and actually that Void Ray looks really cool with that skin and that red color.
Oh yeah. It's
I
pretty
wonder what
sick.
skin that is. That is pretty sick.
Is this where we get into a little bit of a talk about how there's no more war chests? Is that?
They put everything up for sale now, like all the stuff.
Yeah.
Everything's on sale. I haven't checked, but is even like the rare stuff on sale? Like there's some that only were around, like some skins that were around for a little amount of time.
All the war chest skins are out. I don't think the war chest portraits are out. Those are the rare ones.
Ooh, wow.
Which is like the Neeb portrait and stuff like that. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
As Steel Mold and Yaku are like commentating via text. In the back.
Oh god, get in Discord, you two. Jesus Christ.
Get a Discord, you two.
Oh god.
That's the nerd way of saying get a room. You two lovebirds, get a Discord server.
Oh god. That's
Get a Discord room.
Yeah. Not in the CranKy Ducklings Discord, you know, keep that place clean. Thank you very much. That's I don't want to think about it.
I don't want to think about it. But I'm thinking about it. All right, we got roaches here. This is crazy.
Oh.
But as we get roaches, we're like, whoa, Egg isn't going into straight Hydras this time.
Oh,
Zion goes for the triple Stargate, which is exactly what Eggs could have countered with going straight into Hydras. I don't know what ZVP is anymore. This is more Mimi than a PvP.
Oh god, this is disastrous potentially. Like quickly checking Egg's vision, he hasn't gone into the main, but he does have an overseer across the map looking queued up to dive into the main base, and with this he'll be able to spot this. And what's he gonna do? I mean, okay, he does already have a Hydra Den. He is producing some Hydras.
Yeah, but Hydra Den just finished right as he's going in for the scout. He produces 4, but I don't think he has that much production. And the upgrade's already done. What is that upgrade he's getting from the fleet beacon? Is that Void Ray speed?
That is Flux Veins. Yes, that's Void Ray speed.
Okay, so he's getting the cracked rays. And wow, it's a new thing I just made up, guys. Remember that when it gets stolen. The crack rays coming up, and or the void cracks. I don't know. Crack rays sound better.
Yeah,
Void rays on crack. I want to know what that pylon does later on. He's still got a probe there. Maybe he throws down a gate. Maybe he warps in some zealots with it. Already going into carriers, and roaches are coming. Roaches and lings are coming to the third base, and they're gonna get spotted. I don't know how he saw that. Oh, he saw it from the pylon.
Yeah.
He can see things coming from the bottom of the ramp. Maybe that's genius.
He can, and you know what? We have a 4th Stargate on the way as well. Like, Xylons is committing heavily to this. So there are a couple of weaknesses to what he's doing. And the big thing is Mass Hydra, because when Pacomike does this, it's triple Stargate, and then after he gets a decent amount of Void Rays, he goes into High Templar with Storm to support the Skytoss army. Yeah. Xylons is not going into High Templar at all.
He's got 4 Stargates, and he's going Void Rays. 1 carrier. That carrier's taking forever. I don't think he's even Chrono boosting it out. But honestly, in my opinion these days, Mass Void Ray is a little bit scarier than Mass carriers.
I mean, it can do really well against something like Corruptors. Against Mass Hydra, though, there is a bit of a weakness there. This isn't that many Hydras, though, so we'll see what Eggs is going to be able to do here. He has to be careful. Like, there's so much tight defense. God.
The shield batteries and the cannons, there's no way X can fight into this and trade efficiently. I mean, the roaches are going to have to be microed and go right into a mineral line, but they get stocked all up on the ramp, and okay, now they're moving, and there's actually only 1 shield battery in the main, which is scary. He's going to stop that upgrade unless shield battery overcharge happens, and even then it's not in range.
Oh god, there are just so many Hydras. The Cybercore gets taken out, the Gateway gets taken out. There is a timing here, but you know what? Another carrier has joined the fray, but with barely any interceptors at all. And it looks like, oh, Eggs is going to be able to chip away at the space here as well, taking out a couple workers.
Yeah, it's rough. Ideally, with the 3 carriers, okay, now he's in a good position. The carriers are going to totally mess up the AI of the Hydras, and either you got to walk through a bunch of these interceptors to get to the Void Rays and carriers, or you just got to take the shots on the carriers, and the Void Rays can deal damage indefinitely. And now even throwing in a Tempest. What are we watching here? I don't know. I think it's a good position for Zions, to be honest with you.
Maybe. The scary thing is we keep talking about, like, the biggest weakness of Microbial Shroud is Storm, but because there's no Storm, like, Microbial Shroud does a little bit better here. The Hydra count is getting lower and lower, but you know what? The carriers, they can't really do anything. They actually have no interceptors right now.
I mean, yeah, exactly. He can just keep going at this, and Microbial Shroud is good. Did he just accidentally shoot his own infestor? I think he did.
He may have.
Either that or he got targeted down. But either way, Microbial Shroud, he just disengages, I feel is the right word here. He disengages whenever he sees that Microbial Shroud go down and backs up. If more shield batteries here, it would have been game over a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shrouds left. And he brought the queens, and everything's going to die.
Oh
and
my
this is
God.
what I'm talking about, guys. Again, it happened. I've been seeing it. I've been living it. There's nothing you can do against this. Now with the Void Ray buff, you throw in Void Rays with the carriers, and honestly, the interceptors there are to distract the Hydras while the Void Rays clean up.
I recommend watching Rogue versus Stats, by the way, on that one. When it comes to dealing with this, because yeah, it was on Monday. Eggs like
Asian Cup?
Yeah, the Asian Cup.
Oh man. Rogue beat Stats 2-0. I remember seeing that in the chat today.
Oh god. Yeah. I mean, Eggs, like he tried to go for this timing, and this timing was meant to kill his opponent. And because XionS was able to defend, like, Eggs is in such a rough position right now. I don't think he was expecting the Tempest. We weren't expecting the Tempest. I don't see anyone do this going into Tempest from here. I love it.
That's absolutely bat turd crazy, and it's gonna work.
Yeah.
Is he gonna get the up? Is that what he's getting? That upgrade?
Yep, that's the Tempest upgrade.
Oh my god, the building damage Tempest upgrade. They're gonna start shooting orange globes of mana, of goop. I don't know what they shoot, but they're gonna shoot it. And Ling run by gonna go, but there's so much static defense. It should be fine. He's really gonna have to commit with Lings and Hydras in mass amounts if he wants to do any damage and break any sort of walls, which he can't do because XionS is ready for that, ready to pounce as soon as that does happen. Is the wall closed? Oh, there is no wall. The wall was taken out. The Lings are gonna go straight into production.
Exactly, there was no wall. The Lings get into the main base. Meanwhile, you know what? There is energy here from Microbial Shroud, so the Hydras are faring decently well, at least against the Interceptors, but getting on top of the Tempest is another question.
This is next level, so the Tempest, I assume they were just to snipe the Microbial Shroud poopers, but instead they're actually being used to kind of just not have to engage fully on the Hydras.
Yeah, exactly. And you
know
my
god, that was a great fungal growth, but not enough.
There was no follow-up. Again, there were so many infestors there, but they didn't have energy for Microbial Shroud, so they couldn't use it. So a bunch of Hydras did go down. Looks like the base to the north is going to be going down as well. 14 pros went down in the main due to those Lings, so nice damage done there. But the problem is like the main army.
Well, now they're even on workers, and there's only a couple spores here, and not enough production. Hydras are so expensive, and to be honest, XionS is losing nothing here from this army. Like, you can't, it's kind of like he has lurkers in here. You can't get close because the carriers are going to start hitting you, and you can't really jump on top of the carriers because the Tempest can kite forever, and the Void Rays can just be a squishy, beefy meat shield in between both of those armies. I really like this composition from XionS. I don't know how you beat this. This has been killing me all day.
Oh god, he catches a bunch of carriers. One does go down. He's trying to focus down another. Microbial Shrouds are thrown down, but oh god.
I think there's more Void Rays than Hydras here.
Yeah. There's just way too many Void Rays, and sure, he's doing his best to trade, but you know what? The energy ran out. No more Shrouds. Oh
my god. If Eggs can't do it, who the hell can? Maybe Rogue. I don't know. But besides that, this is the best of 3 here? Was that it?
That was it. GG.
Oh my god. The last time I get to cast Eggs for the year, possibly, and he goes down to the one thing that I cannot figure out how to beat. This sums up 2020 in a nutshell.
Oh god. GG. The underdog, the upset XionS, the Peruvian Protoss, takes out Zerg. And we're gonna have a Zerg, or the Zerg, Eggs, and we're gonna have a PvP finals.
Wow, I can't believe it. That against XionS, I don't think he's ever beat Eggs before. It's got to be his first time.
It has to be his first time.
I forgot how you match people up. Oh yeah, never mind. I figured it out. Oh no, I didn't. I did not figure it out. Like, you know how to do it. Do the thing.
I'm doing it. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm on it. We're pulling the stats.
Oh my god. Okay, all right. This is when I look it up and it's like 100% win rate or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, yep. They faced each other twice this year. eGGz has won 3-0 and 2-0. He has never dropped a map to XionS before.
Oh my, a map! Wow, XionS must be feeling really good right now with that that play. I mean, it's a good play. I've been seeing it more and more. Something about when you throw the Void Rays in with the carriers. Now that they're fast, they're tanky. There's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, yeah.
And the thing is, with this composition, it's kind of like mech. It's so gas heavy that you end up with a lot of minerals. And if your opponent makes a bunch of air or like a bunch of hydras and you can't seem to break them, then you just go mass zealot. You just throw all your gas at them and you start throwing zealots in different bases and try to pull them apart. And it's just a slippery slope. Once they get that third base up and the fourth base, it's hard to stop them.
Yeah, yeah. It's again when it comes to eGGz's response, because he scouted what his opponent was doing. He's like, okay, this is what I'm going to go for. I'm going to go for this big attack with these hydras and with, I believe he had 3 infestors and he was trying to send 2 queens across the map as well. That attack I mentioned earlier, that was kind of eGGz being all in. It's like he had to end the game there, and I just don't think he was expecting Tempest. Like the Tempest really threw me off.
Yeah, not a single Tempest. The Tempest were in there, not a single High Templar.
Yeah, yeah.
There's honestly no Hive though, maybe from eGGz, and no Vipers. Vipers would have been really good there. There was nothing to stop the Vipers or feedback them.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I guess that's what the Tempests are for. They can kind of snipe them out of the air. They could one-shot them once you get a couple of them, but I am a little disappointed in eGGz, man. It's either I'm disappointed in eGGz because he didn't answer that right. He was kind of stubborn in game 1 with his build, or maybe that build is OP, man. I don't know. We might need to nerf the Void Rays again, or the carriers, or all of them. I don't care. Nerf them all.
Just nerf all of Protoss.
All Protoss air. We're getting back to that golden armada where you don't want to let them get to a max. You remember like last year or 2 years ago, if a Protoss gets the maxed out air army, you're done.
That's been the case for a while now. That's like where Protoss wants to get, and again, because of that latest Void Ray patch, it's easier for Protoss to get there. That was like the goal of it. And yeah, we'll see. Again, like this is why everyone should be tuning into Taco Cup to see, you know, how these Protoss players do against some of these other higher tier Zergs. You know, like sure, we're seeing eGGz and Erik today, but like, you know, Cham, he got invited.
Yeah, and I feel like we used to always see the maxed out air being the scariest thing, but then when Sarah was kind of in his prime 2 years ago or a year ago, now he's washed up. But back then, like even when he won the finals, he won it against a maxed out air army from a Protoss. He just went in, he abducted, he went in with some Brood Lords, he went in with the Corruptors sniping out the carriers. When you throw in Void Rays in the mix, the carriers don't do too well. I think you need a Hydra carrier mix maybe, or a big Spore Forest with this, something.
So this kind of comes down to the kind of players we're talking about, because I've spoken to a couple of pros about this, and there are certain Zerg players who don't want to play that style. As in, they know that if they wanted to, they could go to the late game with that Spore Force, but it's a lot slower. It leads to a longer game, and there are players that are like, I don't want to deal with that. I want to end the game earlier, and that could be why we see someone like eGGz try and go for that timing. If he wanted
He's
to,
known to end games early.
Yeah, yeah. If he wanted to, sure, he could, you know, not go for that timing. He could like try and, you know, double expand, be greedy, get Hive, get into that late game composition with Spores and Vipers. But then it's like, you know, do you really want to get into a 40-minute game against like a Skytoss army? Like,
yeah. I think that's the only way to win though, is to slowly try and abduct and try and weigh him down. But I feel like Protoss is back in that area. Like, that's why they took out the infested Terran, because the Golden Armada would come and then they just kill it and destroy everything. And so they nerfed Zerg and then they buffed the Void Ray, and now it's back to where you just get that maxed out air army and win everything. I have yet to see a good defense. You got to really stop it before it happens.
Yeah,
I feel like it went out of style for a good year, and now it's back.
It's the same thing happens with mech, where it's like if you're going up against like a meching player, it's like a lot of players they yeah, they go for a timing to end the game early because they don't want to end up in like a late game, like drawn out 30-40 minute like versus mech, you know.
God, mech has been rough on me lately. I've been struggling against mech and air Protoss, but I don't know what they're talking about. But for you guys that don't know Spanish, he pretty much said that's why Vortex never pays you, I guess?
That's why they don't pay Vortex.
Oh, that's why they don't pay Vortex. I wonder what they're talking about. Who knows? Either way, Vortex does deserve to get paid, even though he's AI. He doesn't need money. But speaking of AI, this guy in the bottom right-hand corner, he might be Mexico's AI StarCraft player. I don't know. It's questionable. It's feasible. It's plausible. Playing for Alpha X in the bottom right-hand corner. He's currently blue. He is Pacomike from Mexico in the grand finals here of Taco Cup 6 qualifier number 1.
Oh boy, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Romanticide LE, somehow this player has been able to make it all the way to the finals. No one was expecting it. Everyone was looking at eGGz or Erik or someone else, but this man has done it, representing Unidos por el Vicio, representing the land of Peru. It is XionS.
Yeah, it's a PvP final. Not what I expected at all.
I know, right? No one expected this. This is interesting. So this is, I feel like we'll see, but I feel like this is gonna shift up the dynamic a little bit. XionS, he's been slowly progressing as a player over the past year. He's been getting better and better, you know. Beating eGGz is a pretty big deal for him. I feel like that's
super. That's the career first.
Yeah.
Now it's on eGGz off season. Is it really really that great? I don't know. Was eGGz washed up? We only saw one game, so I don't know.
That's also that's a bit of a shame because eGGz is on his off season. He has been playing other games. He isn't at like his peak, you know, of 2020. You know, I think we saw that a couple of months ago for eGGz, where he finally qualified for DreamHack. That was in DreamHack Winter, right? So yeah, it isn't like eGGz at 100%, but regardless, like, it was a really big achievement of XionS, and we'll see if he's able to, you know, overcome himself, get even better going into like 2021, you know. Like, there are a couple of players, a couple of Peruvians like XionS, and I don't know if you remember, but Chaos Fate has been looking really impressive as well. It's interesting.
Where's Chaos Fate? Where's that guy go?
Where is he? He should have been here.
This was his chance. Can't believe these small-time StarCraft players have like jobs and lives and go to university. Like, don't they know where there's up to 250, maybe even just 50 people right now trying to watch him play StarCraft?
I know, right?
Imagine all the people on Jim's stream as well. He could be famous.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. How does this go? The dance.
The bush
Imagine
dance.
if this is how animals fought in the wild. They just like posture and then dance, go back and forth.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they technically do, but they don't dance like stalkers. Stalkers look very animal-esque.
Just diving in and out of bushes, you know, in and out of vision.
Which, as we see on this map, those bushes are quite the talking point. Seen Widow Mines there, Lings, Adepts. Everything goes in the bushes.
So I saw this earlier, and I legit thought I was seeing things. XionS snuck a probe in, and that's how those.
Yeah. We got the pylon down and was able to warp in. That's always huge.
Yeah.
I always try and do that as a Protoss, but normally it gets scouted, so that's really good on him to not get that scouted.
Oh, yeah.
And while it was an expensive thing here, he was able to get a couple extra worker kills. He got his second base up faster than Pacomike, and he's droning up beautifully, and now he's ahead in workers.
Oh yeah, he's ahead in workers. Like, we already seen Immortal on the way, Twilight Council on the way as well. Meanwhile, Pacomike, instead, he doesn't have a Twilight Council. He is going for a War Prism instead, looking to apply some pressure with some straight up stalkers.
Yeah. And I feel like that's, you know, a good composition, Stalker v Stalker. He's gonna throw in an Immortal. I want to get to Disruptors already. I'd like to skip the Immortal Stalker battles in the beginning.
Oh my god, and Zion's position is great here. Like, this line of Stalkers, even making room for the Immortal as well to join the line. And yeah, Pacomike is forced back. He's only forced back until, you know, he meets up with this War Prism, maybe looking to try and dive into the main base and disrupt, like, the economy of Zion's. But we'll see what he's going to be able to do, because he's behind in tech. Like, Blink has already started for Zion's.
Yeah, but the Forge has gone down for Pacomike, so maybe he's trying to get that +1 and not really prioritize Blink. Does he even have a Templar Archive? Not the Templar Archives, the Twilight Council?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, he does. He's getting his own Blink now. But I like that. He's gonna go for the upgrades very fast. I don't think there's even an upgrade den for Scions. I mean Pacomike, not an upgrade den. What is it called?
Forge.
Forge. Yeah, there you go. Take me a second. It's more fun to just make up names.
Sometimes I don't know if you're making up names on purpose or if you're actually...
Or if I forget. It's really hit or miss, you know? It's always 50-50.
Like, sometimes
I forget.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm actually just making it up for fun.
You're like, yeah, the Rolly Mistletoe Boys. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. That one I made up on purpose, and then I forgot what it was, and... Sometimes I forget what I make up, and then I can't even go back to the makeup, so I gotta say the real name. I like to keep everyone on their toes, never know what I know or not.
Oh, God. But yeah, so things are kind of, you know, slowing down a little bit. I mean, of course, Pacomike does have this War Prison, so he can dive in whenever he wants. There is vision here, so technically, Zion's should be on top of the defense. He should be able to notice if it ever dives in. And yeah, they're both just expanding.
Yeah, I actually agree with Steel in the chat. I guess we never really did use the beating eggs thing as a pun.
Oh, yeah.
I guess I've never really had beating eggs. Is that a thing? Now that I think about it, why would we use that? Who beats eggs?
Well, you beat your eggs. That's like scrambling eggs. That's like another word for that.
Oh, is that what they call it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm an American. We call it scrambled.
It's not like you're like fisting the eggs. Like, you're not like...
No, I figured it was like a beating like you do in cooking, because I'm familiar with the cooking terms, but yeah, I don't know. I think most people just say scrambling eggs.
Wait, what's beating in cooking? What's that?
Beating is where you whisk something pretty much.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
That's it. When you whisk eggs,
Ooh.
there you go. Oh,
yeah, when you whisk
the Immortal! The Immortal! Pocket, what are you... No!
The Immortal!
Oh my
God!
And
he lost he's gonna lose everything because he didn't target fire down that Immortal.
That was
not bad damage, but it's gonna completely reset his Stalker count.
Yeah. That was crazy. So, like, Pacomike, he dove in, and he was target firing workers. Like, he tried to target fire the pylon. Like, as in, what I mean by that is, like, his camera was on the Stalkers. He was actively microing. And it's like, mate, you have a juicy Immortal in the middle of everything. Like, oh my God.
Yeah. I guess he assumed, like, that Immortal's gonna be too expensive to stop, so let me just go into the natural, and then the Stalkers from Zion's blinked up, and he's like, oh crap, I actually just gotta completely get out of here.
Yeah. Oh God, there was such a nice opportunity there. Because Zion's, he does have the Immortal lead, and he's gonna be keeping that lead for now at least. And Pacomike is trying to do something here, but yo, Zion's, this must be his thing, his go-to. He's like a mini Pacomike.
Oh my God.
Double Stargate and a Fleet Beacon.
I mean, it is pretty good against Protoss, but I don't know. You really got to be able to, like, defend this. I guess he feels confident that he has more Stalkers than his opponent, and there shouldn't be much here, like, against the Stalkers. He's not going to win the Stalker fight. It's kind of like a TVT. If you don't win the air fight, you go for something else.
This is interesting, because I almost want to say, is this like a direct counter to what Pacomike is going for? Pacomike is playing normal. He's going Blink Stalker Disruptor. This is what you expect to see. But Stalkers don't shoot up. Like, I don't think Pacomike really expects to go in and face carriers.
Yeah, I definitely don't think he expects that at all. He does not expect a Fleet Beacon down at the 9-minute mark in carriers. But the thing is, he made 3 Stargates, and he's only producing 1 carrier at a time.
Yeah,
there we go. 2.
He doesn't have the gas to really, like, effectively produce out of these 3 Stargates quite yet. But of course, something that we have to point out is that we do have Blink 4 DTs on the way as well. So Pacomike looking to be a little bit cheeky.
I mean, it's gonna be cheeky, but blink DTs don't do too good against carriers.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. I don't think they do any damage to them actually. Which is
they actually don't shoot up in case you guys are wondering.
Yeah, they don't shoot period actually, which is even more terrifying.
Maybe they do. Maybe they're about to stab you with their scythe and then they hit a button and it shoots you.
Maybe they have gun blades. It's possible.
Ooh, gun blades. Sounds like a terrible movie.
Oh, like have you heard Gunblade is a thing in Final Fantasy. It's like a
isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen before.
That's probably where I've heard it.
Yeah, it's like the handle of the sword is like a revolver.
Oh yeah, I have seen that.
Yeah.
That pops memories in my head. Now also guys, disruptors also don't do any damage and cannot shoot up to the carriers.
Yoda is spitting straight facts right now. They do not deal damage to carriers.
Now, I'm no professional caster here or player, but air needs to be shot from the air. He lost a lot of stalkers. Oh my god, no way.
Oh my
god. All the stalkers. Oh, what are you doing, Zion? You had the game in the bag.
Oh my god, literally the entire ground army of Zions just blinked forward and then just ran into disruptor shots.
Yeah.
And this is gonna be a weird situation where there are a bunch of stalkers here, and like if given the opportunity, Pacomike can just blink under the carriers and snipe them. But of course, there are a lot of zealots, even a couple of boys mixed in as well to help defend them.
You think those boys are there on purpose?
I think those. I mean, they should be mining here at the base that died. Like, unfortunately, I guess he could try and like oversaturate some of these bases, but.
Yeah, I guess that's a lot of stalkers, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know what you can do to hold this here.
Oh my god.
And he sees the army out of position because he just lost a stalker there in the position of fourth base. He's going to jump on this and kill it. He can kill that base in one hit, I think, if all the stalkers were in range.
Yeah, the base just goes down.
I don't know what's going on here. I don't know the math on any of this. But yeah, Pacomike took out 2 bases. Zion's now stuck on 2 base against a almost maxed out all stalker, all disruptor army.
Mm-hmm.
Zion's making 1 void ray at a time.
1 void ray at a time. Meanwhile, Pacomike, he's getting his own fleet beacon, he's getting his own stargates as well, because why not? And I just think there's too much. I think if Pacomike wanted to, he could fight this army.
He's not even trying to take shots at this army.
Yo.
He could have been slowly like stutter stepping, and he would have been taking out a lot of the interceptors.
I think
he's really scared of this.
He is. He's respecting the army way too much. He's too afraid of it, when really like Zion should be the one who's afraid.
That's what you can do with stalkers. You take a shot and blink away. And that was actually way too scared there from Pacomike, not even trying to take a shot as he's blinking away. I guess he really wanted to save the disruptors or something. But either way, that went terrible for him. He lost so much. And this is good. He's got Zealots for a run by. He's going to go in and attack again. But once this mothership comes out and these Tempests come out, Zion's is going to be able to just attack endlessly. He's going to have to cancel his base, though. It's going to be forced all in.
Oh, yeah, forced to cancel the base again. The Zion's has been stuck on 3 bases for quite some time, and now the army is forced back south. So the Stalkers, they blink forward, looking to try and snipe some more units.
Oh, wow, that was a nice use of the Disruptors that are pretty useless here. And this is really bad for Pacomike, but he's got so many bases, so much income, so much mining. I think he can just trade inefficiently here for a while.
Oh, yeah, he definitely can. Like, the Zealots, they're just going into the natural.
I think Zion pulls the boys and goes for it.
I think he should have done that like 5 minutes ago, though. Like now is maybe a little bit too late because of the mothership, because of the Tempests that are already like out. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's nothing he can really do here. He doesn't have an economy to sustain this. He can't really max out. He's still pretty far from maxing out. And if he goes across the map, he's got to take out 4 different bases really with static defense in order to be back in this game.
Yeah, exactly. Like Pacomike is just running away with this.
There.
He's like, you know, he's got 77 workers, he's got all these bases, he's got static defense. Like, sure, he has this army he's like maneuvering around with, but like slowly he's just banking up more and more Tempests, you know. Oof.
Yeah, this is the best of 3, man. No best of 5s here. No breaks. And look at all those stalkers. Once he pushes with the stalkers and the the mothership, it's game over. I would like to see some sort of recall, crazy recall from the mothership somewhere.
I would love that as well. And I think what's important is that this entire time, Pacomike, he's just containing his opponent. Like XionS is just stuck on 3 bases this entire time. He can never expand. He can never take a 4th base. He's trying desperately to, but it's on Pacomike right now to somehow like throw this, really.
Yeah. Oh no, not the disruptor. I don't think there's any ground units for XionS anyways.
Yeah, there's nothing. It's just
unfortunate. Wow, he even threw in 2 oracles there. He's throwing 2 more oracles in the mix. I don't know what for. Literally just to tag the army. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, to be fair, that matters a lot more with Tempest because Tempests have more vision than their.
That's true. That makes
more range
sense.
than their vision. Yeah, yeah. Oh
God, we don't want to get caught out like that. Oh, I love that. He's using a slowdown warp zone, which is interesting because it's a bubble on the ground, but slows down things in the air that aren't in it. And he's going to take the fight. The Tempest can pick off each carrier individually while the Stalkers, I guess they're taking the hits away from the carriers, away from the army here, and he's going to be able to take out all this army, minus a few of the carriers.
Yep. Everything gets taken out. All the Voiders get taken out. Only 4 carriers left alive. And now Pacomike, he can just keep going if he wants to. Gonna be remaxing.
I refuse to quit this game. It's over, dude. Like,
yeah.
No way. No way. He's securing a 4th base, but you gotta know you're playing Pacomike. He's got 2 bases already above you. He's gonna go in for the Zealots. You see that he just threw away his entire Stalker army like that. You know he's got something backed up behind it.
Oof.
There we go. GG. XionS really dragging that one out there.
Yeah, GG. Like it all really came down to XionS. He had a pretty strong ground army, and in the matter of seconds, 3 disruptor hits landed, and just his entire ground army evaporated. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. And then the switch in a Tempest, that was great.
Oof. Yeah, nicely done there by Pacomike again. Pacomike, he is considered to be the best Protoss player in Latin America currently. You know, again, a lot of that does come down to the other El Prisma boys, you know, kind of stepping back and focusing on studies. You know, Darkness and Dastan, they aren't active anymore, at least, you know, for the remainder of 2020. You know, that gives an opportunity for Pacomike to really step up.
Yeah, hopefully we see him coming back eventually.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. 2021. We expect to see both Darkness and Dastan come back for DreamHack. Otherwise, exclamation mark Funada.
Funada, no, exclamation mark Funada anyways. Until they come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we're going to get into possibly the final match of the evening. Maybe the second final match as we get into an ace match. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's all on the table here. I mean, I expect Pacomike to win, but XionS taking out eGGz was pretty crazy. Maybe XionS is super on fire. Maybe he's just doing good against Zerg right now.
It's possible. I mean, to be fair, like XionS was looking good in game 1, at least the first half, you know, or the first third. Like he was looking pretty good with the kind of composition he was going for with his current defense on 3 bases. It's just like when he was trying to expand and take a 4th and things of that nature, Pacomike really found an opportunity to abuse the kind of composition that XionS was going for. The disruptors, they were so good, you know, eventually transitioning into air.
I mean, I like the idea. XionS did have an upper hand.
Yeah.
And he was trying to go into something different to continue to have the upper hand. But Pacomike's Pacomike, and he just slowly inched his way up. And I'm sure if we check the graph, you would see how it just slowly starts to go up in favor of Pacomike over time. And that's what makes him a pro. He just slowly gains that value until eventually he's just completely overpowering you. I'm actually checking the graph right now. And yeah, it was like XionS was red, so the red seems to be in control. And then right around the 12-minute mark or the 10-minute mark, Pacomike just takes over every graph.
Yeah. Shows the power of Pacomike.
The power of Protoss. Even against Protoss, it is overpowered to Protoss.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's what we see
Protoss
here.
is greater than Protoss.
Real question is Mexico greater than Peru? I mean, Pacomike.
I guess that's what it comes down to here.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be coming down to. And at the moment, we're just waiting for the next map to be chosen. And ooh, looks like it finally has been. And game number 2 is going to be on Oxide.
This map smells like blink into the main base and maybe a proxy Void Ray. Proxy Stargate with some shield batteries. We saw it before. I don't remember if it was against Eggs or was it was the other Zerg that we watched today. Was Eggs the only Zerg? Erik. Maybe
yeah.
against Erik. You know, this map is a bigger map. Made for more long macro games, as we talked about earlier. But I feel like Xion's after game 1, you don't want to go into a late macro game with Pacomike.
Oh yeah, 100%. I would be okay if Xion's went for a proxy. That'd be pretty nice, to be honest. I feel like there are opportunities here for like a proxy Stargate or something like that on Oxide. Maybe some kind of mid game timing, but as we saw, like when we get into the late game, like that's where Pacomike wants to be, like in a lot of his matchups.
Yeah, especially against Xion's. Like Pacomike is known for being here. He is the best at what he does, which is Protoss in Latin America. There's better, but as we said, they're all kind of on hiatus right now, so lets him be kind of the big man on campus, and I feel like he should be able to bully Xion's out of this win, but I got hope for Xion's to make it a very interesting match and take us to the ace match.
Oh yeah, and honestly, I'm excited. Like, I'm excited how good Pacomike is right now. Again, when it comes to the main event, I want to see how he does against some of these people outside of Latin America.
Yeah, that's what's really going to be exciting, is that the people who, I mean, even both these players qualified, but it's going to be fun to see them go up against, you know, bigger name players that do come up to the tournament. And there's going to be some Europeans, maybe some Koreans. We'll see it all go down. But as of now, it unfolds here in front of our faces, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Oxide LE. It is the Alpha X player representing Mexico. He's here for all the Latinos. He's here for all the Protosses, for all the players who hope to be on Alpha X someday. He is the bottom left. He is the one, the only, the Mexican wall. He is Pacomike.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Oxide LE, we have the Peruvian Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Team Unidos por el Vicio. It is XionS.
I like the clan name. Rolls off the tongue.
Oh yeah. Oof. And the
Unidos por el
logos.
Vicio, but then they throw in gaming, and then it's like not Spanish anymore.
I know, right? What's that doing there? Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
How do you even say gaming in Spanish? I wouldn't know.
I know.
I don't think it would sound right.
Doesn't exist.
It doesn't. Gaming. Jugando? That's not really gaming.
Yeah. Jugando is like playing, you know, like.
Yeah, like playing. Jugando juegas or something. I don't know. Juega? I don't know. If we have anyone fluently speaking Spanish besides Vortex in the chat, let us know. I'm just kidding. I guess Vortex can contribute, but as long as it's not Dark King correcting me again.
Oh my god. Shout out to Darking once again. It was really cool to see him play. It was our first time casting him here as well.
Actually, it was looking pretty good. Won a game.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to win the whole series, but he was nice enough to let his opponent win.
Oh yeah. Otherwise, we'd be seeing him right now against Pacomike.
Oh, yeah. And even then, I wouldn't be surprised if he let Pacomike win. Because he's that nice of a guy. He's just that good of a guy.
Exactly. Oh, god.
Now, Pacomike, I feel like this... Wait, what am I seeing here? Okay, yeah, Pacomike, I feel like this says that he is a believer in his micro, and he went for the double adept opener. And even scarier, after that, he's only going one stalker. Normally, you go for like a double stalker follow-up, because you know your opponent's either going to have 2 adepts or 2 stalkers. And I guess Pacomike's feeling confident in his micro to get in there with the double adepts and does not need the defensive units.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, you know, the Stalkers, they actually don't move out across the map. They're still here at home,
Right.
kind of chilling, and oh.
Now this is good, but XionS has to back up and try and get into his base, or at least pylon it off. Is he going to pylon it? He gets one. That's good. Oh, even two Stalkers back at home, though, ready to defend it. So one Adept alone. It even shoots a probe. Oh, my God. It shoots a probe in the gas geyser, so he can't target it down again. Pulls the probes in order to kill it and gets out of there. Or he doesn't get out of there. He actually dies without killing anything. I think he got one probe. No, he didn't get one probe. That probe was killed at the beginning of the game, the scouting probe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he actually got absolutely nothing for that. Great opener by XionS.
Wow. So XionS, the only thing he was really able to achieve was a little bit of scouting by slipping into the main base. He was able to see the forge that was already done, so he can deduce that it is going to be a fast upgrade coming out. Pacomike was able to see that it is a fast upgrade coming out from XionS, so he does have that information, but XionS, yo, now he's across the map, and this is a little bit scary.
No shield battery. No shield battery. Two Adepts. Oh, there's a shield battery. Two Adepts. He's not microing Stalkers, though.
Oh,
the
God.
Adepts are going to be micro. Pull the Stalkers back, man. You don't want to lose all of the above.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Or
but worker kills are great.
Exactly. He does end up losing one Stalker. These two Adepts do get into the middle line. 4 probes do go down, and so far they're still alive. Are they going to? They do manage to shade out, but
Oh, no, he's going to lose both. He almost got away with one of them at least. Okay, I think he's going to get away. Don't finish the shade. Don't finish the shade. That was a waste. He was out of there. He was a free man.
Yeah, he was a little
It's
bit
like
too
a war
greedy.
vet where they're like injured and they're like, you made it out of the war. We're sending you home. He's like, screw that. Send me back in. I don't want to go home. I've seen too much to go home.
Exactly.
Send me back in. They're like, but you're going to die. He's like, I don't care. Send me back in. And Pacomike was like, yeah, screw it. He's going back. Or XionS was like, yep, he's dying. Send him in.
And Pacomike was able to just eat that up, and we just see Pacomike is going across the map with all of these Stalkers defensively. Now,
no shield battery.
There we go. This time there actually is no shield battery. Oh god, this is a little bit terrifying. +1 is going to finish up pretty soon, which is nice, but again, shield batteries do so much more.
He's also only getting out vision right now, even though he has he has one observer here. He's getting a second observer, no immortal or anything producing out of the robo.
Interesting that he's going for 2. I mean, one is going to be going across the map. He's going to have one defensively, I guess, but
oh, they're going to spot each other. It's a Spider-Man meme. They look like little space squids.
They do, or like jellyfish.
Jellyfish, yeah. Didn't I say that before also?
I think so, yeah.
This time they actually do look like squids, but I meant jellyfish. I guess no, they look like jellyfish. That's what I meant. I don't know. Actually, it does look like a squid because squids kind of those things stacked.
Yeah, like yeah, they look like those like the big like water like flying things, you know. It's like mate.
Those things that SpongeBob milks. Which further makes me believe that Overlord milk would be a thing.
I think that's where it comes from in your mind. I think in the
probably
in the depths of your mind, you have like SpongeBob and like milking jellyfish. And Overlords kind of look like jellyfish. And
in the depths of my lore connections in my brain, my repressed lore, if jellyfish can be milked, then an Overlord is definitely getting milked. Oh, out of the bushes! Surprise!
Then can you milk an observer?
Surprise! Ooh. I don't think you milk it. I think you bleed it. You like leak some oil out of it.
Exactly. That's how you power the Colossus.
He sniped the Warp Prism, which was pretty good, but yeah, I guess that's all he needed to do because he can reinforce and defend.
Oh, that's such a shame as well, because you know what? Like XionS has that +1 timing. +1 only just finished or is just starting for Pacomike, so XionS could have done something if he was able to reinforce with that Warp Prism, but now he's forced to remake it.
Okay, but I like this. He's got the vision. Oh, I thought he was going to blink into the main. He's going to blink into the natural instead, which isn't bad. He's going to get a couple kills, and he's going to have to really be careful here not to get pounced on. Oh, that is a great pickoff.
Oh, God. He's the one who's pouncing right now because he's able to kill off, or pick up a couple of pilots, pick up a couple of units, and again, he does have the upgrade advantage. As long as he doesn't fight within shield battery range, he can win.
Yeah, if you guys aren't aware, the position you want to be is in between the third and the natural. You cut off reinforcements for the most part. You make it really awkward for the defender to engage when you're in between, wedged in between right there where XionS is getting in. But you don't really want to push into the third. You kind of want to push into the natural and force your opponent to come down that ramp and go up yours.
Yeah, the problem is that if he goes into the natural, he has to be careful and make sure he unsieges his War Prism and doesn't leave it exposed again. Like, he has to protect it.
Well, he's already a crazy man for having it this far up.
Yeah.
Like, it could be just a couple inches further back, and he'd be absolutely fine.
He has to be careful.
Okay.
But oh, good. He has a high ground advantage.
Why is he not fighting the Stalkers? He already lost a couple volleys on the Stalkers, allowing Pacomike to take the first volleys. The probes have came in, the blink goes down, and all of the Stalkers are going down. Even Zealot's being warped in just because Pacomike does not have that much for defense. And I think we're going to the ace match, mate.
Yeah, exactly. There's just too much here. And sure, Pacomike is doing a bit of counter damage, but it's not enough. GG gets called.
Wow, XionS is absolutely on fire. I did not expect him to take a map off of Pacomike.
Yeah. I mean, no one expected him to take maps off of eggs, but mate, he is on it today. He's really like going into his stride here at the end of 2020, getting into December. Like XionS, mate, he's looking better than he ever has. Yeah,
I can't believe this. Is this like is this a tale of how next year's gonna go?
Maybe.
Is he gonna like maybe qualify for a dream hack next year? I'm calling it. He's gonna qualify for a dream hack next year.
Look, if Nano can qualify, XionS can qualify. Like, that's
what I was just thinking, but I was like, was it XionS or Eon who won? Neither. Who's Neo?
Nano. It was Nano.
Oh god, even the third one I got wrong. Jesus Christ.
You said Eon and then Neo. Like, oh my god.
Like Eon, Neon, Nano. I can't keep up, man. You guys do too much with the names. Why couldn't it be some Spanish name? Why is there no like El Diablo, El Fantasma? Something cool.
Are those luchador names?
No, I actually don't know where those names come from.
Okay. I would love that though, like El Diablo or something like that, like a proper.
Actually, yeah. Why don't y'all get some luchador names? That would be absolutely sick.
Why isn't there a player out there who plays with a mask? You know,
right?
Like a proper luchador mask, right?
You guys are just. Why isn't there more like StarCraft players that are like unknown, like Daft Punk or something? You know. I don't know what other people do that. Deadmau5, does he do that? I don't know. Marshmallow, if you guys know who that is.
That was honestly one of the things where I think it was back in like around 2016. There was a player called Hitman, who he was like a ladder hero. He would do really well in online events, and for years, for like a period of like 3 years, he never went to an offline event. There were times where he would qualify for like a dream hack, and he wouldn't go, and he was like an enigma. Like no one knew what he looked like, or like if he was even like a real person. Everyone was like, what does Hitman look like? What is this? This is crazy. And it was the biggest of deals. It was in 2016 when Hitman qualified for a WCS, and he actually showed up for WCS, and everyone was like, what? It's like his reveal, like it's huge. Like imagine if he showed up with a luchador mask, you know? Like,
oh my god, that would have been so good. Any mask at all, really.
Yeah.
So he showed his face and then the story just dies after that?
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened.
Fail. Imagine if he wore a mask and nobody still knew what he looked like, and he still got to compete. I'm sure there's maybe some rules against it, but maybe even just having the mask until you're at your desk about to start your game one, then you do the face reveal. And maybe that throws your opponent off.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Will this man in the top right-hand corner have what it takes? Match point. He lost the last game, won the first one. Maybe he's taking his mask off now to get serious. Playing for Team Alpha X, representing Mexico, allegedly the best Protoss in all of Mexico and Latin America right now. It is none other than Pacomike.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Pillars of Gold LE, we have the Peruvian Protoss player, the up-and-comer, the underdog. No one expected him to make it past eggs, and now he's here in the ace match in the finals against Pacomike. We have the Peruvian Protoss representing Unidos por el Vicio. It is XionS. And
who wins this one, Light? I have no idea.
Who wins? I mean, my my heart and my mind, my everything says Pacomike. That like this entire time, it's meant to be Pacomike, but we're living in another timeline right now. Like this is crazy.
eGGz is out. XionS is in. I don't know what timeline we're in. We've warped into another place, but the maps are still the same, so I don't think we're in a different time zone. Maybe we're in an alternate universe at this point. But it's really all up to speculations right now. I would go with another universe.
Yeah, we could be living in a universe where XionS is going to come out first in this bracket. It's crazy. You know, I was having a discussion yesterday, or maybe 2 days ago, because when I was streaming, I was having a discussion with Darking. I was specifically talking about the Peruvian scene, and I was like, yo, who do you think's the best Protoss in Peru? Destroyer TT or XionS? And we were talking about it, and we both agreed. We're both like, you know what? I think Destroyer TT is a little bit better. You know, they've gone back and forth, but I think he has the edge over him. And Destroyer TT and XionS, they faced each other today earlier in the bracket. We didn't get to cast it, but XionS came out on top, and since then, XionS, he's just been on a tear.
Yeah, and yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe XionS has made it this far, destroying his opponents. If he beats Pacomike, then I'm convinced that he's like training with someone crazy.
Yeah,
he's taken under Parting's wing or something.
That's the only explanation, and we'll see what happens. So far, XionS is doing the same opener. We have a very fast Forge coming out from XionS, so he's going to be wanting to get that +1 and go for another big like Stalker, like not all in, but like big attack.
Yeah, and I like that he gets that early upgraded. I mean, it worked. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I feel like in previous matches, if you do the same thing up against a really good player, they're going to adapt, and Pacomike should be able to adapt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean,
I don't think we've had any Immortal play in the second game, just in the first game.
And that could be what Pacomike needs. Like, we do already have a Robo on the way. Sorry, for XionS, actually. And last time, he did go across the map with that War Prism. He got sniped. This time, hopefully, he can take better care of it. And, ooh, Pacomike gets into the main.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that early on adept damage seemed to really work out for XionS that last game. But I do like the full scout here from Pacomike. He knows what he's up against this time.
Yeah.
He knows it's about the same. He knows that now he needs to switch it up to defend, getting his own Forge now, trying to get his own upgrades. They're going to be quite behind, though.
Yeah, they are. The advantage that he will have is that he does have faster Blink. You know, Blink is already on the way for Pacomike. He does have shield batteries defensively at home as well, so it's going to be on XionS to try and do something with this upgrade advantage that he's going to have.
I feel like Pacomike got the late Robo. He got Blink, but Blink, I feel, doesn't scale as much as attack upgrades. Like, once you have it, you're good. So as long as XionS doesn't get in a game-ending engagement before he gets his Blink, then Pacomike having Blink first shouldn't matter. But if XionS is able to get his Blink and have his upgrades one up above Pacomike, that's when it gets dicey.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like that's the timing that XionS is going to want to hit. So that's why like it's a little bit strange that like we do have a fast +1, but it shouldn't really come into play until like Blink happens, like Blink comes in, because that's when the attack is going to come in.
Okay, yeah. I'm wondering where the advantage is of this build for Pacomike, or for not being aggressive, but he has a significant worker lead, because XionS has to go for so much tech early on, getting +1 earlier. That stops a couple pro productions. Right now he's producing 1 probe at a time. Normally, as we see, XionS is producing 2. Paco's making 1. I don't know. I feel like now XionS is kind of just catching up. Obviously, there's been no big engagement, but XionS is now getting his Blink. He's already started +2 attack. He's throwing down more gates. Yeah, he's looking tough here.
This is crazy.
There's no Robo production from either side, so in a straight-up fight, Stalker, XionS wins.
Okay, so what just happened was Pacomike went in for a hallucinated scout, and XionS, he started +2 when the hallucination was scouting. As soon as the hallucination left, 4 gateways were thrown down. So if you look at Pacomike's vision, he hasn't seen this at all. So, so XionS is just going for a big 2-base all in.
Oh wow, this is huge. And now even on top of that, throwing down a robotics facility, Pacomike just did. So he's gonna throw in disruptors. I doubt it's gonna be Colossus. He's gonna throw in some disruptors. But with mass Blink Stalkers and all these gates and +1, he should be pretty good. The only scary part is Pacomike's getting +2 now. So if XionS doesn't do something very soon, it's going to be rough to hold after +2 is finished. Disruptors come into play, and Blink is done.
Yeah, exactly. Like Pacomike, he's getting a third base. He's taking up to Disruptors, as you said. Like he's gonna have a better like mid game or late game army. Like XionS, he just has pure Blink Stalkers. Like he has to go and end the game now. And oh my god, Pacomike is gonna try and keep him at home.
Oh, he's gonna get the Robo. That is huge. No Warp Prism. Warp Prism should get out. Oh my god. Oh no, that's so bad. A Robo is a game changer.
Exactly. Like that was a way for XionS to get into the main base. That was the way for him to reinforce across the map. Now he has to do something with this army. He even has a probe here. I mean, he has to throw down a pylon across the map to help reinforce, I imagine.
I don't know what you do to save that Robo, but normally I guess maybe you have some units on standby in the natural.
Yeah.
Don't put your Robo so close to the wall that they can blink up. That was just super unfortunate. Now he's got to build a whole nother Robo, wait for it to be done, and then he can start to make a Warp Prism, and then he can go for a push, which obviously is going to buy time for more Robo production, more Stalkers, but this is supposed to be an all-in from him, really. 2 bases, mass gateways, +1 only, not going for +2. Blink Stalkers, he's got to throw that pylon down like you said, and man, that's just so unfortunate. That Robo pickoff just game ending.
Exactly.
But actually, it's good here now.
Exactly. Like, you know what? The Disruptor shots are on cooldown. Like, they were both utilized. He's trying to deal some damage, but there are shield barriers to defend. They get focused down, and the pylon is finished. Nice.
And honestly, these Disruptors are like, oh my god, 2 Stalkers apiece, price-wise, more or less. So that's 2 Stalkers that are not in the battle each, and they go on cooldown and got killed for free. And now the probes are being pulled. This is game 3. This is the end of the finals in Taco Cup number 6. Everybody's watching on the CranKy Ducklings and Jim Rising streams.
Oh my god.
This is for first place. It doesn't mean much as far as the Taco Cup tournament, but this will be absolutely ridiculous for XionS' career if he's able to shut down Pacomike in the 2-1 here.
Exactly. And, but you know what? Like, he can't give Pacomike time, and he did. The Dark Shrine finished up. DTs are warped in. Mate, there's no detection. There's no detection for XionS.
Yeah, the Robo, I don't know if he even remade it. I think he just went all in on this. He never remade it. He's throwing it down now. He threw it down now. And he just threw down shield batteries and hope that the Robo gets out in time and hopes that he can chrono boost something and just really kind of dilly-dally around these DTs, but Pacomike's no fool. He's like, you didn't rebuild that Robo, did you? I'm going to send 2 DTs to your third base to shut you down, but there is no third base.
Oh my god, XionS is going to be...
Pacomike's moving out. He's out of position.
He is out of position. You know what? The Disruptors are exposed. They get pounced upon as well.
God.
But again, there's no detection. Like, defensive DTs, sure, damage can be done, but how much?
I mean, 2 DTs can't really chase down this many Stalkers for that long. So he can do a lot of damage and blink out. Now going for the workers. Oh my, a recall. That's not a bad idea. He gets out with most of his stuff, and DT's on the other side of the map doing a little bit of damage, but he did throw down cannons because he had the forge. Actually, he didn't throw down cannons. He had one down already, but kind of ballsy. He didn't throw down one in the natural till just now. Or in the main, I'm sorry. He threw one down in the main just now. So if those DTs were to have gone in the main, he would have been game over, but actual good... In my opinion, that was some good damage control, fire putting out here from XionS, managing to get down the Robo, get the Observer out, and defend at home while actually going for counter damage, forcing more DTs to warp in at home. That was pretty cool. Yeah. And then the recall. XionS is actually pretty on fire right now.
It was some
but
nice...
he still has no third base.
Exactly. It was some nice decision making. The problem is that, again, XionS was going for a big 2-base all-in, and he almost had it. He almost won. He almost snowballed. But because of the DTs really swung things in Pacomike's favor, and now Pacomike, he's bought time. He has more units. He has more Stalkers, more Disruptors.
Oh, and he just blinked. Yeah, that was bad. You don't want to blink to the bottom of a ramp. But what does he do now? You can't really get another base to out economy your opponent, if that's even a word.
He's even
out economize.
Yeah, he's even down in upgrades. Like, these are +2 Stalkers now for Pacomike. Like, +2 finish. Like, XionS is still on +1, and
you're getting +3. +3 is almost done.
Oh my god, +3 is almost done. Time has run out for XionS. He has to end it here and now somehow. Dodge the Disruptor shots, get on top of the army.
I mean, the army's already way too big for Pacomike. He's got Zods mixed in. He's got 2 disruptors. He's got DTs in the main and natural. This is it. I mean, +3 is done. It's about to be done. He blinks on 1 second before +3 ends. +3 just now finishes. Confidence is at a peak for Pacomike. And while the Zods did help a little bit, Pacomike's he's not gonna do much here. I mean XionS, I'm sorry. He's stuck between a shield battery, Zealots, reinforcing. His opponent also has an economy. Oh my god, yeah, that's it. What a good fight from XionS. I really thought he was gonna take Pacomike out. Would have been beautiful to see, but I love that Mexico is still numero uno in this Taco Cup.
Exactly. Like, XionS got so close. GG, well played. Pacomike takes the series 2-1. And he wins the tournament.
What a game, man. I can't believe it turned out the way it did. And now that the tournament is over, I happily donated my 2,000 to the
You're like, yes, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Here you go.
Yeah, I will not be here tomorrow, but I will contribute before I forget. I looked down and I was like, now would be a perfect time to contribute. There are no more intros for the evening, but wow, I did not expect a qualifier such as this. I wish I could be here tomorrow, but it is Thanksgiving, and I have a lot of Thanksgiving things to do and get around to, and dinners and meet and greets, and I'm going to the club, and I'm going on a yacht, and I'm flying my helicopter to another country. Now I'm just having dinner with the fam, but it's Thanksgiving, so I hope you guys who do celebrate Thanksgiving, eat your turkey. There's kind of a turkey shortage right now. I don't know, eat your other favorite foods. Yeah, I actually got chickens instead of turkeys this year because turkeys are kind of out of stock here in the States. At least small turkeys, because everyone's having small family get-togethers. But congratulations to all the qualifiers. Pacomike, XionS, eGGz, and Erik. As we expected, the real question was between XionS, really, that 4th spot.
Yeah, like that was really amazing to see. XionS had an amazing run. I'm so impressed. Like, if there were just a couple of little changes here and there, obviously the big thing in that last game, losing that robo, like oh god, that hurt him in so many different ways. It delayed his push because of the lack of the war prism. It meant that he had no detection either. But despite that, like, he was so close to taking that game and taking the whole series.
That robo would have gave him the entire game. I cannot believe he sniped that. And I just want to say that I'm glad we didn't stop at the qualifiers and continue to the end, because without it, we would have never seen eGGz beat XionS. We would have never seen XionS take a game off of his opponent, Pacomike. And I'm glad we got to finish out the series, even though it only changes who gets, $10, $20, whatever. It's not a lot of money, but just to end out the year like that is absolutely nuts. And they qualified, so they still get to play in the main event. And that leaves room for someone else in qualifier number 2.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, again, congratulations to the 4 players who qualified today. As a reminder, there is Taco Cup number 6 qualifier number 2 tomorrow at the same time, where not 4, instead only 2 more players will be qualifying. And we'll see who signs up, because there were a couple of people missing, like the Zerglord or like Ryu. Like, they weren't here today. Maybe they'll be here tomorrow.
Maybe they knew. But nonetheless, it was great. This is a great start to my Thanksgiving. Like, normally we don't get to cast during the week, but now we're casting during the week. It feels very holiday-ish. People are off work. There's events during the week. And I will definitely be tuning into your stream, and probably a little bit of Jim's just because he's funny, but I don't understand everything he says. And I look forward to the main event. We won't be casting it, but I'll be watching it, and it's good casting with Delight. This is like our Thanksgiving dinner, some PvP and a ZVP.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's been great. And I think
the gang's all here for the dinner table. We got Vortex, we got even Yaku's here, and Steel's here. Kuro was here, should be asleep. Darking, we got to watch Darking play. That was like the dessert of the Thanksgiving dinner of StarCraft. And yeah, it's been great, man. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me cast this with you.
Yeah, I think what's also exciting is that we talk about it before when it comes to, you know, when it comes around to the DreamHack qualifiers, is that we cast all these Latin American events, and because of that we get to get a glimpse of who are the up and comers, who's like really doing well. And now because of Zion's performance today, like I'm excited to see more of him like in 2021.
Yeah.
You know, like can he?
I'm calling it. He's gonna qualify for a DreamHack.
Yeah, like can he keep this going? You know, like if he can take it to eGGz and Pacomike, like that's crazy. Like
Yeah, I feel like if he can keep this momentum, that's the scary part. We're not gonna have another one for a couple months.
Yeah.
Until next year. Like we still got all of December and then next year to start. I don't think they even announced all of the all of the games like they said they were, but hopefully you can keep up this momentum until next year and place in some bigger tournaments.
Yeah, it's all about, you know, staying motivated, and that's sometimes the most difficult thing about this, you know, when it comes to the off season. Like, can you stay motivated to continue to play when there aren't all these DreamHack qualifiers, when there aren't any regional qualifiers for TSL or DreamHack Last Chance or Aces ROG? So there's a little bit less incentive for like the more regional players to practice, but hopefully Zion's, he can keep going and keep it up, because I want to see more.
Yeah, I do too, and what a great way to end out this qualifier. And that's not it for these guys. We'll see them in the main event and new qualifiers tomorrow. I will be tuned in. I hope you guys tune in as well. Thank you guys for tuning in today, most importantly, and thank you guys for listening to us talk and ramble about food and milking things that shouldn't be milked and StarCraft. So happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully you guys are social distancing, wear your mask in public, sanitize them hands, hydrate them hydras. I don't know if do you sanitize hydras?
Sure.
Just in case, you should sanitize your hydra. Yeah. Sanitize your hydras and hydrate them at the same time. It's a scary job, but someone's got to do it. And thanks for watching. If you guys want to follow me, I am Yoda_Slim on Twitch, Instagram, and Twitter. And yeah, that's about it for me. Light, where can they find you?
Find me at light_VIP on Twitch and Twitter as well. I'm live, you know, relatively frequently throughout the week, you know, just with a couple of ladder streams and stuff like that. But more importantly, follow the channel here, CranKy Ducklings. Like, we're going to be live throughout the week. As you can see right now on your screen, we have Taco Cup Qualifier number 2, and then going into our regular weekly schedule with Copa Hyperion, Battle of the Americas, Grand Platypus Open, all that good stuff.
All that good stuff. Make sure to check out the YouTube. They got all the cool VODs. And obviously, like Instagram and Twitter, you can get the calendars that come out and just see everything. Or you could just message me and ask me. I have a calendar I could tell you guys. If you're that lazy, feel free to ask questions. We will answer. Sometimes. Maybe. Most of the time. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. That is it. Milk and Cookies is even here now. It's officially a full family Thanksgiving dinner. And Vortex Slam giving one last Funada Live VIP, !Funada Destan, or Vortex, whoever you want. Either way, thank you guys for tuning in and being here. Can't wait to see you guys in the next one. And I would look forward to tuning in tomorrow while I'm eating dinner. So, GG's.
We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.
Peace out.